Chapter 226. Zhuo Duo felt that his dantian was as vast as the ocean. No matter how much he cultivated, it would not be filled. Even if he absorbed the energy of the jade of astral souls and filled it to the brim, his dantian could continue to expand as long as he exerted more strength. It was still far from the limit. What the fuck? Can't get up. It's good that you can't get up. Qin Fangyang nodded and kicked Zhuo Duo 3 to 4 meters high. Are you up? Are you up? Are you up? These 3 words were repeated in a very rhythmic manner. Zhuo Duo was kicked up as soon as he landed. He landed and kicked again. Long Yuxing and the others were all sweating profusely. They lay on the ground and looked up as they watched Zhuo Duo being kicked like a shuttlecock by Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. That's right. He can kick with a bent leg, a straight leg, a spinning kick, and even hit the golden bell. Wow, amazing, amazing. 48, 49, 50. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. He doesn't let the shuttlecock fall to the ground. It's really amazing. That's right. But it would be better if the shuttlecock could shut up. In the air, Zhuo Duo was screaming and begging for mercy. Teacher Qin, I was wrong. Although he did not know why he was being kicked, it was always a good attitude to admit his mistake. It would help to alleviate the current bad situation. Qin Fangyang kicked a total of 99 shuttlecocks before he let Zhuo Duo down. He said lightly, I heard that you like to fly. If you are not on the verge of a breakthrough by tomorrow, fly another 99 times. I have just broken through and need more exercise. If there are any problems, I will take care of it. You will have to work harder. Zhuo Duo wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is my life so hard? I don't want it to be like this. Even with Qin Fangyang's vast experience and knowledge, he did not know that the meridians of the human body could increase their flexibility and the dantian could expand on its own. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. I believe that not only Teacher Qin, but any profound cultivator in this world who saw Zhuo Duo's current state of not being able to find a breakthrough after painstakingly suppressing his cultivation to the point where he couldn't find a breakthrough, combined with his previous rate of improvement, the only conclusion they could come up with was that Zhuo Duo was slacking off. This was a fact that couldn't be defended. Not only did Zhuo Duo take this loss, but he would continue to take it. Zhuo Duo finally regained his vitality after being kicked. Long Yuxing and the others also regained their vitality after being kicked. However, their states of mind was the peak of their moods. It was time for school to end. Teacher Qin, I would like to apply for leave tomorrow. Zhuo Duo raised his hand weakly. He didn't have any confidence at all. You're already lazy to this extent and you still want to ask for leave? Do you have anything else in mind? Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. Something really happened. My godfather is dead. Seeing Qin Fangyang's unfriendly gaze, Zhuo Duo hurriedly told him the truth. Godfather? Yes. Qin Fangyang sighed. He had to give Qin Fangyang a lie. Then you can go. Thank you, Teacher Qin. Don't forget your cultivation. Qin Fangyang said word by word. I won't forget. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. After a long time he walked out of the school gate. Teacher Qin had just broken through. It was true that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was also true that his realm was not stable and needed to be polished. No matter how much he did not want to break through, he had already broken through. There was no other way. Teacher Qin walked all the way to the school gate. What he saw made his eyes bulge. He saw Zhuo Duo with a 5,000-pound iron block on his head, a 3,000-pound iron armor suit, and more than 100 pounds of weights on his body. He was standing upright on one leg with a large crowd in front of him. He was actually reading his fortune. Oh my God. Qin Fangyang was speechless. This kid was a typical example of someone who valued money more than his life. Hiding behind a tree, he watched as Zhuo Duo fooled these people one by one with the temperament of a charlatan. Then he said tomorrow. These people probably understood the rules and dispersed in a hubbub. No one stayed behind. Then he saw Zhuo Duo take out his phone and count the messages from the bank one by one. He calculated the total income and his face was already smiling like a flower. Today's income is really good. A total of 1,275,000. And what's with this 7,500? What? Is there a 500 change? Who paid so little? Zhuo Duo was a little angry. Isn't this wasting the fruits of my labor? The money I earned might not even be enough for tonight's expenses. Thinking of the expenses for practicing martial arts at night, Zhuo Duo looked up to the sky and sighed. Who could spend more than 1,000,000 yuan for practicing martial arts in one night? Only I Zhuo Duo. More than 1,000,000 yuan. If it was a normal person with this money, they would spend it on prostitutes until they were 80 or 90 years old. But I paid all the fines in one night. I'm really rich. But I'm so rich that my heart is bleeding. That night, the siblings went out to practice martial arts as usual. Zhuo Duo was extremely focused. He had made great progress in practicing his concealed weapon. By 1:30 a.m., he had only paid a total of 888,000 yuan in fines. Zhuo Duo couldn't help but feel surprised at the result. Could it be that he had extra money for today? Zhuo watched calmly from the side. At the same time, she used the Moon Sutra to purify her meridians. Her current cultivation was already difficult to advance, but she could use the Moon Sutra as a foundation to transform all the true vitality she had cultivated in the past into the purest moon spiritual source to improve her foundation. After a period of transformation, her dantian would naturally expand and then absorb the spiritual source. Her cultivation method was basically the same as Zhuo Duo's. However, the only difference was that Zhuo Duo actively suppressed it, while Zhuo did it naturally. As for Zhuo Duo's relieved behavior, Zhuo only snorted in her heart. She purposely went easy on him tonight to let him have some fun first. After practicing for a few days, Zhuo knew how much money Zhuo Duo could earn every day. This guy's ability to make money was very strong. Even when the situation wasn't very good, he could still earn 500,000 or 600,000 yuan a day. If he had a good time, he could even earn 1,000,000 yuan a day. Although the reputation of Zhuo Duo's godly image was getting more and more famous, the rich people in Phoenix City were rushing over like a swarm of bees. However, this momentum couldn't be maintained for a long time. It was estimated that most of them had already seen enough. If they continued to watch, they probably wouldn't earn as much as they did now. In another 10 days, it would be considered good if he could earn a stable income of 100,000 yuan a day. But this income of 100,000 yuan, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was already considered a terrifying income. After all, he only relied on his mouth. However, Zhuo Duo's income for the past few days was cleaned out by Zhuo every night. After a round of practice, he only had a few hundred yuan left on him at most. And that huge sum of money, along with Zhuo own savings, was transferred to Wu Yuding's account through Zhuo account. Therefore, in the Zhuo family, Wu Yuding was the one who was really rich and imposing. She was like a landlady sitting there collecting rent every day. Yes, she took from her son through her daughter and then took from her son and daughter through her daughter. I'll let him save for the next few days. I'll talk about it when he has more money. For now, I'll let him regain some confidence and occasionally take some bonuses to enjoy some benefits. Otherwise he might give up. Zhuo slowly planned in her heart. Her eyebrows were curved and she was full of smiles. She was actually very satisfied with the current situation. Zhuo Duo's mastery of hidden weapons was something that few people in the Yanwu Empire could match up to, even if it was only for now. In the cultivation of hidden weapons, the strength of the attack and the accuracy were the key points, but they were not the most important. Only the control was the most important. In terms of control, Zhuo Duo could be said to have reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted. He was always successful. He had a good grasp of the severity of his attacks. He was almost at the level of perfection. In all fairness, Zhuo current request for Zhuo Duo was nitpicking and nitpicking. However, Zhuo still hoped that Zhuo Duo could go one step further. It would be better if he could be more subtle and unexpected. In addition, in the past few days of practice, Zhuo faintly realized that hidden weapons, a skill that was not valued by the high-level cultivators in the astral souls, could be a real life-saving asset for Zhuo Duo. It was also because of this concept that Zhuo could never be satisfied with the height of Zhuo Duo's hidden weapons. After Zhuo Duo reached the current standard of hidden weapons, Zhuo brought out a new set of items that she had prepared long ago. Many of these items were just Zhuo imagination. Many of them were simply the idealization of special effects in movies and television. She used them to train Zhuo Duo. If Zhuo Duo knew Zhuo real thoughts, he would probably leave directly. You're fooling a fool. I'm not going to train anymore. Unfortunately, he had no idea how absurd and impossible the goal he was trying to achieve was. He only knew that all the standards in Zhuo hands were given to him by He Yuanyue to test himself by Zhuo. So it was also on this night. Ning Suifeng brought all the direct descendants of the family to the Ning family's ancestral grave quietly. Before they even got close, they were already enraged by what they saw and heard. Near the Ning family's ancestral grave, countless people gathered and all of them were holding up their phones to take pictures. Some of them were even holding live streaming sticks. Let's take a walk and take a look. Today we've seen an ancient wonder. Brothers, come and take a look. Come and take a look. It's quiet all around. Only this area has white fog rising dozens of meters. This is where the ancient wonder is located. It's where the ancestral grave of the ancient Ning family in Phoenix City is located. Otherwise, the Ning family is a 1,000-year-old family. It's said that the ancestral grave is smoking. This is just hearsay, right? Today I'll show you the truth. This place is really smoking. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 227. Ning Suifeng was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. So many of you came to take pictures of my family's ancestral grave? So many people are actually broadcasting my family's ancestral grave? What a bastard. A bunch of bastards. Ning Suifeng let out a thunderous roar. Capture all these people for me. Confiscate all their mobile phones. Then find their families one by one and compensate each of them 1 million yuan. Those who can't pay will be buried alive. What the hell? Ning Suifeng was so angry that his face turned purple. The Ning family has been standing for thousands of years. We have been indifferent and detached from the world for so many years. Why don't you know what's good for you? Don't you have any respect for us? How can you let people come to the ancestral grave to broadcast? The Ning family members were all scolded with their heads lowered. Take them all away. But after a while, hundreds of cars opened up the road and surrounded this place. All the people who came here to join in the fun were all caught in the cars and driven away. Ning Suifeng walked slowly into the thick fog with a gloomy face. This fog was not big, but it was so thick that it was unbelievable. Once you stretched out your hand, you couldn't even see your own arm, let alone your 5 fingers. Look for the location of the ancestor's grave. Ning Suifeng's voice was very gloomy. Everyone moved forward step by step in the white fog. At this time they couldn't see anything with their eyes, and even their divine thoughts had lost their effect. Often, after a few steps, they would bump into a tombstone. Or they would step on the tombstone if they suddenly stepped on it, or they would suddenly go up a step, and they would reach the front of the grave. In short, the whole way was full of bumps and bruises. Whether it was the strong light of flashlights, infrared rays, mobile phone fluorescent light, or even torches, they were all useless. Even the cultivators who had reached the nascent soul realm lost all their advantages in this thick fog. The strong palm wind and fist wind formed by their tyrannical cultivation couldn't change the white fog at all. At most, it would fluctuate a little and then it would be over. In the end, they were afraid of breaking the tombstone and disrespecting their ancestors, so they didn't dare to use all their strength. Then they could only take it step by step. After a full 1.5 hours, they finally reached the center of the ancestral grave. Everyone came to the center, and as far as the eye could see, everyone from the Ning clan was speechless. The ancestral grave in the middle was like a huge chimney, with thick white smoke billowing out from the bottom. It was as if there was a fire in the underworld, constantly gushing out. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Ning Suifeng widened his eyes, his entire body trembling. All the members of the Ning family's direct bloodline knelt on the ground as they witnessed this scene. Everyone felt their souls tremble for some reason. The previous livestream was right. In the past, when they scolded and praised people, they would often say, "Your ancestors' graves are smoking." However, this was just an old saying. But now, the ancestral grave of the Ning clan was really emitting white smoke. No matter if it was cursing or praising, there had never been such a thing as white smoke. Green smoke rises from the ancestral grave. Praising someone is a good thing. Black smoke coming out of the ancestral grave was a sign of insult. But white smoke was rising from the ancestral graves. This was a little unclear. The white smoke didn't stop because of the arrival of the Ning clan. It was still gushing out crazily. When the members of the Ning clan all knelt down, the momentum of rushing out was even more turbulent. After this continued for a while. With a sudden loud bang, the entire ancestral grave collapsed. Everyone present was caught off guard and fell into the collapsed grave pit. They were all dizzy and in a mess. In the haze, everyone could vaguely see a shadow slowly appear in the white fog. His clothes were simple and unadorned, and his face could not be seen clearly. In the thick white fog he stood in the void. This shadow stood for a while, then suddenly raised a hand and pointed to the east. Everyone looked to the east, but there was nothing. Then with a loud bang, a sudden bolt of lightning fell and smashed the shadow into pieces. Woo woo woo. Suddenly a fierce wind blew. The white smoke above the Ning clan's ancestral grave, which had been condensed and didn't dissipate even with a strong force, dissipated quietly and quickly. At most, it took half a cup of tea's time for the white smoke to dissipate. Everyone in the grave pit looked up. The clear sky and the Milky Way were all reflected in their eyes. Where were the clouds? But where did the lightning in the sky come from? And that shadow pointed to the east. Where was it pointing to? What was its intention? Everyone felt that there seemed to be a vibration under their feet. They hurriedly jumped up, only to find that the whole ground was beginning to shake. Earthquake? Let's go. Everyone flew out together. The moment they were in the air, they heard another loud bang. The entire Ning clan's ancestral grave, which was hundreds of miles in radius, collapsed. Where the ancestral grave was originally, it became a bottomless pit. In the deep pit, there was a faint white smoke rising, but the bottom couldn't be seen for a while. The whole ground fell down, but there was no echo for a long time. Seeing this, Ning Qingqing was shocked. Her heart was in a mess and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Ning Suifeng hurriedly reached out and pulled her out of the deep pit with his daughter. Everyone in the Ning clan stood high in the sky and looked down at the big pit. Everyone's expression was complicated, and their feelings were even more indescribable. After about a minute, a series of muffled noises faintly came from the ground. This was the bottom? What's going on? Everyone in the Ning clan was covered in cold sweat. I don't know. The ancestral grave is gone. Another person's face was pale, and there was an unspeakable fear in his eyes. My Ning clan. What kind of heinous thing did we do? How did the situation become like this? The others didn't speak. The Ning clan had been entrenched in this Phoenix city for thousands of years. Speaking of heinous things, they had done quite a lot. After all, if they didn't do those things, would the Ning clan be where it was today? Let's go back first. Ning Suifeng's face was dark. He waved his hand and said, wait until dawn when the yang energy is the strongest, and then come back to see what's going on. Yes. The next morning, Blind Hong's funeral was held. Zhuoxiaoduo was wearing a green robe and white hemp shoes. A hemp rope was tied around his waist, and a mourning hat was on his head. He was sending his godfather off. After all, he wasn't his biological son, so there was no need for him to wear mourning clothes. A pair of hemp shoes and a hemp rope were enough. All the members of the Zhuo clan were present. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Wu Yuding were also present as family members to send him off. The funeral procession went all the way out of the city gate and to the southwest side of the city by the main road. That was the grave that Blind Hong had chosen for himself long ago. Zhuoxiaoduo knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. He sang loudly, Godfather, rest in peace. Blessings in the netherworld. The gate of reincarnation in the netherworld is open. His voice echoed between heaven and earth for a long time. Legend had it that after a person died, they needed their closest relatives to escort their soul to the grave and shout for the gate of reincarnation in the netherworld to open. Only then would the deceased be able to rest in peace. Otherwise, they would have to wait for an opportunity to cross over before they could rest in peace. Before that, they would be reduced to a wandering ghost. If something went wrong, their soul would disperse and they would never be reincarnated. Zhuoqianglu was also wearing a green robe with a white cloth wrapped around his sleeves. He wore black cloth shoes and held a big shovel in his hand. Everyone carried Blind Hong's coffin down. Zhuoqianglu was the first to jump down. He chose the head and tail of the coffin and placed a high-grade jade of astral souls under Blind Hong's head. Blind, let's meet again in the next life. Zhuoqianglu stood there for a long time. He sighed softly and said, I will cover your grave now. Blind Hong, you have a godson to send you off, a brother to cover your grave, and the protection of the astral souls. You chose your grave when you were alive. This life is worth it. If you are in heaven, remember to take good care of your godson. He lifted up the large shovel and shoveled a handful of yellow dirt into the ground. Throughout the entire process, Zhuoqianglu did not let anyone, including Zhuoxiaoduo, interfere. He only piled up the grave by himself. He only stopped when he reached the last shovel of soil. Xiaoduo, lay this last shovel of soil for your godfather. Show your filial piety as a son. Not too much, not too little. Don't shake it and don't scatter it. Okay. Zhuoxiaoduo steadily placed the last shovel of soil on the grave. Then he erected the tombstone. Godfather Hong Dashue's grave. Godson Zhuoxiaoduo erects it. It was a very simple tombstone. It was done. Then, an unforeseen event happened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless grasses suddenly sprouted from the grave mound that had just been piled up. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire tombstone was covered by 3 feet of lush grass. And this was only the beginning. Countless vines appeared out of thin air, growing longer and longer. One on the left and one on the right, they quickly climbed up the grave and entangled with each other, wrapping around the tombstone. In the eyes of everyone present, it was as if the vines were used to make a tight door. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. However, the entire grave was hidden in the wilderness. At a glance, it was no different from the weeds all over the ground. The mysteries of the world and the changes were so amazing. It was a marvelous spectacle. Jianghu sighed softly. Friends of one life, enemies of two lives. But in this life, blind man, I have given you a good gift. Clap, clap, clap. He opened all the bottles of wine he brought and poured them on the grass. If there is a next life, you may not be willing to drink with me again. Jianghu smiled faintly. In this life there is no winner or loser. Of course you leave first. You win. Brother, I'll call you brother for the last time. Cheers. After saying that, he raised a bottle of wine and gulped it down. That was the last bottle of wine. Chapter 228. Wu Yuding stood shoulder to shoulder with him and said with a smile, "The blind man has no regrets in his life to have you as a friend and a son to send him off." "Yes. Let's go." Jianghu laughed and said, "Let's go home." Duo was worried and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Duo felt that his father's mental state was not normal these days. "I'm fine. I finally sent him away. No matter if it's early or late, I'm relieved of one of my worries." Jianghu said, "Ting, remember to buy some food and some good wine on the way back. I'm going to have a good drink tonight. I'm going to get drunk tonight." Wu Yuding laughed and said, "Everything happens for a reason. I'll count you in." Xiaonian and Duo looked at each other and felt that it was strange. In the past, it was fine when their father said that he wanted to drink. If he was drunk, their mother would have started yelling at them. But today she was unusually supportive of them. "Duo, you must always remember." Wu Yuding said softly, "You have such a godfather." "Yes." Duo nodded. "What I'm saying is, you must always remember, truly remember your godfather." Wu Yuding exhorted once again. This time Duo felt the pressure and said seriously, "Mom, don't worry. I will remember. I have Hong Dasui as my godfather." Wu Yuding turned to Xiaonian and said, "Nian, Mom, your brother's godfather is your godfather. Do you understand?" "Yes. Yes. In the future, whether you are the daughter of the Zhuo family or the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family, he will be your godfather. Do you understand?" Xiaonian blushed and said shyly, "Mom, I will remember." Lowering her head, Duo could clearly see that Nian cat who often made him bungee jump in the air. Even her ears were red. Under the transparent sun they were pink and cute. He reached out and touched them and said in surprise, "Mom, look. Sister Nian's ears are transparent." Before Wu Yuding could say anything, Duo had started to bungee jump again. Embarrassed and angry, Nian, whose body was almost limp from his pinch, went berserk and turned into a female T-Rex. Duo rushed up like a rocket. As soon as he landed, he shot up again like a rocket, even higher than the first time. He was already at the peak of the martial master level, and his true cultivation was not inferior to that of a high-level Xiantian. He was not afraid of such a height at all, but when it came down to it, he still screamed and wailed, "Spare me! Save me!" Similar words were being shouted incessantly. What if Nian finds out that I am not afraid and changes the punishment? Bungee jumping is still the best. To tell you the truth, I'm already used to it. So used to it. The Zhuo family was at the funeral. The Ning family and the Meng family were not idle either. Although the people of the Star Shield General Administration were still on the move and looked like they wanted to catch everyone, the two families could not hold back anymore. After all, too many things had happened in the past few days and they were all big events. Today, yesterday and last night, the Meng family's bloodline had lost 7 people due to all kinds of reasons. 4 branch companies were paralyzed because of all kinds of things. The Ning family. Their ancestral grave collapsed. Both the Ning and Meng families were looking for Blind Hong, but they got the news that Blind Hong was dead and the funeral was today. The two families felt that they had been fucked. Otherwise, how could they be so unlucky? They had never felt that Blind Hong was so important. Even when they asked Blind Hong to check feng shui, they did not feel that Blind Hong would be so important today. But at this important moment he died. The few qi gazers that they found during this period of time were all useless. This made Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng want to kill them. You said you could not see anything. How could you be Qi watchers? They were busy for the whole day, but there was no clue. Ning Suifeng was thinking. The figure that suddenly appeared in the white fog. What did it mean by pointing to the east? Was it a warning from the ancestors to the descendants? Was it from the east? What was in the east? The Ning family went to the east of the city to search. But everyone in the Ning family was confused. You didn't say anything. What did you want us to search for? Ning Suifeng also had a stomach full of bitterness. That figure only pointed to the east. What can I say? For the whole day, the Ning family almost turned the east of the city upside down. They went in and out of all the residential areas and suburbs in the east of the city. Almost every family was visited. Naturally, the Fengwu home district in the east of the city near the city center could not be missed. However, they found nothing. All the Ning family members were exhausted and their eyes were blank. Ancestor, what did you want us to look for? Or what? They were busy until night. Everyone replied to Ning Suifeng with a confused expression. Ning Suifeng was also helpless. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Ning Suifeng made up his mind and called someone over. Go. Bring 2 people and see if you can kill the spiritual thought goddess. Bring your phone. If there are any changes, contact me at any time or I'll call you. The person accepted the order and left. Ning Suifeng was bored of waiting, so he went to the Meng group to see if Meng Tianyue had any ideas. If there was a way, he would immediately call that person and stop the operation. After all, getting rid of the spiritual thought goddess was the last resort. As long as there was some hope, Ning Suifeng did not want the spiritual thought goddess to die at this time. When he arrived, the Meng group was having a meeting. Participants, Meng Tianyue, Meng Chintian, and all the Qi watchers. Ning Suifeng sat down quietly with a gloomy face and did not say a word. There was only one topic in the meeting: how to solve this imminent feng shui situation. After some discussion, everyone was at a loss. In the end, Brother Feng came up with another idea. If you want to find out the enemy's dirty tricks, there's another way. What is it? This method is just a legend. I'm not sure if it's useful. It can only be said to be an attempt or a reference. Speak. Yes, it's to find the most talented local youth. Because this person must be nurtured by the general trend of Phoenix City. As long as we take his blood essence and activate the compass, a few Qi watchers will work together and gather the general trend of the heavenly Tao in Phoenix City. We will find all the arrangements that don't conform to the general trend of the heavenly Tao and destroy them. There's such a method? This method is only limited to what I know. I haven't personally experienced it or controlled it, so it can only be said to be a reference. Yes, I've heard of this method, but it seems that no one has succeeded. I'm not sure if it's true or not and if it's feasible. Since you've heard of it, it's worth a try. Then who is the most talented person in Phoenix City? And it's a male? Everyone looked at each other. All these years, the Meng family and Ning family had been paying attention to the female geniuses in Phoenix City, but they had never paid attention to the male geniuses. After hearing this method, the Meng family and Ning family were excited for a moment, but then they were worried again. The direction of the investigation made everyone helpless. Check all the martial arts schools? Male geniuses. We have to find the most talented one. This is. Are we going to Star Shield to check? The one who improved the most might not be the most talented one. We have to check the files, check the Skynet, and compare it with many parties to confirm. Who has connections to the Skynet? Everyone shook their heads. The Skynet was the most confidential information network in the entire country. Other than the higher-ups who had the authority to check it, no one else could touch it. This matter can't be delayed any longer. If there's no way, we have to think of a way. If there's no connection, we have to find one. If we drag this on for a few more days, I'm afraid our 2 families will be finished. I do have a direction. Perhaps I can give it a try. Yi Zichen thought. Brother Feng, who had met Wuxia Duo before, pondered and said, when I first came to Phoenix City, I saw a young man on the street. Let's not talk about this child's aptitude for now. His cultivation is only average, but his aura. At least from the Qi examination technique, I dare to say that this person's Qi is second to none in the entire Phoenix City. Even if he's placed in the entire Central Plains, even in the entire Yanwu Empire, he's at the top of the list. Meng Tianyue's eyes lit up and said, Who is it? Mister, do you know the person's name? Of course. Brother Feng smiled proudly. The other 3 companions looked at him enviously. Was this guy the same kid who said that he would make a good karma? To think that there would be a reversal here. This was clearly a stroke of luck. Meeting such a person is fate. Naturally, I went up to test him. Brother Feng said proudly, so, I went up and asked for the kid's name in school. That child wasn't wary of me at all, so he told me everything very straightforwardly. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's eyes lit up when they heard this. The few Qi watchers that were invited were indeed somewhat useful. May I ask Master Feng what's the kid's name? Meng Tianyue waved her hand and Meng Qintian took out a bank card and stuffed it into Brother Feng's hand. Master Feng, this is just a token of my appreciation. There's 2 million in this card. No matter if it's a success or not, it's yours. Of course, if it's a success, there will be great rewards. 2 million. The eyes of the other Qi observation experts were already turning green. They hadn't even done anything yet, and they were already given 2 million? Great rewards after? This luck was equivalent to giving a mountain of gold to anyone they met on the street? Brother Feng's face almost bloomed. He tried his best to be reserved and accepted it. He said proudly, that kid is about 17 or 18 years old. His name is Ting Hao and he's studying in Phoenix City's martial arts school. Chapter 229. Ting Hao. Ning Suifeng immediately stood up. Go investigate this Ting Hao. There's no need to investigate. Meng Tianyue took a deep breath and replied excitedly, I didn't expect it to be Ting Hao. Ning Suifeng suddenly turned his head. You know this genius? Meng Tianyue's expression completely relaxed. Brother Ning, you should know him. Even if you don't know him, you should know his father. There should be only one Ting Hao in number 1 middle school. He's the son of Deputy Director Teng Guangyuan of the Phoenix City Business Bureau. It's said that a few years ago he and 2 other playboys created the title of Phoenix City's 3rd young master. Ah. Meng Tianyue said, it's said that he has already reached the innate realm. If that's the case, he can really be considered a cultivation genius. When Ning Suifeng heard this, he immediately relaxed. Then this matter is really easy to handle. A Shao Deputy Director of the City Business Bureau, what's there to be troubled about? Meng Tianyue nodded, turned her head and said, Master Feng, the formation you mentioned, how many drops of blood of this genius? Or all of his blood? Master Feng coughed and said, under the condition that it doesn't endanger his life, the more the better. Meng Tianyue nodded and said confidently, I understand, leave this matter to me. Last time when Teng Guangyuan drugged a girl in my club, I ordered my subordinates to settle it for him. Moreover, these years my subordinates have given Deputy Director Teng tens of millions. It's time to use it. Ning Suifeng was gratified. Good, this can't be better. Meng Tianyue casually took out her phone and made a call. However, the other side immediately picked it up after just one ring. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and turned on the hands-free mode. The other side had already started to speak with surprise, flattery, and disbelief. From the tone of the voice, one could imagine that the person on the other side was also bowing when he picked up the phone. Is this Boss Meng? I'm Teng Guangyuan. Yes, little Ting of the City Business Bureau. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and said enthusiastically, Director Teng, long time no see. I am Meng Tianyue. Hello, Boss Meng. I didn't expect you to call me personally. When I saw the number just now, I thought I was dreaming. Boss Meng, you're too polite. If there's anything, just let the secretary inform me. The enthusiasm of the Deputy Director of the city's Commerce Bureau had already reached a point where it made one's hair stand on end. Meng Tianyue smiled and said, How could I? Last time there was a problem with the local tax of the Meng Corporation, and it was all solved by Chief Teng. I haven't had the chance to thank Chief Teng yet. Besides, we have been friends for so many years, how could I not make this call? Chief Teng, we're brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider? On the other side, Teng Guangyuan's voice also became lively. I don't dare. Thank you for calling me brother, CEO Meng. My life is really worth it, but I really don't deserve it. CEO Meng, you are like the sun in the sky. Haha, Brother Teng is too polite. Meng Tianyue pondered for a moment and said, Brother Teng, when is it convenient for our 2 families to have a meal? Hearing this, Teng Guangyuan was so happy that he almost fainted. As long as Boss Meng says it, it's convenient for me at any time. Even now it's convenient. Ah. Meng Tianyue looked at the time and said, Chief Teng, we don't need to be in such a hurry. How about this? How about tomorrow morning? I'll bring my sister-in-law and niece. You also bring your sister-in-law and nephew. Ting Hao, right? Aha, let's have a meal together and have a good chat. We haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a drink. On the other side, Teng Guangyun's whole body trembled. Tomorrow morning? Okay. Our family will definitely arrive on time. Boss Meng, where are we going? Let's go to my family's Yunduan pavilion, the top floor. Meng Tianyue smiled kindly and said, don't forget to bring Teng Hao and sister-in-law. Don't worry, Boss Meng is giving me face. Our whole family will definitely be there. Teng Guangyuan put down the phone and sat on the sofa in a daze for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly he jumped up with a roar and hugged his wife and spun around 17 or 18 times. What's wrong with you? His wife was puzzled. Ever since she gave birth and became fat, her husband almost never touched her. Not to mention he was so unruffled today. Do you know who called me just now? Teng Guangyuan's voice was trembling and his pupils were dilated. Guess. Oh. Meng Tianyue. Meng Tianyue. Teng Guangyuan excitedly danced with joy. Our Phoenix City's richest person. Even in the Central Plains he's one of the top richest people. Wife, we're going to be rich this time. We're going to be rich. Meng Tianyue personally called and invited our whole family to a meal. He even specially said that there will only be 2 of us. He brought his wife, son and daughter and asked me to bring you and our son. Teng Guangyuan's breathing quickened and his eyes widened. Do you know what this means? We're going to be rich. He even called me brother just now and wanted to thank me. Aye. His wife frowned and said, this is for no reason. Why would Meng Tianyue invite us to a meal? There has to be a reason for this, right? Teng Guangyuan snorted and said, then you're underestimating your husband. You don't know how much money Meng Corporation has saved through my hands all these years? What's wrong with treating me to a meal? Get ready and dress prettily tomorrow. Teng Guangyuan looked at his wife and saw her swollen waist, thick and round thighs, and a figure that did not have any curves. He could not help but feel disgusted and said, why don't you know how to tidy yourself up? Sigh, that's it. All right, remember to call little Hao and tell him to come back tonight. Don't delay tomorrow's matter. On the other side, Meng Tianyue put down the phone and said with a smile, done. Ning Suifeng said, tomorrow we'll act according to the situation. If the first time doesn't work, maybe we'll need a second time. But it doesn't matter. A Zhao's deputy director of the city's commerce bureau, even if his whole family evaporates, it's not a big deal. Meng Tianyue nodded with a smile. Ning Suifeng suddenly thought of something and said with a dignified face, well, looking east from my family's ancestral grave, it seems to be number 1 middle school, right? Meng Tianyue and the others were all stunned. Everyone knew that the Ning family's ancestral grave had directly collapsed and fell to an unknown place. Everyone had been avoiding this topic, fearing that it would make Ning Suifeng unhappy. Who would have thought that he would bring it up himself? Meng Qintian at the side pondered for a moment and said, yes, looking east from the Ning family's ancestral grave, that's number 1 middle school. Ning Suifeng snorted and said, then this Teng Guangyuan's home, which direction is it located in? Meng Qintian found Teng Guangyuan's mobile phone number and checked the location. He said, it's also in the number 1 middle school area. Ning Suifeng raised his head and murmured, is it really his home? He frowned and couldn't figure it out. How could it be? The Teng family? What Teng family? Meng Tianyue asked. Nothing. Ning Suifeng's eyes flickered with surprise and doubt. He then took out his mobile phone and made a call. Stop the operation tonight and wait until tomorrow afternoon. He put down his mobile phone and murmured, what's going on? Zhuo family. After dinner, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan's face again as usual. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Now Zhuo Xiaoyan's face looked much better than before. Even though the death aura was still there, it had shrunk a lot and occupied less than 70% of the original. The purple aura behind the death aura was gradually showing signs of eruption. Looking at her face now, she has at least a 30% chance of survival. While Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried, he also felt gratified. His current physiognomy was much better than the first time he saw it, when he looked like he was going to die for sure. The torment during this period of time was not in vain. It was effective. Hard work could indeed change one's fate. Zhuo Xiaoduo poured a bowl of chicken soup for the soul in his heart and became more energetic. Then he looked at himself in the mirror and ran his fingers through his hair. He felt a little depressed. If being handsome could help him overcome a tribulation, then he was willing to offset all the tribulations that Nian Nian had to face in her life. Yes, there's one more important thing. That is, I've accumulated 13 drops of luck points. After a few days of fortune reading, I've accumulated quite a lot of luck points. Little by little, I've accumulated so much. But 13 drops. Why haven't I leveled up? I think my fortune reading skills are definitely qualified to level up. I've obviously reached the pinnacle of perfection. Why haven't I leveled up? Zhuo was especially depressed about this. But after being depressed for a while, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. The good thing about Master Zhuo's personality was that if there was something troubling him, it would be fine if he didn't think about it. Nian Nian. Ma. Sis. He turned around and wanted to call her Nian Nian cat, but then he remembered that if he called her by her full name he might get beaten up. He forced himself to change it and called her Ma. You have money again? Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes. Money? Isn't it just money? I have plenty. Master Zhuo has nothing but money. Zhuo Xiaoduo patted his chest. Then let's go and cultivate. Zhuo Xiaonian grabbed the sword that she had placed in the room as an air conditioner and walked out valiantly. There was one more thing to add. Because it was summer, the weather was hot. The Zhuo family used an air conditioner, but the air from the air conditioner was too strong and not nutritious. Zhuo Xiaonian's sword was in the scabbard, and it slowly emitted a bit of cold spiritual energy. Under Zhuo Xiaonian's delicate control, the temperature of the entire Zhuo family was maintained at 23 or 24 degrees. It was not only cool and pleasant, but also rich in spiritual energy that nourished the body from time to time. It could be said that it was a magical weapon for home travel. Chapter 230. After Zhuo Xiaoduo found out about this, Zhuo Xiaonian's spirit snatcher sword transformed into the family's natural air conditioner. Nian. Zhuo Changlu walked out of the study. Dad. You and Xiaoduo are practicing swordsmanship. Why do you need a sword? Zhuo Changlu said matter-of-factly, leave the sword. You just need to wear the scabbard. Zhuo Xiaonian thought about it and agreed. Why would I need a sword when I'm practicing swordsmanship with a dog? I'd better put down the whole sword. A branch will be enough. Zhuo Xiaonian said and put down the sword. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless for a while. How much do you look down on me? Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely depressed. Am I that weak? Zhuo Changlu ignored him. Seeing that the natural air conditioner was left behind, he went back to his study. Let's go. I'll show you how weak you are. You'll know yourself clearly. Zhuo Xiaonian excitedly pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo away. After leaving the house, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, there was a surge of tenderness in his heart. In an instant he had a feeling, today seems to be a good day to fall in love. Under the moonlight. What a good atmosphere. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt the moonlight soften. It was like a dream, illusion, and intoxication. It was really hazy. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt his heart suddenly melt. So he turned his head to look at Zhuo Xiaonian. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that she was really beautiful. None of the women he had seen could be more beautiful than Zhuo Xiaonian. He couldn't help but feel more and more restless in his heart. He felt that his throat was a little dry. He racked his brains and thought, how should I start a relationship? What should I say first? He thought and thought, but he had no clue at all. However, it was a good habit to ask when you didn't understand. If you didn't ask when you didn't understand, you would never understand. So Zhuo Xiaoduo humbly asked shamelessly, Sister Nian Nian, have you ever been in love? Zhuo Xiaonian was so shocked by this sentence that she almost fainted. She stopped and turned her head. Her gaze was sharp and puzzled. What do you mean? Zhuo Xiaoduo plucked up his courage and put on what he thought was his most handsome pose and face. Actually, I don't know how to fall in love. Zhuo Xiaonian? Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was beating like a drum. Actually, I know that you haven't been in a relationship. Zhuo Xiaonian's face darkened. What do you mean? What do you mean? Zhuo Xiaoduo saw Zhuo Xiaonian's unhappy expression, and his eyes seemed to be about to shoot out a murderous glint. Suddenly he felt his breath deflate and immediately became terrified. He muttered, Tonight, should we practice swords or concealed weapons? Zhuo Xiaonian was confused. She subconsciously put her hand on Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead and asked, What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Zhuo Xiaoduo inexplicably felt that he was too cowardly. He was angry at himself for not living up to expectations, but he didn't dare to change. He could only choose to continue being a coward. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. He said angrily, Isn't it just being beaten up by you? He wasn't angry at Zhuo Xiaonian but at himself. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Why are you so cowardly? Why are you so cowardly? Go ahead. Hug her. Kiss her. Hurry. That he kept scolding himself in his heart and encouraging himself, but his feet seemed to have grown roots and he didn't dare to move. Zhuo Xiaonian increasingly felt that this guy might be crazy. She said angrily, Beat you up? You're still not convinced? Zhu Xiaoduo's heart suddenly trembled. He said in a low voice, "I'm convinced." Zhu Xiaoyan snorted and looked at him sideways. Her big white eyes were exposed. She asked meaningfully, "Do you want to fall in love?" Ahem. Zhu Xiaoduo was surprised to find that the topic had turned back. He quickly said, "Actually, it's not that. I just feel that way. I'm already so old, but I still don't know what it's like to fall in love. How regretful that would be." Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed dangerously. She said, "You want to know what it's like to fall in love? Am I right?" Zhu Xiaoduo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. You see, it's a good time to fall in love." Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes were cold. "You have a target? With that? Governor Wan's daughter?" Ah. Zhu Xiaoduo was confused. "What are you talking about? How is it Governor Wan's daughter? What does it have to do with her?" Zhu Xiaoyan smiled gently, but there was a hint of danger in her smile. She said, "It's okay, doggy. At your age it's normal to think about these things. But it's actually very easy to decide whether or not to think about it." "Don't think about it? Why not? As long as you have enough training, you naturally won't think about it." Zhu Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, "When you train until you don't know anything and can't think of anything, you're so tired that you only want to sleep, then you won't think about these things anymore. We're almost there. Let's train well tonight. You'll realize how inappropriate it is for you to think about falling in love. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. The so-called flower and moonlight are all superfluous." Zhu Xiaoyan showed her canine teeth and smiled like a devil. Zhu Xiaoduo panicked and said, "I didn't mean that, Sister Nian Nian, look at me. I think you're still asking for a beating. Do you want me to tire you out again?" Zhu Xiaoduo said sadly, "Sister Nian Nian, actually what I want to say is, what do you think of my looks? I'm quite handsome, right?" Zhu Xiaoyan smiled faintly. "I'll make you even more handsome in a moment. So handsome that it's tragic." She grabbed Zhu Xiaoduo and left as if she was riding the clouds. That night, Zhu Xiaoduo was indeed abused like never before. The money he had just earned was all used up, and he didn't even get a single reward. In other words, he didn't pass half a time. He didn't meet the standards the whole time. He was fined until he was hovering between life and death. He was also beaten black and blue by the fist and leg training, and his whole body was in pain from the sword training. He was indeed tragically handsome. Zhu Xiaoyan held a tree branch and supervised him fiercely. Whenever she saw that something was wrong with his movements, she would hit him with the branch without mercy. The pitiful Zhu Xiaoduo was carrying a 200 kilograms weight. How could it be easy for him to perfect his movements? Naturally, he was beaten up repeatedly. "Fall in love. You want to fall in love?" Zhu Xiaoyan muttered in her heart. "You actually want to know what it's like to fall in love? Hee hee hee. Originally, I wanted to give you some benefits today and let you take home some rewards. Now it seems like there's no need. There's no need at all. For people like you who want to fall in love, you need to be taught a lesson." Finally, it was midnight. Zhu Xiaoduo lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, panting heavily. His whole body had been trained to the point that he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Zhu Xiaoyan walked over and looked down at him. Then she squatted down and asked gently, "Are you tired?" "Yes." Zhu Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and panted heavily. "Do you still want to fall in love?" "No. I don't want to." Zhu Xiaoduo shuddered at the question. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I'm really cheap. I asked for it. This is a witch." "Okay." Zhu Xiaoyan sat down beside him and said leisurely, "Why do you suddenly want to know what it's like to fall in love?" Zhu Xiaoduo complained, "I just want to fall in love with you. If you don't want it, then don't. Do you have to hit me so hard? I won't say that I want to fall in love with you in the future even if you beat me to death." Zhu Xiaoyan was stunned when she heard that. After a while, her face turned red and she turned around as if she had been electrocuted. "What did you say?" "I said I want to fall in love with you." Zhu Xiaoduo's face was swollen and his head was swollen. He was extremely sad. Okay. You made me. I really don't want to anymore. Everything is gone." "With me?" Zhu Xiaoyan knew that she had misunderstood at this time. For a moment she felt weak all over. She bit her lips and asked, "Didn't you say that the classmate of the governor's daughter, Wanli Xiu? Wanli Xiu is Long Yuxing's fiancé. What does it have to do with me?" Zhu Xiaoduo murmured, "Long Yuxing doesn't want to. If Long Yuxing wants to, you can just fall in love with him directly." Zhu Xiaoyan squinted her eyes. "Why do I feel that you are a little regretful? What do you think? What's wrong with your brain? How can you see that I am regretful?" Zhuo Duo felt wronged. He was so melancholy that he turned his head and said, I just want to fall in love. Why is it so difficult? Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted, but unexpectedly didn't hit him. Zhuo Duo couldn't help but stop talking. He carefully and sneakily looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan's face. Was it the sign of a coming storm? He saw Zhuo Xiaoyan sitting quietly under the moonlight. Her long hair was fluttering in the breeze. Her eyes were like water and there was a smile on her lips. She looked intoxicated. She was indescribably beautiful. His little heart, which had just been beaten to extinguish the idea of falling in love, couldn't help but beat fast again. You were so fierce just now. You are so beautiful now. Humph, who wants to fall in love with you? Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted and rolled her eyes. She pretended to be fierce, but the corners of her mouth and the corners of her eyes were curved. She couldn't be fierce. She thought to herself, if he brings it up again tomorrow, will I give him a chance? Thinking about it, she felt confused. She turned her head and saw that this guy's eyes were rolling around. She didn't know what he was thinking. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at her. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly felt indescribably shy. She was about to say something to break the silence. Suddenly, her expression froze. It seemed that there were a few auras silently approaching here. Someone is coming. I'm afraid they are up to no good. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed Zhuo Duo. Have you recovered? I have recovered. Don't move. Zhuo Xiaoyan's spirit suddenly tensed up. She was even more annoyed. She was about to clear up the misunderstanding with Gouda, but someone actually disturbed her. She was so angry. With this guy's cowardly personality, it must have taken him many days to muster up the courage to say that he wanted to know what it was like to be in a relationship with someone. After being so fierce today, he probably wouldn't have the courage to mention it again for a month or two, or even 3 to 5 months. He was already a coward, and now he is even more cowardly after being beaten up by me. Chapter 231. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed. Why are you such a coward? This is a coward. I knew he was a coward from a young age. After being a coward for so many years, it's become a habit. Today he mustered up his courage and finally didn't cower, but he got beaten up by me. That there was no point in being angry at this question, so she could only be angry at the person who ruined the opportunity. Who was it? Who was it that came to spoil the fun? Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was filled with murderous intent. Zhuo Duo focused on Zhuo Xiaoyan's face and didn't find any danger, so he was relieved. Then he started to pay attention to the surrounding situation. What kind of people would be coming? The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, so it wasn't a good time for night walkers to appear. Zhuo Xiaoyan closed her eyes, her sword heart clear, reflecting the surrounding situation. He could feel a strong malicious aura coming from 3 different directions. They were all over the dense forest and were quietly closing in on him. Zhuo Duo also said softly, Sister Nian Nian, there's a murderous aura. They are coming with ill intentions. Yes, I feel it too. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, but these people's cultivation isn't very high. There's only 1 origin core realm and 2 embryonic breathing realm. I don't know which side they are from. Zhuo Xiaoyan said this, but she was laughing coldly in her heart. Who are they? Which side are they from? They want to send a few small fries to deal with me. Aren't they looking down on me too much? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind and she instructed, Xiao Duo, the opponent's strength is within our control. You can use this opportunity to test the results of your hidden weapon. Zhuo Duo kept silent, maintaining his lying position on the ground. He nodded slightly, not feeling nervous at all, but instead feeling strangely excited. Zhuo Duo was very excited. Ever since he started practicing, except for the one time when he went out for training, he had never really seen blood or a fight. But today, this time, it was a real fight in the Jianghu. With this thought in mind, Zhuo Duo immediately had a feeling of the boundless world, the boundless world, the vast world, the vast world, and the martial world. He probably felt that he had become a hero who repaid debts of gratitude and vengeance. He even started to daydream, if I go anywhere in the future, people will have to salute me respectfully when they see me and say, Hero Zhuo. So you are the famous Hero Zhuo in the Jianghu. I'm sorry for my disrespect. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you, but to meet you in person. Today, to meet heroes with Xiong in person, I have no regrets. Scenes like this came one after another, one after the other. Zhuo Duo couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile as he imagined what would happen next. What should I say if it really came to that? How should he answer in a perfect way that would make him seem more approachable and not unreachable? But should I make people feel cold? Awesome Kalas? The wind whistled. The 3 breaths of the opponents finally got closer. They stopped about 30 meters away from the 2 of them and stopped moving. Zhuo Yin instantly located the other party's location and told Zhuo Duo. That kind of aura that contained malice was clearly a malice that wanted to kill the 2 of them. There was no mistake about this. Ling Yin, which had almost become a synonym for Zhuo Yin, was not just a nickname. 5 more meters and I'll make a move. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand and defeats the enemy in an instant. Zhuo Yin frowned, silently calculating the best time, position, and means of attack. In the eyes of the 3 people who came in from outside, one of the siblings was lying on the ground with a grass stalk in his mouth, looking very sloppy. The other was sitting, looking up at the night sky as if admiring the beauty of the starry sky. In addition, the 2 of them occasionally chatted and laughed softly, and the lively atmosphere that they were really no different from young boys and girls who did not know the taste of sorrow. They were completely unaware of the 3 people's arrival. 10 more meters and they could make a move. They would catch them off guard and defeat them as quickly as possible. The 3 of them made up their minds. Who cares about the Phoenix Meridian soul? The most important thing was to protect the family. If the family was gone, what was the point of the big picture? At this moment, one of them revealed a look of astonishment. That was because his phone was vibrating at this moment. Although the phone was on silent mode and vibrated silently, in this quiet night atmosphere, it was no different from a loud bang for cultivators above the level of martial master. The other 2 people who were closer to him were also stunned. Boss, are you kidding me? We're in the middle of a move and you still have your phone. It's fine if you have your phone with you, but you didn't turn it off. What's the use of silent mode? The sound is so loud that it can scare people to death. Not to mention the brightness of the screen. It's a dark night. Do you think the other party is blind? Even if you're leaning against a tree, do you think they can't see you? Are you stupid or do you think they're stupid? Then they saw their boss take out his phone and pick up the call. The other 2 thought that they were crazy or that their eyes were damaged and they were hallucinating. How could this be called a fucking secret operation? What the fuck? The other party picked up the call and nodded repeatedly. Then he hung up the phone and made a hand gesture. Retreat. Retreat? The other 2 people were even more confused when they heard this order. Boss, we've already arrived at the target's side. With your call, we've already been exposed. At this moment, your order is to retreat? Then what exactly are we doing here this time? Seeing that the 2 people did not move, the leader made another hand gesture. This time it was still, retreat. However, there was a hint of viciousness in his actions. If the 2 people hesitated, who knew what would be waiting for them? The 2 people did not know what was going on, but they could only choose to obey the order and quickly retreat. On the other side, the brother and sister were ready to take action. However, they were surprised to see a call from the other party. They could not help but be speechless for a long time. Zhuo Duo almost laughed out loud. This kind of idiot was too rare to see. They actually received a call when they were carrying out an assassination. And it seemed like it was the kind of call that they had to answer. Zhuo Yin's pretty face was also very interesting. This phone call was really a stroke of genius. Admittedly, it exposed the whereabouts of the intruders, but it also caused a change in the counterattack that we had been preparing to launch. There was really nothing to say about it. After the phone call, the brother and sister tried their best to pretend that they did not see or hear anything. However, they saw that the other party was completely unmoved and even retreated. At this moment, Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Yin were completely confused. Fuck, are you guys messing around? What the fuck, you guys are full of evil intentions. The sword is already in hand and the string is already pulled. The close combat is right in front of you, and then you guys decide not to fight and want to leave. Do you really think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Under Zhuo Yin's signal, Zhuo Duo jumped up from the ground like a carp and shouted. Beep. Stop. The 3 people on the other side were immediately confused. We were ordered not to take action, and that was considered to be letting you guys off. Now you guys are actually coming over. Do you want to die? However, on second thought they could not help but break out in cold sweat. So the other party had already discovered us? If that was the case, they thought that the other party had not discovered them. They thought that they could catch them off guard. If they really took action, they would only be caught off guard by the other party. With this thought, they could not help but express their admiration for the leader who answered the phone call. It was really the leader. At the critical moment, he seemed to be an idiot and answered the phone call, but he actually managed to avoid disaster. Otherwise, he would be the leader. Zhou Xiaonhua arrogantly strode forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The grass under his feet rustled, giving off the feeling of a hero roaming the martial world and looking down on the world. He nodded and said, "You three. I'm talking to you guys. Why are you running? Stop." The three people helplessly stopped in their tracks. This kid just had to jump out and make a scene today. That's asking for death. They can't blame us for this. What's the matter? The leader was also cursing in his heart. The family had arranged for me to kill people, but he strongly requested me to bring my phone to contact him at any time. Now this is such a joke. Do you think I want this? Today is very likely to become my disgrace. My nerves were so tense that they were about to snap, but the family head really called me and asked me to give up and cancel the operation. This was already enough to make me speechless. But before I left, I was stopped by the target. What the fuck is going on? Zhou Xiaoduo stood in front of the three people and looked at them with a frown. He raised one hand and his face was instantly filled with compassion. He said in a deep voice, "It's not that I want to stop the three of you. It's just that the three of you are fated to meet me, immeasurable deity." As soon as this sentence came out, not only the three people of the Ning family in front of him, but also Zhou Xiaonian, who was following beside him, also widened her eyes. "What do you mean?" Zhou Xiaoduo pretended to recite in a long voice, "To break the secrets of heaven and the mortal world, to give guidance to the Yin and Yang sect. The three of you have met in the middle of the night. It's really fate. There's something I have to say." "What is it?" "I see that the three of you don't look good. Evil is coming from the east, black gas is covering your faces, bad luck is hanging over your heads and white tigers are in the sky. Tonight, it's inevitable that a bloody disaster will befall you. I'm here to remind you to make a good karma." Masters Wu pretended to be kind and said, "The three of you, Buddha has the virtue of caring for all living things. I really can't bear to see the three of you leave just like that. It'll cause a disaster and death to befall you." The four people, including Zhou Xiaonian, didn't know what he was talking about. Wasn't immeasurable deity's Taoist name again? How did it become Buddha? Are you a Taoist or a Buddha? A bloody disaster? At that moment, the leader sneered, "Master Zhou, you're exaggerating, aren't you?" Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly and clasped his hands behind his back. He looked like a calm master, immeasurable Buddha, so you know me. The three people were full of murderous intent and ferocious. Obviously they were here to kill Ning Kai and his sister. The two sides were on opposite sides. How could Zhou Xiaoduo let them go? How many monthly votes would there be at 7? Chapter 232. Moreover, Zhou Xiaonian had the purple star illumination on her face, so she was not in any danger. Regardless of whether it was a divination or a person's physique, she was confident that she could deal with the three people in front of her. Victory was within her grasp, so how could Zhou Xiaoduo let go of the opportunity to earn a wave of luck points? Even a mosquito's leg was meat, not to mention the luck points that concern 3 lives. No matter what, it should be quite a lot. Masters Wu's name has recently spread through Phoenix City. The three of us have heard a lot about you and often feel that we've never met before. However, the three of us are short of money and really don't have the money to pay Masters Wu. Since we're not fated to have money, then we don't need Masters Wu to worry about our fates. The leader was a little impatient. He said a few words and was about to leave. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. "You. The 2 words you said before, please say it again." "I've been waiting for this sentence. Finally, someone is willing to say this to me. Although he's not Hero Zhou, Master Zhou is still very impressive. Not bad, it's nice to hear." That person was not interested in being entangled with Zhou Xiaoduo. He said impatiently, "Get out of the way." Zhou Xiaoduo spoke very quickly, "The three of you, it doesn't matter if you're rich or not. It's fate that brought us together. Looking at your faces, you're really going to face a bloody calamity. Death is at the door. If you don't listen to me and solve it, I'm afraid your lives will be in danger." The three of them ignored him and walked out with dark faces. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice sounded behind them. 10 meters forward, blood splashes 5 steps. "Don't blame me for not warning you. It's sad and lamentable that there are 3 more lonely souls on the road to the netherworld." The three of them moved faster and faster. They felt that this guy was crazy. They walked 7 to 8 meters in one breath. Suddenly, a soft sound came from behind them. Then the entire sky was pierced by a sharp aura, as if it had transcended time and space. It broke through the air and came at them. The three of them shouted coldly at the same time and dodged. Their eyes were filled with shock. You actually dared to make the first move with your insignificant skills? Then they heard Zhou Xiaoduo shout, Sister Nian Nian. Go. Bang. 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 3 explosions sounded. Zhou Xiaoduo's 3 jade gourds followed the opponent's dodging figure like a shadow, drawing a mysterious trajectory as they chased after him. Bang. 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 3 soft sounds rang out as they all hit their targets. Among them, the 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm were shocked to discover that their waists had been pierced by some unknown hidden weapon. They also didn't know what hidden weapon had burrowed into their skin, slithering left and right in their muscles like a snake. In the blink of an eye, it had twisted a few times. It was extremely insidious. A heart-wrenching pain followed. The 2 of them widened their eyes almost at the same time, filled with disbelief. Didn't the information say that this kid was only a martial master? This is the strength of a martial master? Reaching out to touch it, he found that the place where he had been hit was already drenched in blood. The hidden weapon was actually twisting left and right inside his muscles, and he couldn't force it out for a while. In this world there was actually such a hidden weapon technique. Even the primal core cultivator who managed to grab the hidden weapon in time felt a sharp pain in his palm. While he was shocked, his eyes were filled with killing intent. A martial master. A hidden weapon used by a martial master could actually cause primal core cultivators to feel pain and even injure 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm. Once this kid grew up, he would most likely become a huge threat. Just as the 3 of them were thinking this, they suddenly saw a flash of brilliance in front of them, as if the moonlight was pouring out. At the same time, an extremely cold feeling suddenly spread out, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, their bodies were cold as if they were frozen. Their eyes were filled with the bright sword light, nothing else. In a split second, a fairy from the horizon, holding a snow-white long sword, danced in the air, graceful and beautiful. Her clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind, as if she had descended from the moon, mixed with the world of ice and snow. Leave your last breath, let me kill you. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice sounded at the right time, eager to give it a try. The primal core cultivator tried his best to deal with it, but he only had time to pull out his sword to block. He still felt that his sword was completely cold, as if it had been frozen. Just now, when it came into contact with the thin sword in the opponent's hand, his sword had silently broken with a whoosh. Then he felt a chill in his arm, and the arm that was holding the sword flew out of his body. That person had just lost an arm, and before he could react, he felt a chill in his thigh, and his whole body was instantly half a head shorter. Zhou Xiaoyan's delicate body flashed again, and a cold, fragrant wind swept past this person. The sword light flashed in the air, and the 2 Ning clan experts in the embryonic breathing realm behind him also let out earth-shattering cries of agony. The 4 legs of the 2 people were all chopped off. Zhou Xiaoyan's body floated down and returned to the ground, but not even a speck of dust was raised. She stretched out her slender arm, and the thin sword body was reflected in the moonlight. The sword light was like flowing water, flowing quietly under the moonlight. There was not even a trace of blood on it. Good sword, as expected of the sharpest sword in the world. Zhou Xiaoyan praised and handed the sharp sword in her hand to Zhou Xiaoduo. Just now, the sword that Zhou Xiaoyan had used was Zhou Xiaoduo's sword. Yes, it was the cat spirit sword. As for her own spirit-snatching sword, it was being used as an air conditioner by her parents at home, so naturally it was not with her. Long before they had made their move, Zhou Xiaoduo had handed his sword over. Why did you leave them alive? Zhou Xiaoyan squinted her eyes, and the murderous aura from her earlier attack had not dissipated from her body. She was valiant and formidable, cold and aloof. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at her in a daze. He paused for a while, then took his sword and said with a laugh, I have read their fortune. Now that it has come true, I naturally have to convince them wholeheartedly and admit that my divination is accurate. Only then can it be considered complete. Zhou Xiaoyan could not maintain her ladle-like image and rolled her eyes. This is your fortune-telling? Zhou Xiaoyan's face was filled with disbelief. Who doesn't know how to do fortune-telling like this? Even I can do it. Zhou Xiaoyan only felt that Zhou Xiaoduo's theory was extremely strange. She even wondered if there was something wrong with this little doggy's brain. Reading the fortune of an enemy who was bound to fight? And then telling the enemy that there was a life-threatening disaster? Then he would personally create a life-threatening disaster for the enemy. Is this how you call fortune-telling? It would be strange if you still could not tell. You clearly have the Overlord's point of view. Even if there was no life-threatening disaster, you would still need to read the fortune to create one. What's the point of doing this? Reading the fortune of someone who is about to die and telling them that they are about to die? Even if you were right, what's the use? Can you become famous? Can you advertise? Can you collect money? You're too senseless, doggy. Zhuo Xiaoyan was speechless and did not think much of it. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Nian Mao, you really don't understand this mystery. I didn't know that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster because you and I knew that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster. There is a fundamental difference between the two. She thought to herself, there must be a fundamental difference. It was because I read their fortune that I gained something. It was an extremely huge gain, okay? Even if what you said makes sense, why don't you let me kill them directly? Do you have to kill them? What's the point of this? It's also related to your fortune-telling. Can you tell that they will die in your hands? Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and immediately thought of this problem that she couldn't figure out no matter how hard she tried. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked around and saw that there was no one around. He smiled and leaned close to Zhuo Xiaoyan's ear. He said in an extremely low voice, "This is not about fate but the will of the person. Do you still remember the small flying knife that Uncle Nan gave me?" "So what?" Zhuo Xiaoyan's ears were heated by his hot breath. Her delicate little ears suddenly turned red, and she only felt that her body was a little weak. She forced herself to calm down and ask questions, but her face was getting redder and redder. "That small flying knife can absorb people's blood essence and turn it into pure energy to help me practice martial arts. The more people I kill, the more energy it can absorb. That thing is much more effective than absorbing Astral Soul's jade," Zhuo Xiaoduo said in an extremely low and fast voice. Then he said in surprise, "Why is your face so red?" Zhuo Xiaoyan did not care about her blushing at this moment. She looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in shock. "Is there such a thing?" Zhuo Xiaoduo blinked and said, "Otherwise, how can my cultivation progress so fast? That small flying knife is a great help." With a casual sentence, he pushed all the credit to the dragon blood flying dagger. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly became nervous. She grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Dog, you can't tell this to anyone else." "I know. I'm just telling you. Are you someone else?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly. Zhuo Xiaoyan chuckled. Her heart was filled with sweetness. She whispered, "Damn, you have to make good use of such a peerless treasure. You must keep it a secret, top secret." Then she lowered her eyebrows and smiled. "Go ahead." She thought in her heart, "Dog, that flying knife was given by Uncle Nan. Uncle Nan will not harm us. Even if there is something wrong with him, my parents were there at that time. They should know it. This proves that this knife is only beneficial and has no hidden danger. However, the ability to absorb the target's essence and blood for its own benefit is too abnormal and even more evil. I have to check it carefully to make sure there is nothing wrong with it. But Xiao Duo doesn't need to know about this. I will secretly check the information in this regard. If there is no harm, I will let him use it. If there is any harm, I can tell him then." Thinking of this, her heart suddenly brightened. Looking at the three enemies whose legs she had just broken, her eyes became gentle. It was like looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's wallet. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked to the front of the three people. At this moment, their faces were pale and their eyes were full of despair. "I told you that the three of you would have a bloody disaster and your lives would be in danger. Why didn't you believe me? Do you believe me now?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a smile. Chapter 233. So what if I believe you? What are you going to do? The leader of the inner core realm cultivators looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo angrily. The intense pain made his body convulse, but he still held on. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Is it fun to tease a person who is about to die?" The words of a dying man are indeed true. You hit the nail on the head. You're right. It's really interesting. Zhuo Xiaoduo could clearly feel that after this person said, "I believe you," a cool feeling descended from the sky and merged into his meridians. The result of the three people's fortune-telling had actually allowed him to gather half a drop of luck points. This result surprised even Zhuo Xiaoduo. Of course it was interesting. It seemed that even if he looked at such a tyrant's fortune sign, he could still gain luck points. I'm really a fortune teller. Since the luck points had already been received, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not hesitate any longer. He took out the dragon blood flying dagger. "The three of you have a safe journey." Puff, puff, puff. The dragon blood flying dagger flashed, and the three of them died almost at the same time. "I helped you look at your faces. It's fate. I'll let you go in peace. The road to the netherworld is long. I won't see you off." Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. "I've been so accurate and good at reading, but you didn't give me any reward. Now that you're dead, the things you have left behind can be considered as a reward, right? As he spoke, he began to search the corpses. Don't you feel disgusted? Zhou Xiaoyan frowned. Every meal is not easy to come by. Even a strand of it is difficult to obtain. Zhou Xiaoduo said earnestly, people are guilty but money is innocent. In this world, money is not omnipotent, but you can't do anything without money. We should never deprive this money of its right to circulate in the market. This money is buried in the ground. It's so unfair to the workers who made it. Their hard work is trampled on. We have to respect labor. After a busy harvest, so fucking poor. How can they be so poor? At the very least they have one inner core and two embryonic breaths. The three of them only have one ring and nothing else. Zhou Xiaoduo was very disappointed. He pocketed the cash, which amounted to less than 1,000, and then handed the dimensional ring to Zhou Xiaoyan. That's all. Let's go. We'll look at our harvest when we get back. Zhou Xiaoyan was now bent on investigating Zhou Xiaoduo's dragon blood flying dagger. She grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo and soared into the sky, disappearing instantly. 10 minutes after the two disappeared, a black shadow floated out from 100 meters away, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Then he raised his head and said, Teacher Mu, you're here too. Let's take a look together and discuss. Who else could it be but Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin? In the distance, a white figure rose slowly. It was Mu Yanyan. One of them was worried about Zhou Xiaoduo, while the other was worried about Zhou Xiaoyan. Every night they would secretly guard here. Tonight, the Ning family only sent a few small fries. There was no need for the two of them to intervene at all. They were killed by Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan. In other words, even if the Ning family sent out the whole family, they would only end up dead here. And Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan would not be hurt at all. After all, Qin Fangyang was not the same as before. His strength had greatly improved, and he was not weaker than an ordinary expert in the middle stage of the cloud transformation realm. Among the experts in the whole Phoenix City, even if he was not second to none, he was at least in the top 3. And Zhou Xiaoduo and Mu Yanyan were completely unaware of this, and they could not be told. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that they would be fearless and slack off. That would not be good. Mu Yanyan floated out and looked at Qin Fangyang strangely. Teacher Qin, have you broken through? You have improved a lot. Just now, Mu Yanyan was hiding and did not find the existence of Qin Fangyang, but Qin Fangyang had found her. In the past, the two of them were almost neck and neck in terms of cultivation. Neither of them was inferior to the other. But now, in this situation, Mu Yanyan did not retreat, so there was only one possibility. Qin Fangyang had broken through. Qin Fangyang sighed, alas, I didn't check it out. How could I suddenly break through? His tone was full of a kind of regret, as if the breakthrough was a big bad thing. Mu Yanyan was a little stunned. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she felt that she had nothing to say to this sentence. How could he suddenly break through without checking it out? This act of pretentiousness was really fresh and refined. He was indeed the master of Zhou Xiaoduo. But you said it in front of people like us who are stuck at the peak of nascent soul and can't break through. How can we bear it? Mu Yanyan secretly rolled her eyes at Qin Fangyang. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Originally, she found Qin Fangyang very pleasing to the eye. Now he was a repulsive person just like his apprentice, Zhou Xiaoduo. This master and apprentice both had a disease that would kill them if they didn't show off. Qin Fangyang stepped forward and looked at the 3 corpses on the ground. He whispered, weird, really weird. Mu Yanyan also stepped forward to take a look, and couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The 3 corpses lacked any blood and their bones were loose. It seemed that they had been dead for several days and even showed some signs of drying up. Seeing this scene, Mu Yanyan suddenly remembered the situation when she chased Chen Yuding and others that day. Thinking of what Jiang Zhangbin and other people of Star Shield said at that time, and then looking at the corpses in front of her, and thinking about the money grubber's action of plundering the corpses, she suddenly understood everything. I see. It turned out to be this guy's doing all this time. After all this time, this little boy has been the mastermind behind the scenes. For a time, Mu Yanyan, who understood the past, was only stunned for a moment, and then fell into an incredible state again. But what on earth can make a corpse fall into the verge of decay in such a short time? Mu Yanyan muttered to herself. Qin Fangyang suddenly turned his head and said seriously, word by word, Teacher Mu, I want to seriously remind you of something. Go ahead. About this matter, I hope you can keep it to yourself. Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining and he said, this is my reminder to you. Mu Yanyan seemed to realize something and said, "Is it very involved?" Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "With all due respect, the people and things involved. Even the entire Kunlun Taoism may not be able to bear it." Mu Yanyan was really shocked this time. The amount of information in this sentence was too much. Looking at Qin Fangyang's serious eyes, Mu Yanyan pondered for a long time, and then solemnly saluted, "I remember Teacher Qin's advice and will follow it. I will never dare to take half a step out of line." Qin Fangyang nodded and accepted the salute calmly. "What I find strange is not this matter but Zhou Xiaoduo's actions." Qin Fangyang frowned and said, "Speaking of it, at that time when the three people wanted to leave, spiritual thoughts directly killed them. I'm not surprised. Even Zhou Xiaoduo jumped out to stop it. I'm not surprised. In the end it was spiritual thoughts that did it. I'm still not surprised. I'm just curious. Why did Zhou Xiaoduo have to read the fortune of these three people who are going to die? Why did he have to go through all this trouble?" Qin Fangyang furrowed his brows. "I really can't figure this out no matter how hard I try. Zhou Xiaoduo has never been a sloppy person. When he fights, he doesn't even scold people. He just goes up and punches. He never talks about reason. How could such a person talk so much about three people who are going to die for so long? He read their fortune and fulfilled it. He doesn't seem to be such a person with bad taste." Qin Fangyang really didn't understand and he really couldn't figure it out. In fact, it was not only him. Mu Yanyan also had a headache. She also didn't understand. At that time, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly jumped out to stop them to read their fortune. This action directly shocked the two of them. He said that they were going to have a bloody disaster, and then he made a bloody disaster. He said that they were going to be in danger, and then he killed them. It had to be said that this action could only be described with one word: disgusting. Well, if another adjective had to be added, it could only be described with another word: despicable. It was completely meaningless. Vent anger? How could he vent anger like this? How much was he tortured before he died? That wasn't the case either. After a few meaningless sentences, he killed them cleanly without any hesitation. Regarding this, I also don't understand. Mu Yanyan thought for a long time and honestly admitted that she didn't understand. She thought to herself, "You master and disciples' brain circuits are different from others." Qin Fangyang frowned and studied the three corpses again. Then he flipped the two people in the embryonic breathing realm over and used his sword to cut open their waist muscles. Then he saw two small white jade gourds at a glance. They were really small gourds. At most, they were only the size of sunflower seeds. However, Qin Fangyang's eyes narrowed when he saw them. Mu Yanyan didn't want to touch the corpses. Seeing Qin Fangyang make them so bloody, she didn't want to look at them even more. She only stood far away and asked, "Did you find anything else?" Qin Fangyang flipped the corpses over. With a hidden force, he shook the wounds that he had just made into mush. He shook the two gourds out and secretly held them in his hand. He said indifferently, "Nothing else. 2 in the embryonic breathing realm and 1 in the origin alchemy realm. They are all from the Ning clan." It seems that the Ning clan has indeed been going downhill these years. The aristocratic family that has been passed down for thousands of years. It has declined. Mu Yanyan didn't feel anything unusual. She said, "Actually, this is normal. They have done too many outrageous things. It is inevitable that they will suffer from the backlash of fate." Qin Fangyang nodded and said, "I have to go back. Goodbye, Miss Mu." He cupped his hands and floated away. After he left, Mu Yanyan glanced at the 3 corpses. She went over to take a look and immediately discovered that Qin Fangyang had used his strength to shatter the corpses. She originally wanted to see why Qin Fangyang had shattered the corpses. However, after thinking about it, she didn't do anything. No matter what, Qin Fangyang is not a bad person. I don't have to get to the bottom of things that he doesn't want me to know. As he said, it may not be a good thing for me to know something that I shouldn't know. Mu Yanyan's delicate body floated up and left. Chapter 234. Ning Family. When Ning Suifeng returned home, it was already past midnight, but he couldn't get through to the people who were carrying out the mission. After a few times he gradually felt that something was wrong. Are 13 and the others back? Not yet. Send a few people to search for them. Report back as soon as you find them. The ominous feeling in Ning Suifeng's heart was getting heavier and heavier. With a sullen face he kept pacing in the study waiting for the news. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, the people who went out to search for the Ning family brought back 3 unrecognizable bodies. They were placed in the yard. Ning Suifeng looked at the 3 bodies for a long time. 3 more dead. Can you tell who did it? I can't tell, but I can be sure that their legs were cut off by a sharp weapon first. Patriarch, look, the place where their legs were cut off is flat, and there are no signs of their muscles spasming. This means that their legs were already cut off before they could feel any pain. The bone stubble is also smooth. The weapon used by the murderer should be a very thin sword. The sharpness of the sword has reached an unimaginable level. According to the intelligence, the Zhuo family doesn't have such a weapon. The spiritual thought goddess doesn't have it, and neither does the Zuoxiao duo. Previously, the patriarch had already ordered them to give up on killing the spiritualist goddess. Based on the comparison of the strength of both sides at that time, there is a high chance that they were not killed by the spiritualist goddess. It was someone else. In addition, judging from the degree of decay of the corpses when they just died, the murderer is most likely practicing some kind of evil technique. And the lower back of these 2 people. This degree of shattering is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, it has to be above the level of nascent soul. An old man of the Ning family carefully examined the corpses for a long time and concluded, there was an outsider interference. And it was a top master. As for why they were killed, I don't know. Maybe it was the protector of the spiritual thought goddess? Someone from the Kunlun Taoist sect? Bury them. Ning Suifeng looked up to the sky and sighed. Before he could finish his sentence, someone came forward to report. Reporting to Master. 35th young Master has sent news. He's currently in the hospital. Young Madam is 7 months pregnant with twins. And she's having a miscarriage. Ning Suifeng stood there quietly. After a long while, he said with a trembling voice, how many pregnant women are there now? No one replied. How many more? Ning Suifeng shouted. No more. Not a single one. The old man who had examined the corpse lowered his head. His face was blank. After a while he said, before this month, there were a total of 47 pregnant women in the family. Now, all of them. Ning Suifeng's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. His body was trembling slightly. This was extreme fear. He knew better than anyone that if a clan wanted to rise, its population was the biggest factor. Only by constantly giving birth to new lives could the clan continue to prosper. Even if they suffered a temporary setback and declined temporarily, as long as their bloodline still existed, there would definitely be a chance for them to rise again. But now, the situation that he was most afraid of had appeared. Feng Shui situation. The person who set this up was simply vicious to the point of insanity. Obviously, this was to completely cut off the Ning clan's bloodline from the root. The ancestral tomb had collapsed and sunk to an unknown depth. All the pregnant women were gone. Then, when the Ning clan members who were still alive in the world grew old and died one by one, who would inherit the wealth and endless resources left behind? Pass down the order. Ning Suifeng raised his head and stood in the night wind. He said softly, from today onwards, the men of the Ning clan will lift the ban on lust. Lift the ban on lust? That's right. There's no need for a formal marriage or even mutual love. There's no need for any sectarian bias. There's no need for aptitude. As long as they can sow the seeds of the Ning clan. That's enough. No matter where they live. Ning Suifeng closed his eyes. He knew very well how sinful his decision was. A group of men of the Ning clan who had no scruples at all. Every one of them had skills that far exceeded ordinary people. To ordinary people they were supermen with irresistible power. If this order was passed down, perhaps thousands of ordinary girls who were slightly beautiful would be killed. But he still gave this order. Would they be able to escape if they were not in the Ning clan? Ning Suifeng thought so in his heart. Yes, master. The butler passed down the order. Ning Suifeng walked towards the bedroom. He had to rest. The light shone on his body. His back, which had always been straight, was now bent. Everything depended on whether the key point could be found tomorrow. If it couldn't be found, Ning Suifeng walked in. His lowered eyes shot out 2 vicious lights. If it can't be found, then even if the entire Ning clan's strength and the property accumulated over thousands of years, we must kill. Spiritual thought goddess and Zuoxiao duo. What big plan? What does it have to do with my Ning clan? Different from Ning Suifeng. Meng Tianyue let the secretary take turns to be on duty. She went to the study early. He didn't even turn on the light. He just sat in the study in a daze. He was in the dark and kept his eyes open until dawn. No one knew what he was thinking. Zuoxiao duo returned home. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. This money grubber didn't even have the mood to wait for Zuo Xiaoyan to check the ring. It was obvious that he was really tired. Zhou Xiaoyan sat in front of the computer and began to search for information about the dragon blood flying dagger. Was there any backlash from such a heaven-defying item? Were there any side effects? After searching for a long time, there was no relevant information. She could only give up. However, looking for this kind of backlash, she actually found some web novels. A group of ordinary people who had nothing to do were fantasizing about the magnificent life of a crooked cultivator. It was a dazzling lineup. Only one of them was called Wind Conquering the World. It was really well written. Moreover, the person was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but be curious. She murmured, "What did this guy write?" She opened World Defying the Nine Heavens and read it. She was immediately fascinated. It's written so well. It's great. I have never read such a good novel in my life. Early morning. Zhou Xiaoduo ate a stomach full of food as usual. He ate until the few pots were empty. He asked Zhou Xiaoyan, "Is there anything good?" Zhou Xiaoyan read novels the whole night. She was sleepy and forgot about the ring. She yawned and said, "No. So be it. A few poor people. I don't think there's anything good." He skipped out the door. "I have to go to school to cultivate." Zhou Xiaoduo ran away anxiously. He didn't break through these days. He felt his true qi was restless. He was really anxious. Today he was afraid that he would be beaten by Qin Fangyang again. Sigh, Teacher Qin was getting more and more ruthless. Zhou Xiaoduo had just arrived at the school gate when he saw a group of people waiting for him. Master Zhou. Master Zhou is here. Everyone in the crowd was very excited. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at them and frowned. The number of people seemed to have decreased compared to yesterday and the day before. Well, to be more precise, it wasn't that there were fewer people, but there were fewer luxury cars. It was normal. Although there were many rich people in Phoenix City, there were very few people at the top of the pyramid who could catch Master Zhuo's attention. Forget it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes shone with golden light. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for luck points. I'm mainly pitying the people of this world. They have so many worries. Today I, Master Zhou, intend to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I'll help those in danger and rob the rich to help the poor. I'll point out the mysteries of heaven and give directions to everyone. Master Zhou walked over with his hands behind his back. He pretended to be sage-like and walked over. Zhou Xiaoduo. A crisp young girl's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head to look at the source of the voice. He saw a young girl in a white dress standing under a willow tree. She looked like a lotus flower. She had her hands behind her back and was looking at him with a bright smile. That young girl was Bai Bingbing. The young girl today had swept away the heaviness on her face a few days ago. She had become youthful and lively again. She no longer had any pretense. She radiated a pure and fresh aura. Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo turn his head, Bai Bingbing's face lit up. She ran a few steps to Zhou Xiaoduo and looked at him with a smile. What are you doing?" Zhou Xiaoduo took a step back cautiously and raised one of his palms solemnly. "I'm at Ba Almighty God. I'm a man with a wife. I'll be faithful to my wife until death. I'll never let her down. I'd rather be the one who betrays the world." Ah. Ha ha ha. Bai Bingbing couldn't help but laugh until she bent over. After a while she stopped laughing. Her face became particularly serious. She bit her lip and suddenly bowed to Zhou Xiaoduo. "Zhou Xiaoduo, I'm sorry." "Zhou Xiaoduo, thank you." She stood up and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a little infatuation. Suddenly she laughed from the bottom of her heart again. "Zhou Xiaoduo, don't worry. I won't chase you anymore. I won't chase you anymore. Because the distance between us is too far. Since it's destined to be out of reach, why waste my effort and ask for trouble?" Zhou Xiaoduo smiled when he heard that. Okay. We'll be friends from now on." Friends? Goodbye, Zhou Xiaoduo." Bai Bingbing waved her hand and smiled. "I'm going to class." Like an agile deer, he quickly turned around and ran into the school like a wisp of smoke. She didn't say anything. Why was she sorry? Why was she thanking him? She didn't say anything. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't ask either. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled from the bottom of his heart as he watched Bai Bingbing run into the school. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, this bright and beautiful smile would definitely disappear forever. Chapter 235. Inside the school. Hu Ruoyun looked at Bai Bingbing, who ran over with a smile, but secretly shed a few tears. Bai Bingbing took a few deep breaths and returned to her lively self. She turned to look at Zhuo Duo, who was back to being a charlatan and fortune teller, and her expression softened. To be honest, Zhuo Duo handled the situation better than she had imagined. He didn't eat the buns, and it seemed like he was pretending to be confused, but did he really not intend to pursue the matter? Was it really just the 3 reasons he had mentioned the other day? Or was there another reason? But Hu Ruoyu knew that from this moment on, there was no answer to this question. Because there were no ifs in this world. That after seeing a few people, Zhuo Duo entered the school 10 minutes earlier than usual and went to class because he had something on his mind. He was surprised to find that the students in the class today, except for Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and Li Chenglong, were all absent. They had probably gone out to train. Qin Fangyang, on the other hand, was standing on the podium with his hands behind his back. Seeing Zhuo Duo appear at the door, Qin Fangyang turned to look at him. Zhuo Duo suddenly felt a pressure greater than a mountain coming at him. After Qin Fangyang's breakthrough, the aura that flowed out of him was even thicker, especially when facing Zhuo Duo. It was as if he didn't restrain himself at all. He looked as if he was going to crush this guy into pieces. Zhuo Duo instantly felt that he was half a head shorter. Do you feel like you've broken through today? Qin Fangyang's face was solemn and his eyes were heavy, but one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. No. Zhuo Duo panicked. It seemed that he couldn't avoid today's beating. He made up his mind and gritted his teeth. It was better to be straightforward than to be in pain for a long time. Zhuo Duo turned around with a heroic face, stuck out his butt, and assumed a standard posture of being beaten. He said, "Teacher Qin, I know you're going to teach me a lesson again. Come on, let's be straightforward and give me a quick one." Qin Fangyang was stunned. "Didn't want to beat you up today. Must have been hard on you. Your posture of being beaten was so perfect." Looking at this, but it was obvious that it had been tempered thousands of times and experienced countless times. Ha ha ha. Wan Lixiu and the others were immediately amused by Zhuo Duo's strange and familiar movements, as well as the popular and suggestive posture, and they all held their bellies in laughter. "Stand up." Qin Fangyang's face darkened. "I don't want to beat you up today. All of you, remove all the weights on your bodies. I'll give you an hour to familiarize yourselves with your current state. After that, follow me to the testing room." Testing room. Long Yuxing and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. The testing room was a place to test one's strength after breaking through to the Xiantian realm. Why would we have to go there now? Qin Fangyang's face was calm, but his heart was already very excited. Each of these little fellows had already suppressed their cultivation 3 or 4 times. Qin Fangyang had only helped to suppress it twice. Now that he was going to test it, it should be about the same. Long Yuxing and the others were hesitant, but their hands didn't slow down. They quickly removed the weights and immediately the floor was in a mess. Only Zhuo Duo was still undoing it. The weights on his body were much more than the others. His fingers, wrists, elbows, shoulders, arms, back, abdomen, waist, buttocks, thighs, calves, there were weights everywhere. On the surface all the weights were removed. Zhuo Duo seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then he took off his shoes. This guy's toes were also tied with weights and he slowly removed them. However, it didn't matter if he took off his shoes. What the? Wan Lixiu covered her nose and rushed out. Immediately Long Yuxing shouted, "Oh no! There's poison. It's highly toxic. Brothers, let's run." Covering his nose, he took the lead and rushed out. The others also rushed out of the door in a hurry. Only Zhuo Duo and Qin Fangyang were left in the room with an innocent face, and a certain smell that permeated the whole space. Qin Fangyang sighed deeply. "If I didn't see you taking off your shoes with my own eyes, I would have thought that we were at a salted fish manufacturing base by the sea." "Zhuo Duo, don't you take a bath?" "I take a bath every night," Zhuo Duo said as if he had been wronged, "but every morning, I run here while carrying 4,000 pounds, and stand on one leg to read my fortune." This. Qin Fangyang shook his head. He finally couldn't stand it and quickly walked out. "Quickly finish it and throw it out to disperse the smell, this smell." After a while, Zhuo Duo finally came out with a relaxed body. After removing all the weights, Zhuo Duo felt that he was almost flying. Even when he walked, he could feel the empty air in his pants and the wind was whistling. Probably because of the weight, everyone wore clothes that were 2 sizes too big. The few people outside also had a look of novelty on their faces as they bounced and jumped. They all felt that they had become experts in an instant and were insufferably arrogant. They were extremely excited and overjoyed. An hour of relaxation time was enough for everyone to familiarize themselves with their current state. However, the wonderful time was always fleeting, and it passed in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Qin Fangyang led the way in front and went to the testing room. At the entrance of the testing room, Luo Lai was already waiting there. Have you arranged it? Qin Fangyang asked. Yes. All the teaching staff have been chased out by me. It was neither sad nor happy. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of gratification. Some time ago he had passed on the torch and burned himself. This kind of instilling without sparing any cost had produced good results. These people's foundation was good. Moreover, he had spared no expense in instilling them. Their starting point had already far surpassed other martial masters and even Xiantian cultivators. Qin Fangyang knew this in his heart. However, to be able to hit such a number was enough to prove Wan Lixio's usual efforts. His instilling was not worthy of Qin Fangyang's pride. However, Wan Lixio's own efforts made Qin Fangyang deeply feel that it was worth it. He was very gratified. In the end, he did not let down his efforts. Yes. Li Chenglong neatly recorded this number on a small piece of paper he had brought. Wan Lixio, 58,500 Jin. Wan Lixio maintained her punching posture. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. When the number stopped, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes. It still did not break through 60,000 Jin. Just a little bit more. What a pity. She sighed softly. Luo Lai opened his eyes wide. He looked at Wan Lixio as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with this Wan Lixio? Why does she look like she is not satisfied? Luo Lai was almost going crazy with this situation. Chapter 236. 4 ordinary martial arts school students, even if they reached the Xiantian realm or even the peak of the Xiantian realm, the most outstanding ones would only be able to reach a strength of 60,000 to 70,000. And for those who could reach that level, they would at least be at the peak of the Xiantian realm. They would be walking the path of thorns or had already started walking the path of thorns, or had even finished walking the path of thorns. Oh, and there was another level. Only boys could do it. Girls. Since the establishment of the second high school, there had never been anyone who could reach such a strength in the Xiantian realm. Now, this girl in front of him could actually punch out a strength of 58,500 Jin when she was at the peak of the martial master realm and had yet to reach the Xiantian realm. Luo Lai suddenly understood. Why did Qin Fangyang have to be so cautious? For such a genius, even if he had to be more cautious, it was only right. Amazing. Amazing. Luo Lai clapped his hands and looked at Wan Lixio with admiration from the bottom of his heart. You are indeed amazing. Teacher Qin, I, Luo Lai, am truly impressed by you. Qin Fangyang's mouth curved slightly. Admire? It was still too early for you to admire her now. Long Yuxing. Here. Go. Yes. Long Yuxing stepped forward and stood at the same position as Wan Lixio. He looked at the target in front of him and took a deep breath. Then he shouted and punched out. With a loud bang, the big metal ball bounced up 4.5 feet with a bang. It also stopped for a moment before falling down again. Luo Lai's eyes bulged. At this moment, a terrifying and absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that these 6 people were all such geniuses? They all had similar strength? If he had not seen it with his own eyes and only heard about it, he would have thought that it was absurd. But the reality was right in front of him. His heart was filled with fear and shock. 83,700 Jin. Li Chenglong took out a small notebook to record. Long Yuxing heard this and widened his eyes. Looking at this number, he did not know if he was relieved or regretful. Wan Lixio pouted and looked at Long Yuxing. This guy, he actually hit his strength? His usual performance was about the same, but now his performance in the strength test was so much better than mine? Then. Yumoyan. Here. Go. Another loud bang was heard. Li Chenglong's record. Yumoyan 82,700 Jin. Next was Li Zhangming. 82,000 caddies. Finally, it was Li Chenglong's turn. Swollen gathered all his strength into his hands. With a roar, he also threw out a punch and directly punched out an impressive value of 85,000 pounds. This number had astonishingly surpassed everyone present. At this moment, not only Luo Lai, but even Qin Fangyang looked over in astonishment. Long Yuxing and the others glared at him with dissatisfaction. Swollen was so arrogant now. They really wanted to beat him up. Seeing that his swollen vanity had been satisfied like never before, he opened his mouth wide and cupped his fists in a bow, laughing incomparably infuriatingly. Thank you for letting me win, please excuse my ridicule. Qin Fangyang stood at the side with his arms crossed and said expressionlessly, "Let's do it again and confirm that the data is accurate." Luo Lai hurriedly stopped him. "Let's do it again later. Isn't there still one more? Zuoxiao Duo hasn't tried yet." The previous 5 people, no matter which one it was, could already be considered an unprecedented peerless genius in Phoenix City. Luo Lai was really curious. As the leader of these 5 people, what level was Zuoxiao Duo at now? Qin Fangyang ignored him and immediately ordered the second round to begin. Originally they had to do it twice, but after Qin Fangyang looked at it twice, he muttered to himself and let them do it a third time. Long Yuxing and the others all did it 3 times and took the average of the 3 times as the final judging data. However, everyone's results were about the same as the first punch. The difference was similar. Qin Fangyang finally nodded. Then it was Zuoxiao's turn to go on stage. "Zuoxiao Duo, you come to this machine." Qin Fangyang walked to the side of the embryonic breathing realm strength testing machine and patted it. Luo Lai's head was full of sweat. "Teacher Qin, this machine has a starting point of 100,000. This is a testing machine that can only be done by at least the embryonic breathing realm. Even though Zuoxiao Duo is a peerless genius, but you don't have to worry about it. Just wait for the show." Qin Fangyang arranged for Zuoxiao Duo. "Stand here and punch. Oh right, don't use any special martial arts to increase your attack power." Zuoxiao Duo nodded and walked over step by step. He stood still and took a deep breath. His gaze became unprecedentedly sharp and focused on the little red dot on the target in front of him. The others were surprised to find that Zuoxiao's whole body seemed to have swollen. His whole body seemed to have doubled in size. Woof woof. Zuoxiao Duo exhaled and let out a roar that sounded like thunder. It was a very imposing manner. But this sound almost made everyone's soul fly out of their bodies. Luo Lai, who was paying special attention to Zuoxiao's movements, felt his scalp go numb and his back turn cold. He almost had an orgasm. Fuck, did he have to be so different? Even when he exhaled, it was a woof instead of a woof. However, at this moment, Zuoxiao Duo had already lunged forward and punched. His fist was like a sledgehammer that could split the sky and earth. It smashed hard on the testing machine's target. With a loud bang, the entire testing machine was shaken back and forth by this huge impact. It made a cracking sound. The random big metal ball suddenly rose 4.5 feet and spun in the air. It stayed in the air for a full 3 seconds before falling down. Crush. The numbers on the screen were like a waterfall pouring down. Luo Lai subconsciously moved closer. At this moment he felt that his eyes had gone blind. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. He squeezed his eyes hard and moved closer to take a look. The numbers had not changed at all. They were shining brightly. Fuck. Fuck fuck fuck. Luo Lai said repeatedly. He only had one feeling now. What did I just see? Did I witness a miracle? Or was it a miracle? The numbers displayed on the screen were especially dazzling. It was 299,100 pounds. Long Yuxing and the rest were all stunned. Wan Lixio looked at the number that she had punched out, which was 58,500 pounds. She could not help but have the urge to cry. Was the difference so big? She had trained so hard and worked so hard day and night. In the end, the punch that she had punched out was not even a fraction of the other person's? Even if this person was Zua, it should not have been like this. Everyone present fell into a silent atmosphere. Even Qin Fangyang's pupils couldn't help but abruptly shrink. Although he already had some guesses about Zuoxiao's current level, he was still shocked by this number. It was too high. It was unexpectedly high. In the martial master realm, he had actually punched out 299,100 pounds of attack power. What was the difference between this and an attack power of 300,000 pounds? No wonder. Qin Fangyang pondered in his heart. No wonder Zuoxiao Duo could use hidden weapons. Such a fragile hidden weapon made of jade could directly injure 2 embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Moreover, it penetrated deep into their muscles and damaged their meridians. If he did not have this kind of attack power, how could it be explained? Qin Fangyang's face was calm, as if this result was nothing special. He said indifferently, "Give me 2 more punches." All right. After 2 loud bangs, the number was fixed. The second punch, 298,700 pounds. When it came to the third punch, which was also the last punch, the final number was a terrifying 299,999 pounds. The big metal ball flew up 5 feet and spun rapidly at the top. It almost flew out. Luo Lai's eyes were dull as he muttered to himself, only 1 pound away from breaking the record. My God. Such an eye-catching number, are you writing a novel? Full of shock, he turned his head again and focused his attention on Zhuoxiao Duo, the monster. He saw this guy walk to the middle of Long Yuxing and the other 4 people. He sighed sadly, failure. It actually did not reach 300,000 pounds. The starting number is only 2. Compared to your 5 and 8, it is far worse. I am very disappointed. The faces of the 5 people twitched as they looked at Zhuoxiao Duo as if they wanted to eat him alive. At this moment, there were only 2 words in their minds. Despicable. How despicable can you be? They really did not want to bother with him and turned their heads. Despicable. Luo Lai cursed in his heart. He finally turned his head and patted the testing machine. He sighed, this testing machine is really good. Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, how can it not be good? If there was even a little bit of slack, it would have exploded today. It is indeed not bad. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, the performance of the 5 of you is not far from my expectations. It can be considered as a pass. Zhuoxiao Duo and the others nodded in unison, their faces filled with joy. Luo Lai turned his head away. His face was extremely twisted in a place where no one could see. He cursed in his heart, this is the fucking act tough king. I have lived my whole life, and today I have witnessed the birth of the second high school's act tough king. Qin Fangyang's acting tough is enough to be written into the second high school's textbooks. He has produced a group of unprecedented geniuses. One of them might even be a peerless demon in the entire continent. But from his mouth he only said, it's considered a pass. What the fuck? I feel like I'm going to go crazy. Luo Lai swallowed the inexplicable vulgarities that were about to come out of his mouth. He tried his best to restrain the urge to rush up and beat Qin Fangyang up. I can't go up. I can't beat him. Want to act tough like this for once in my life. Luo Lai complained in his heart. I guess the chances are slim. Today's results only represent the hard work you have put in the past. Qin Fangyang said, remember your own values and go back to practice. You can go directly to the gravity room. Zhuoxiao Duo, you can enter the 50x gravity room now. Yes, Teacher Qin. Don't forget to wear weights. Yes. Got it? All of you can leave now. Qin Fangyang waved his hand and shooed the 6 of them out as if he was shooing flies. He closed the door and turned around. Luo Lai's eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was envy, jealousy, longing, jealousy. Qin Fangyang could see it all. Oh Luo, how was it? The students had already left, so Qin Fangyang did not continue to hold on. He shrugged his shoulders and grinned. He smiled at Luo Lai. These few students of mine, do you think they are still passable? I'm ashamed to say that with my teaching standards, this is the best I can do. Qin Fangyang sighed, I'm ashamed. Chapter 237. Qin Fangyang. Luo Lai gritted his teeth. I've seen countless people acting tough in my life, and I've also seen countless people showing off. However, I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would definitely beat you to death. Old Luo was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. If he could train such a student, he would be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. Qin Fangyang had taught 6 of them in one go, and one of them might even be the only one in the entire continent. He still had to act so indifferent. If he wasn't the act tough king, then what was? That's all he could do? Old thing. Luo Lai felt that his envy and jealousy had become twisted. When he looked at Qin Fangyang again, he felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. Old Luo, this kind of thing depends on fate and luck. You can do it. Qin Fangyang patted Luo Lai's shoulder. I believe in you. Under your guidance, such geniuses will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, endless and unending. You don't know how troublesome and tiring it is to teach a student like Zhuoxiao Duo. At any time, anywhere, you have to be on guard against his sudden outburst of arrogance. Qin Fangyang acted as if he could not bear to look back on the past and sighed, it's tiring. Luo Lai exposed him in disdain, keep pretending, keep pretending. If I could have such a student, I'd be willing even if it was 10 times more tiring than you. Yes, you're right. So whether it's Zhuoxiao Duo or the others, I can't give them to you. Qin Fangyang patted Luo Lai's shoulder. Old Luo, don't be envious. Even if you're envious, it's useless. Luo Lai was furious. Who's envious? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He scolded, your students have all left, why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Qin Fangyang smiled, I'm trying to console you. I don't need your consolation. I'm afraid you're jealous. I'm not jealous. Who's the bastard who told others about what happened today? Whoever said that is a bastard. And that's settled then. Qin Fangyang waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. Watching Qin Fangyang walk further and further away, Luo Lai couldn't help but spit and murmured, I knew you old bastard wouldn't be at ease. Even at the last sentence you still wanted to dig a hole for me. Do you think I'm stupid? How could I tell anyone about such an important matter? I'm doing this for the good of those kids. Qin Fangyang, aren't you looking down on others too much? That morning, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were still sweating profusely in the gravity room. In Phoenix City, even though the pressure was as heavy as it was now, and Star Shield was hanging high like a sword, there was still an unprecedented jubilation. Especially on the internet, it was like a boiling pot. There was no other reason. Just last night, Gu Luoyin had arrived at Antai City, which was only a few hundred li away from Phoenix City. Gu Luoyin will hold a concert tour in Antai City as scheduled. Today was the first day of Gu Luoyin's concert. Gu Luoyin's stay in Antai City was very short, only 3 days in total. Many of Gu Luoyin's fans were discussing enthusiastically. Those who could afford it even began to call their friends and rush to Antai City. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Taijiang looked at the people on the street who were discussing enthusiastically. They couldn't help but be confused and confused. When did a singer become so popular? Wu Taijiang scratched his head with his carrot-like fingers. He was very confused. Don't let Xiao Nan hear you. Xiao Xiong Nan is this girl's fan. Zhuo Changlu smiled. Xiao Xiong Nan is really old. Doesn't he know how old he is? Wu Taijiang snorted. Zhuo Changlu snorted and said, if I'm not wrong, Gu Luoyin's destination is definitely not Antai City. It's definitely Phoenix City? Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. Taijiang, let's make a bet. If this girl doesn't come to Phoenix City, I'll be your follower from now on. If she comes, you'll lose something to me. How about it? Zhuo Changlu seemed to suddenly think of something. He was very interested in the bet. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Boss, what do you like about me? Can you not trick me? If you're not sure about something, will you bet with others? Zhuo Changlu was displeased. Am I that kind of person? I think you can be more confident and get rid of the Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Back then, because our people were caught by the raging fire, you came forward and made a bet with the raging fire which you claimed that as long as you lost, you would give the Sun-Moon Pass to others. If you won, you didn't want anything else but a person. In the end, that idiot bet with you like an idiot. Then he was tricked by you and never appeared again. How many years has it been? Even someone like Lai Ho could be tricked by you like that. If I still dare to bet with you, I'm just looking for trouble and depression for myself. Zhuo Changlu touched his nose and said, what are you talking about? I didn't expect Lai Ho to agree without thinking. Wu Taijiang, forget it. Do you dare to say that you didn't plan that bet long ago? Of course it was planned. How could I not plan it well? Zhuo Changlu stared and said, if I wasn't 100% sure, how could I bet on the Sun-Moon Pass? Are you kidding me? But Lai Ho was tricked by you. He even thought that he took advantage of you. That's his wishful thinking. Wu Taijiang thought and suddenly laughed. Back then we were captured by more than 3,000 people, but you only wanted one person. I guess Lai Ho must have thought that there was something wrong with your brain. In the end, after you won, you didn't want any of our people. You only wanted the wife of Lai Ho to accompany you for a drink, a song, and a dance. Wu Taijiang slapped his thigh and almost burst into tears. Then, in front of millions of troops on both sides, you chased after Lai Ho for his wife. However, Lai Ho couldn't say anything. The bet was a person, but there was no stipulation on who it was. Later, Lai Ho found a middleman and almost begged you to release all of our people. He even compensated you with 10 rings filled with 100 cubic meters of things. Only then did he redeem his wife. He made a bet with others and then lost his wife. From then on, Lai Ho became the laughingstock of the entire Umno alliance. That guy was also a person who cared about his face. He didn't appear at all. It was equivalent to eliminating 2 big enemies for us at once. Lai Ho and his wife Ha. The more Wu Taijiang talked, the happier he was. Zhuo Changlu stopped him several times, but Wu Taijiang turned a deaf ear. This matter was so funny and so satisfying. Every time Wu Taijiang talked about it, he had to finish it. Otherwise, his thoughts wouldn't be clear and he wouldn't feel good. According to Wu Taijiang, he could talk about this joke for the rest of his life. He was counting on this joke to survive. Brothers, what? Just say it. What else do you want? Just say it. Anyway, I won't bet with you. Wu Taijiang said seriously, for what you have done over the years, I, Wu Taijiang, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. You really want to give it to me? Zhuchanglu's smile was very sly. I'll give it to you. Wu Taijiang said firmly. Well, Xiaoyan's defense is still SOSO. Zhuchanglu said, go to your aunt and take her clothes. Wu Taijiang spat out a mouthful of tea on the street. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Zhuchanglu pinched his philtrum and kicked him, but he didn't wake up. Wu Taijiang was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. So what if he fainted? Just you wait. Zhuchanglu was furious. Wu Taijiang, I told you to eat every day and not do anything. It's just a piece of clothing. You. Wu Taijiang opened his eyes and said angrily, if you want that piece of clothing, why don't you go get it yourself? Go find my aunt and take it off for her. You want me to go? How many lives do you think I have? Zhuchanglu was also angry. Me? Go by myself? How many lives do you think I have? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Taijiang coughed. Yes, brothers Wu didn't have it easy either. The two stopped talking and thought about their own problems. After a long time, they sighed at the same time, feeling a little dispirited. Oh right, why did Gu Luoyan come to Phoenix City? Wu Taijiang asked casually. She might not have wanted to come. Zhuchanglu sighed softly and said lightly, but it's possible. Now is the time when the wind and clouds are gathering. Gu Luoyan is also a phoenix. Since the wind and clouds are gathering, even if she doesn't want to come, she will be pushed here. She just came to see. Who's better and who's worse? Zhuchanglu smiled helplessly. You know, when dragons meet, I'm afraid they won't pay attention to each other. It's normal for them to brush past each other. But when phoenixes meet, there must be a winner. Let's see if your daughter can win. Wu Taijiang curled his lips and suddenly had a thought. Brothers Wu, is your daughter the daughter of you and my aunt? Then you brought her here. Oh. Before he could finish, Zhuchanglu covered his mouth and said sternly in a low voice, bullshit. How can you say that? Wu Taijiang almost suffocated. When Zhuchanglu finally let go, Wu Taijiang was panting, but his face was full of fear. Hurry up and get to work. Zhuchanglu didn't dare to chat with this guy anymore. You call that a fucking mouth? How dare you talk about everything? After you're done hammering, you should hurry up and leave. I'm seeing more and more of you now. You call that a fucking mouth? Zhuchanglu had a headache. If something happened to him, it would be troublesome, super troublesome. While Zhuchanglu and Wu Taijiang were chatting, Meng Tianyu's dinner party finally welcomed guests. The whole Teng family was dressed up and came to the banquet in advance. Chapter 238. Cloud Pavilion was located next to the Meng family's headquarters. Teng Guangyuan was pleasantly surprised to find that when his family arrived, Meng Tianyu's family was already waiting at the entrance. Ha 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 ha. Brother Teng, long time no see. Meng Tianyu's enthusiasm made Teng Guangyuan feel as though he was in a dream. He was so surprised that he was about to go silly. For a while he could not help but smile. Shaking his fat body, he quickly ran over and extended his hands from a distance. His fat face bloomed like a flower. Chief Meng, Chief Meng. Chief Meng, haha. You are too polite, too polite. Meng Qintian had a scholarly air with a kind smile on his face. On the other side, Teng Hao looked at the outstanding beauty Meng Qinyu. His eyes were glued to her, and he could not take his eyes off her. Meng Qinyu frowned, her face filled with disgust. Please, please, please. You are an honored guest today. This must be younger sister, right? Haha, younger sister and my brother truly are a match made in heaven. Please, please let us speak inside. The Meng family warmly invited the Teng family into Cloud Pavilion. They sat in the elevator and went straight to the top floor. Although Teng Guangyuan was the head of a bureau and had a bit of authority, when had he ever received such treatment in his life? The elevator slowly ascended, and Phoenix City appeared before their eyes one floor at a time. Teng Guangyuan's face was reserved, as though he had already become accustomed to this. Introducing this and that to his son and wife, he acted as though he was passing judgment. What did they see on this floor? What did they see this time? What did they see on the next floor? This is a true sightseeing elevator. It is intimately connected with all the surrounding buildings. Only the corresponding scenery can be seen on each floor. Layers upon layers of power were intense to the extreme. But at the top floor the scenery is limitless. Legend has it that there was once a poet who wrote a poem specifically for this elevator. Ting Guangyuan recited, "Thousands of sceneries, tens of thousands of styles. Each floor has its own view, and this is the only building in the clouds." Smiling, he said, "This is Cloud Pavilion. It can be said to be second to none in our Phoenix City. It is the most high-end place." This was also the first time the mother and son had seen such a scene. Their eyes were completely dazzled, and they repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. Meng Qinyu, however, felt even more impatient. Is there something wrong with my father's brain? Why did he attract these 3 bumpkins? Looking at the way this country bumpkin entered the city, it was really the top floor of the Yunduan Pavilion was a huge space. There were already more than a dozen people in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, leisurely drinking coffee or sipping red wine as they watched the magnificent scenery. They were Master Feng and the other Qi gazers. Meng Tianyue did not look in that direction. She was still eagerly greeting the Teng family and enthusiastically leading them to the table in the middle. As soon as they sat down, a clatter was heard around the table, and a curtain made of fist-sized pearls fell and fluttered around them. For a moment, the light refracted the pearls, making them look like a dream. Teng Guangyuan's wife couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes already filled with intoxication. "Bring the wine." Meng Tianyue clapped her hands. At this moment, Master Feng, who was sitting by the window, suddenly widened his eyes and turned pale. Sitting here, his mission was to look again and confirm Teng Hao's identity. Now that he saw it clearly, he was almost scared out of his wits. No, that's not it. He found the wrong person. The young man he saw today and the young man he saw that day were 2 completely different people. What was going on? Master Feng's face was covered in cold sweat, and the people around him also looked over. After all, they had also seen the Teng Hao from that day. Brother Feng, this doesn't seem right. It was unknown whether the person who spoke was worried, surprised, or taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. That day. It clearly wasn't this kid. Could it be that Chief Meng found the wrong person? This shouldn't be. Inside, the dishes had already begun to be served. Meng Tianyue appeared to be even more amiable, attentively giving way to others. The sounds of laughter and chatter continued, toasting and toasting each other. The entire atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. As for Meng Qintian, he furrowed his brow. Looking at Teng Hao's uneasy face, he especially looked at Meng Qinyu's intoxicated and self-inferior face. This was not right, right? This kind of person had great fortune on him? Smiling, he stood up and apologetically said, "I have a phone call." Please go ahead, please go ahead." Teng Guangyuan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Meng Qintian took out his phone and placed it next to his ear. Then he walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng and the others. Before he reached Master Feng, he saw his pale face. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Quickly walking over, he lowered his voice and asked, "What happened?" It's not." Beads of sweat appeared on Master Feng's face. "This is not the person I was talking about." "It's not?" Meng Qintian's eyes widened. "But this Teng Hao. There's only one in the school, this kid. And Teng Guangyuan also only has this one son. It's really not the one I was talking about." Master Feng was already on the verge of tears. This mistake was not small. He had instructed the Meng family to look for the wrong person. Meng Qintian's face immediately became gloomy. "Then who is it?" I also don't know." Master Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. The Teng Hao I saw that day was definitely not the young man in front of me. His heart was filled with hatred. That bastard I met that day actually gave me a fake name and a fake school. Just what kind of deep grudge do I have with you? I've only just arrived at Phoenix City, and you've already dug such a huge pit for me. This pit is going to kill me. Meng Qintian's gaze instantly became like a poisonous snake. What do you mean?" Master Feng was on the verge of tears. "That day, I really met an extraordinary young man. Yes, there are others who can testify. The 3 of you. You have to testify for me. That day I really met one, and then." The other 3 also had sweat on their foreheads. Helpless, they stood up and stammered, It's true. That day I really met such a young man. And then Brother Feng." He explained everything that happened that day in detail, but in his heart he already hated this Master Feng to the core. "You fucker. That day you flirted with him with your cheap mouth, but you didn't know that you were flirted with by him. Today you even dragged us into this pit. Now that you've made a fool of yourself, how are you going to clean up this mess? Are you sure?" Meng Qintian also felt sick and tired. He had always maintained good self-restraint, but at this moment, it was on the verge of collapse. His handsome face was somewhat distorted, and his demeanor was gone. The Qi Watchers were ready and all the tools were ready. The Ning clan was also ready to cooperate. All the experts of the two clans were ready. They were just waiting for the blood to be drawn, and then they would act separately. But at this juncture, you're telling me that you found the wrong person. That means you're wrong from the root. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. I'm sure. It's not. Master Feng no longer dared to look at Meng Qintian's face. His face was probably starting to smoke, right? Meng Qintian did not say another word. He turned around and walked back. Master Feng, on the other hand, seemed to have collapsed as he sat down on his butt. He only felt his entire body turn cold and was trembling non-stop. The others all looked at him with resentment, but Master Feng couldn't care less. He was only thinking about one thing. This time would he be able to walk out of Phoenix City alive? Meng Qintian walked through the curtain and whispered a few words into Meng Tianyue's ear. Meng Tianyue's face immediately changed. She raised her cup and stared blankly for a moment. Her eyes instantly turned gloomy. She then put down her cup and walked out with a gloomy face. She actually didn't say anything to Deputy Bureau Chief Teng, who was still enthusiastically chatting with her and calling her brother just a moment ago. Teng Guangyuan was full of smiles as he raised his wine cup with both hands. But when he saw Meng Tianyue suddenly stand up and leave, he naturally couldn't help but be stunned. This was a bit rude, right? He smiled embarrassedly and sat back down on his chair as if nothing had happened. He thought to himself, rich people have bad tempers. 3 seconds ago, they were calling me brother intimately. Meng Tianyue quickly walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng with large strides. Master Feng was already weak all over like a sow sifting through chaff. Looking at Meng Tianyue's wolf-like steps, he was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. It's not? How could it not be? Meng Tianyue's expression was like a storm. No, it's not. It's really not? It's really not. Meng Tianyue nodded. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Master Feng's face, then pointed again. She then took a deep breath, turned around and walked back. Master Feng sat down and felt his whole body stiffen. There were only 2 words left in his mind. It's over. It's over. It's over. Meng Tianyue walked all the way back. Her footsteps became heavier and heavier, and her expression became gloomier and gloomier. Suddenly, all the negative emotions that had been accumulated during this period of time exploded. This place was on fire. This place was robbed. This place was killed. This place was suddenly killed. This place was swept away. Every day, no, almost every hour, there was a lot of bad news coming in. Out of his own children, 14 of them had been confirmed dead until today. Today he thought that he had grasped onto a life-saving straw and was actively preparing for it, but it turned out to be a fake. And it was really like a stone sinking into the sea. I have been preparing for it the whole night and the whole day. I have been smiling apologetically until now. My face is stiff. I have never been so aggrieved in my life. Who do you think I, Meng Tianyue, am? Meng Tianyue finally could not hold it in anymore. She had just walked through the curtain, but she really let out a roar that had been suppressed to the extreme. It was like a wolf king that had been betrayed and left at the end of the road, letting out a final howl. Chapter 239. Big Brother Meng. What's wrong with you? Deputy Bureau Chief Teng, who had no idea what was going on, tried to persuade her with a smile. Calm down, calm down. Obviously, this Deputy Bureau Chief Teng, who thought he was a big shot, really thought too highly of himself. Meng Tianyue breathed heavily and stared at Teng Guangyuan's face. After a while, she suddenly squeezed out a vicious smile and said word by word, "Who do you think you are? How dare you call me Big Brother Meng? Do you deserve it?" Teng Guangyuan was stunned. His red and fat face turned pale as he stared at Meng Tianyue. Teng Guangyuan naturally didn't deserve to call him Big Brother Meng based on his inherent knowledge and status. However, it was you, the richest man in the world, who condescended to show your sincerity by repeatedly calling him younger brother. Only then did you call him Big Brother Meng. You have been calling him Big Brother Meng all this while. Why did you suddenly change your attitude? Deputy Bureau Chief Teng really didn't know how to react. Just when Deputy Bureau Chief Teng was at a loss, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his face. A glass of wine was splashed on his face, dripping down. You motherfucker. Meng Tianyue's suppressed emotions finally exploded. She slammed the table and cursed, "Who do you think you are? You damned fatty who was struck by lightning, what qualifications do you have to stand in front of me? Do you know who I am? Fuck you damn fatty. Trash. Bastard. Your whole family is bastards. Do you know? Bastard." Meng Tianyue picked up a big bowl of fish soup and smashed it on Teng Guangyuan's face. Then all kinds of dishes were placed on the face of Teng Guangyuan, who was just a little brother to Teng Guangyuan. She cursed while smashing his face. She cursed viciously. What dirty. What evil. She chose these words to curse. Teng Guangyuan stood there and was stunned. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but he did not expect such a reversal. His mind was in a daze. He was still thinking, what is going on? From the time he asked me out last night until now. He had been so affectionate the entire time. What was going on? It wasn't until the 13th dish hit his face that Teng Guangyuan came to his senses. He hurriedly wiped his face and said angrily, "What are you doing?" As for his wife and son, they were still in a state of shock and stupefaction. He was like a duck that had been struck dumb by lightning. He didn't know what was going on at all. How did things change so suddenly? He didn't know how to deal with it and how to face it. Meng Tianyu had gone completely mad. Because of this sudden outburst of emotions, he could no longer control himself. He cursed loudly while grabbing Teng Guangyuan's hair and fiercely pulled him over. Then he slapped Teng Guangyuan's face. Pah! The juice splattered everywhere. Meng Tianyu's hands also became greasy. The moment the disgusting greasy feeling touched his hands, Meng Tianyu became even more furious. He slapped Teng Guangyuan again and again. "Motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfucker. How dare you dirty my hands? You are a maggot in a dung pit. You are a cuckold son of a bitch." At this moment Teng Hao finally reacted. He roared and said angrily, "Stop. What right do you have to hit my dad? What right do I have to hit your dad?" Meng Tianyu was stunned. Then he roared again, "Because I am rich. Because I am the richest man in Phoenix City." "Hit your dad? So what if I hit your dad? So what if I hit your dad? If I hit him, would he dare to hit me back? Would he dare?" He shook Teng Guangyuan's head and laughed. "Do you dare to hit me back? Tell your son, do you dare? Talk to me. Do you dare to hit me back?" Teng Guangyuan was really beaten senseless this time, but he was still very clear about one thing. Although he didn't understand what was going on today that caused the current situation to take a turn for the worse, one thing was certain. Today he and his family were facing a life and death crisis. If something went wrong, it would be difficult to save the lives of the entire family. Hearing Meng Tianyu's words, Teng Guangyuan shook his head and forced a smile. "No. I don't dare." "You don't dare to hit me back?" Meng Tianyu slapped him again. Teng Guangyuan's mouth was bleeding, but he still shook his head and said humbly, "I don't dare." Another slap. Meng Tianyu asked in a tyrannical tone, "Did I hit you well? Answer me, you hit me well. You hit me well. Bah. Is it good for me to hit you? Great. Bah. Did you feel good when I hit you? Yes." Meng Tianyu laughed and said fiercely, "Since you feel good, kneel down. Kneel down." Teng Guangyuan knelt down. As he knelt, blood came out of his mouth. He anxiously called out to his wife and son, "Kneel. Kneel. Quickly kneel. Kneel and kowtow." The family of three knelt in front of Meng Tianyu and kowtowed. "Chief Meng, you are a great person. It was I, Teng Guangyuan, who was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have. Please let our family go." Meng Tianyu was panting heavily. Looking at the family of three who were kowtowing to her, a tyrannical pleasure arose spontaneously. With red eyes she grabbed Teng Guangyuan and laughed out loud. "I let you go? Who let me go? Who let me go?" Meng Tianyu shouted and punched and kicked herself. After a long time she sternly said, "Drag him out. Drag him out. Drag him out and continue hitting him. Once you are done, throw him out." Then he sat down on a chair, exhausted. Panting, his expression was dispirited and dazed. Ever since Meng Qinyu's father had gone crazy, she had also fallen into a daze like the members of the Teng family. She had truly been completely dumbfounded. She had lived for so long, but she had never seen her father lose his temper like this before. This was definitely the first time something like this had happened. Seeing that Meng Tianyu had finally stopped moving, she waited for her to calm down before timidly asking, Dad, what happened?" Meng Tianyu felt her anger dissipate like a tide. Her entire body felt weak and empty. Struggling to wave her hand, she muttered, I'm fine. Looking at the family of 3 being dragged out, she waved her hand and tiredly said, "Give them a beating and throw them out. Don't beat them to death." Today's matter, in the end, did not have the slightest relation to this family of 3. Their family was the one who had suffered an unexpected calamity, a calamity from the heavens. The Star Shield administration was currently in Phoenix City. If she killed a deputy director who was still in office, the trouble that would follow would not be small. There would be many loose ends that would need to be taken care of. Now was a critical moment. It was better to have one less problem. Thinking of this, Meng Tianyu could not help but feel some regret. Just now. She really should not have lost her temper like this. Ding-ling-ling. A cell phone rang. "Dad. A phone call for you." Meng Qinyu handed over the phone. The caller ID flickered, and the name Ning Suifeng entered her eyes. Meng Tianyu lay in her chair exhausted. Her eyes stared at this name for a long time before she bitterly smiled and picked up the phone. On the other side, Ning Suifeng's voice was a bit urgent. "Brother Meng, when will we begin?" Meng Tianyu was speechless for a while. Hearing the hopeful tone, she did not know what to say. After a long time, she let out a long sigh and quietly said, "Brother Ning, you found the wrong person. This Ting Hao is not the target." The other side of the phone also fell silent. It was as though even breathing had stopped at this moment. After a while, Ning Suifeng's voice was hoarse to the extreme. "Not the target? Brother Meng, what do you mean by not the target?" "The meaning is, this Ting Hao is not the person we are looking for. Forcing it is completely useless." After saying this, Meng Tianyu closed her eyes. The current him was truly physically and mentally exhausted. He had a feeling that he did not want to do anything and did not want to care about anything. He wanted to immediately wander the world and end his life. He truly was too tired. Ning Suifeng said a few more things, but Meng Tianyu's hand had already dropped. The phone fell to the ground with a clang and her face was extremely pale. She stood up shakily and muttered, "Qin Tian, I will leave this matter to you to manage." "Yes." Meng Tianyu walked out shakily with her head lowered. At this moment, this tycoon who had once commanded the winds and clouds of the Central Plains, the richest man in Phoenix City, was like an old man about to enter the coffin. She was filled with a sense of decay and bleakness. "Dad." Meng Qinyu worriedly called out. Following this, she anxiously chased after him. Meng Qintian's face was gloomy as he arrived at the window. Facing Master Feng and the others, he spoke with a voice that did not allow for any questioning. "Now, the 4 of you, go out immediately and find that person. No matter what method you use, you must find that person. I will tell you clearly, if you cannot find him, your entire family, no one should even think about living." Meng Qintian's gaze was like a poisonous snake coldly sweeping past. "Even if it is a dog, a chicken, or an ant. Don't even think about being lucky." Master Feng stood up shakily. "Young Master Meng. Go." Meng Qintian pointed at the door. "I will only give you one day. At this time tomorrow, either you bring that person here, or I will take your heads and go find your entire family to settle the score. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Get out and search." A few Qi-gazing warriors immediately rushed out in panic. "And you guys?" Meng Qintian pointed at the remaining Qi watchers who were rejoicing that this had nothing to do with them. "All of you go. What is the point of keeping you? All of you go out and search. If you can't find him, you will all die." A Qi watcher mustered up his courage and said, "Young Master Meng, this matter has nothing to do with us." "Nothing to do with us?" Meng Qintian's face was gloomy. He suddenly turned his head and suddenly stretched out his hand. With a light crack, he had already pulled off the head of the person who was 7 meters away. Tossing it up and down in his hand, he sneered, "Now, does it have anything to do with us?" Chapter 240. Yes. Yes. The other Qi watchers were scared out of their wits. "Then why aren't you scrambling to find him?" Meng Qintian shouted. The few Qi watchers were scared witless as they rushed out. Each of them had pale faces. Fuck. Just a moment ago they were all guests of honor, but now they were even worse than dogs that everyone's first thought was to hate Master Feng to the core. Is there something wrong with this Feng guy's brain? Originally it was fine, but you just had to say something like that and cause trouble for everyone. Now, where are we going to find him? In a city with 3 to 4 million people, finding one person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Is this even a job for a human? We don't know his appearance, we only know that he is 17 or 18 years old, that we don't know his surname, his name, where he lives, and even where he goes to school, that even if it's Star Shield, there's nothing they can do about it. Isn't this just asking for our lives? Then, everyone was shrouded in fear. This Meng Qintian is too ruthless. He is a completely different person from his usual self. The scene just now was as sinister as an evil spirit, as ruthless as a demon. He did not seem like a normal person at all. At the entrance of Yunduan Pavilion, 3 people who were beaten so badly that their faces could not be seen were thrown out by the people in the pavilion. The moment they landed, blood splattered far away. These 3 people's injuries were not light. They were already on the verge of death. The passers-by who passed by Yunduan Pavilion were all shocked. They all scattered far away. No one dared to go forward to check. The people who were beaten up by Yunduan Pavilion must have offended the Meng Corporation. In Phoenix City, there were not many people who dared to offend the Meng Corporation. After a long time, Ting Guangyuan finally woke up from his coma. He crawled to his feet and used 2 fingers to pry open his swollen eyelids. He looked left and right. His son and wife were still alive. Repeatedly kowtowing was still useful in the end. The situation just now and Meng Tianyua's expression let Ting Guangyuan know that if he retorted, his family of 3 would be dead on the spot. Help. Ting Guangyuan heaved a sigh of relief and began to call for help. God bless him, he didn't die. Meng Tianyua. Fuck your ancestors. You humiliated me like this today. Tormented me like this. What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this? I worked so hard for the Meng Group, and this is what I get in return. You invited me over so enthusiastically just to humiliate me? Just to humiliate me in front of my wife and son? Hit me? I'm not done with you. Does your Meng Group have information on me? Do you have something on me? Don't tell me that I don't have your weaknesses. If the worst comes to worst, we'll just break up and destroy each other. I'm barefooted, so why should I be afraid of you guys who are wearing shoes? Help. Ting Guangyuan shouted again with all his might. We dined and dashed. We didn't bring any money. We were beaten up badly. Can someone please call an ambulance? It was lunchtime. The cafeteria. Juan Lixiu generously placed a clean basket on the table. Master, please make 100 steamed buns. She handed over her meal card. Also, give me 2 bowls of meat, 10 big bones, 2 cans of chili sauce, a bowl of soup, 10 cucumbers and 4 plates of vegetables. Any kind of vegetables will do. Just serve them as you see fit. Behind the window, the chubby master stared at the basket that might have been used to harvest pigweed at home. He subconsciously twitched and then began to stack the steamed buns in rows. After all, he was the master of the martial arts school cafeteria. He had seen a lot of the world. The appetite of martial cultivators was far above that of ordinary people, and it was even more so for those who were at a certain stage. Even if this girl's appetite was a bit excessive, it was still acceptable. Behind her, and behind Wan Lixiu, Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan were all carrying large baskets of steamed buns. In the kitchen, a few big men were working hard to knead dough. Fuck me. What kind of sin did I commit in my previous life? Why am I assigned to knead steamed buns in the second high school cafeteria? This demand is killing me. Duong. There was a sound of someone going up the stairs. The person had not arrived, but the voice had arrived first. I want 150 steamed buns. 10 big bones, 2 bowls of meat, 5 cans of chili sauce. Oh my god, you guys hurry up. You can eat so much. Are you all pigs? Why do you all want to eat in groups? It was Master Zhua. Wan Lixiu had already spat a few mouthfuls of saliva on the steamed buns in front of her. Puff, puff, puff. Then she looked at Zhua Xiaoduo proudly. Are you going to snatch it? Zhua Xiaoduo, who was about to show off his power and reach out to grab the steamed buns, suddenly widened his eyes and jumped 3 feet high. Fuck, Wan Lixiu, you are good. You have balls. It's not easy to come up with such an idea. You wait, you and Long Yuxing better be careful. Wait for your master Zhua. Long Yuxing's little face suddenly fell. What does this have to do with me? Your wife angered me. Of course it has something to do with you. Zhua Xiaoduo watched Wan Lixiu's steamed buns piling up higher and higher. He swallowed his saliva and felt more and more hungry. I didn't expect you, Wan Lixiu, the daughter of the governor and the daughter of a rich family, to be so vicious. You actually dared to spit saliva on the steamed buns. You are really something. Zhua Xiaoduo was still indignant. If I didn't, you would snatch it. Who doesn't know your character? Wan Lixiu said disdainfully. Then she handed over her meal card. Master, give me another 120 steamed buns. She even spat saliva on Long Yuxing's steamed buns. She was proud and high-spirited. Zhou Xiaoduo was fuming with anger, jumping up and down. Okay, you wait. Long Yuxing, as a man you actually ate steamed buns that were spat saliva on. I feel ashamed for you. How can you? Disgusting. Long Yuxing rolled his eyes. That's my wife's saliva. I don't dislike it at all. Zhou Xiaoduo's anger had nowhere to vent. Yu Moyan, Li Zhangming and Li Chenglong were also speechless. They were so hungry that their eyes were green. Now they had to eat a mouthful of dog food before they could get food. Wan Lixio turned around and asked Yu Moyan and the other two, "Do you want me to get food for you?" Zhou Xiaoduo immediately looked at the three of them as if he wanted to eat them. He gritted his teeth. Yu Moyan immediately shivered. No, Zhou, you go first. Li Zhangming was also angry but didn't dare to say anything. Zhou walked up majestically and took over Wan Lixio's position. 150. No, I'm angry today. 170. Only the knowledgeable Li Chenglong's brain worked the fastest. He said, "Zhou, you're usually quite smart. Why are you doing such a stupid thing now? Who are you?" "You're the famous Master Zhou in Phoenix City. As long as you say the word, those who want to ask you to read their fortune will prepare a lot of food. But you still want to fight with us for food. It's beneath your status, it's beneath your style, and it's a loss of the atmosphere. So, it's too horrible to look at. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Swollen had a point. He would take some time out every afternoon to read people's fortune. As long as he spread the word, he believed that there would be a lot of people coming to him with delicious food. He could combine eating and reading at the same time. It would save him a lot of time and he wouldn't have to fight with these people for food. This was something he could consider. But he had to wait until after today's meal. He would think about it then. The big table that could accommodate 20 people was occupied by Zhou Xiaoduo and the other 5 people. The steamed buns on the table were piled up like a small mountain. Together with all kinds of meat dishes, it was a dazzling sight. If it were someone who didn't know the situation, they would think that this family could eat a year's worth of food. The 6 of them ate without saying a word. They all lowered their heads and stuffed the steamed buns into their mouths one by one. The scene could only be described in one sentence. 6 hungry ghosts reincarnated. When everyone had eaten 70 to 80 steamed buns, the atmosphere at the table began to thaw. By the way, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. Wan Lixio said, "It just so happens that my dad hasn't been very happy recently. Why don't we all come to my house and have some fun? I'll consider it an invitation to you." Zhou Xiaoduo vigilantly covered his wallet and said, "Let's make it clear first. I don't have a monetary gift for you, let alone a gift." Wan Lixio was speechless. "Zhou, you're now a person who earns more than 1,000,000 yuan a day. Can you not be so stingy? Being stingy is my virtue." Zhou Xiaoduo was not ashamed. Instead he was proud. "You're not stingy, he's not stingy, you're not stingy. If I'm not stingy, then wouldn't we be taken advantage of for nothing?" The other 5 people snorted in disdain. The level of shamelessness of these words could be said to be the highest in the world. "So, it's just a birthday gift." Yu Moyan reminded him, hinting at something. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't notice. He said majestically, "I never give gifts to people. I never give gifts to women. Yes. I never give gifts to women unless that woman is my wife." Zhou Xiaoduo found that he had found a reason. For a moment he was proud. "That's why I can't give Xiao a gift. It's fine if you don't have a gift." Wan Lixio snorted and said, "If you have a gift, then just do it. If you don't have a gift, then just perform a show to liven things up. How about it?" Long Yuxing hurriedly raised his hand. "I have a gift." After that he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with disdain. Yu Moyan raised his hand. "I have a gift too." Then he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with disdain. Li Chengming and Li Chenglong said in unison, "I'll prepare a gift." Then they looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with disdain. Zhou Xiaoduo hesitated for a long time. It was difficult for him to choose between his wallet and his face. In the end he felt that face was nothing. Can face be exchanged for money? Zhou Xiaoduo. What's the use of face? When he thought of this he suddenly felt enlightened. He said, "I've decided. I'll prepare a small show." Chapter 241. Zhou was proud of himself as he faced the disdainful gazes. He secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart for being so quick-witted. "I'm so quick-witted. I've saved myself another few 100,000. Zhuo Duo made up his mind and suddenly felt that he was in the right. His reasons became more and more overwhelming as he said, "It's Xiuer's birthday. It's not right for so many of us to perform a show. You cowards only know how to spend money and nothing else. I'll have to personally carry out this great task." This guy was actually looking down on others. Suddenly, 5 pairs of eyes rolled at the same time. This miser would rather perform a show than give a gift. This stingy guy is really stingy. How can he say that we're in the wrong? Little did they know that Zhuo Duo also had his own difficulties. Was Wan Lixiu's family short of money? Obviously they were not short of money. If I were to give her a gift of 12 million or 20,000, not only would she not like it, but I would also be heartbroken. It's a typical thankless task. Besides, if I were to give her a gift, with her status, what kind of good things have she not seen before? I, Zhuo Duo, am so poor, where can I get a precious gift? She wouldn't even be interested in an ordinary gift. Or am I just waiting to embarrass myself? Now Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others had obviously prepared a gift. Needless to say, it was Long Yuxing's fiancée's birthday. The gift would be at least a few 100,000, right? Besides, wasn't it just a show? What was there? What could there be? Everyone was so familiar with each other. Why would they care about a small show like this? Not to mention anything else, even if they went up and farted. It would also be lively. Zhuo wishful thinking could be said to be loud and clear. Wan Lixio squinted and said, "Zhuo, since we agreed to perform a show, you can't go back on your word." Zhuo Duo patted his chest heroically and said, "What are you talking about? Isn't it just a show? It's Xiuer's birthday. We're such good classmates. Shouldn't I perform a show? As long as he could save money." Cough cough. What I'm saying is, a real man must keep his word. His words are like the wind and his words carry enormous weight. You can't show off your martial arts skills. If you want to go up and fight with your fists and swords, you won't be able to do it. Am I, Zhuo Duo, that kind of person? I have to say this in advance. I know your character quite well. Wan Lixio did not trust Zhuo Duo's integrity at all. If you say yes, then say yes. How about singing or dancing? Just choose one so that I can be mentally prepared. You can sing or dance. Really? Really? Let's seal the deal. Wan Lixio stretched out her palm. Papa. Zhuo Duo immediately clapped his hands to finalize the deal. He heaved a sigh of relief. He could save a lot of money. Moreover, it would save a huge sum of money. Awesome. Boss. When Li Chenglong saw that Zhuo Duo had fallen into the trap, he jumped out to remind him, "About this show, it's not that easy to perform." Zhuo Duo did not retract his hand. He maintained the clapping position and tilted his head to look at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong laughed sinisterly. Zhuo probably didn't hear what Xiu said just now. Zhuo Duo vaguely felt that something was wrong. He said, "What did she say? Why didn't I hear it clearly?" Just now, he was so focused on the gifts and monetary gifts that he did not pay attention. Was there something else? Xiu is right. Her father wants to hold a big event to liven things up. That's our Phoenix City's Governor Wan, his big event. Zhuo, think about it, there will be a lot of people coming. At the very least, there will be a special stage for performances. Zhuo, oh Zhuo, you've been tricked. Ah. At first, Li Chenglong sighed and looked worried for Boss Zhuo. But in the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, taking pleasure in Boss Zhuo's misfortune. He slapped his thigh and tears flowed out. Io? Zhuo has been tricked. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years event. I'm dying of laughter. Zhuo Duo was stunned on the spot. After a while, he turned his head to look at Wan Lixio. Wan Lixio playfully clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Boss Zhuo, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. His words are like the wind, and his words carry enormous weight. This is your own choice, no one forced you." Zhuo Duo's face twitched. When did I become a gentleman? Why didn't I know? It doesn't matter if you're a gentleman or not. You can give me money or gifts. I can accept a monetary gift of 1 million, or a gift that is not lower than the market price. Wan Lixio said, "They are all of this level. You are the boss and should be the first, but I'm willing to accommodate you." 1 million. Zhuo Duo's heart trembled. Zhuo Duo looked at them one by one. The others met his gaze and nodded. They looked straight ahead and were confident. I don't fucking believe it. How much money do you have when you're all together? A gift of 1 million per person, who are you trying to fool? Li Chenglong, how dare you say that you can easily take out 1 million? Who are you trying to fool? Zhuo Duo roared. Li Chenglong chuckled and explained, "Boss Zhuo, we're not the same as we used to be. We're all rich now. The harvest from the previous experience is not only enough to meet our needs for cultivation, but also a lot of wealth. Exchange points are recognized as a hard currency, and the market value is very high. A gift of 1 million is really not difficult for me now. Zhuoxiaoduo was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. Immediately, he realized that Li Chenglong had become a dragon overnight. He had gained a lot from the experience. He was already a rich man. Performance, then let's perform. Zhuoxiaoduo puffed out his chest and said without fear of death, "What's there to be afraid of when there are more people? I'll accept it." This miser would rather give up his face than his wealth. Oh yeah. The 5 of them applauded together. Yu Moyan whistled and soared into the sky. Little did they know that Zhuoxiaoduo was also suffering in the heart of a child. He only earned a little money every day. Zhuoxiaonian knew his password. That was clear. If she found out that he had spent 1 million to celebrate Wan Lixio's birthday, that just thinking about it made Zhuoxiaoduo shudder and break out in cold sweat. The consequences would be really unimaginable. Tragically accepting the fact that he was about to perform in front of everyone, Zhuoxiaoduo glanced at Li Chenglong from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but feel angry. He was so angry that he became bold. This guy was gloating just now. Why was he still laughing now? Are you the reincarnation of a laughing spirit? Do you think you're so great after becoming a dragon overnight? Come. Zhuoxiaoduo finished the last few steamed buns in a few bites. I'll compare notes with you. Li Chenglong was stunned. His expression changed abruptly. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Help!" Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio pretended not to see or hear anything. Li Zhangming and Yu Moyan lowered their heads and ate silently. They were afraid that Zhuoxiaoduo would notice them and bring disaster to them. Are you kidding? Help. Who would dare to help? That guy is a ruthless person with a punch of 300,000 pounds. Our punch is only a little more than 80,000 pounds. We can't save him even if we want to. We'll be thankful if the flames of war don't spread to us. Li Chenglong was dragged out by Zhuoxiaoduo. In a moment of desperation, Li Chenglong began to expose them. The fact that everyone gave Wan Lixio a birthday present was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy against you. Li Qingming, Yu Moyan, and Long Yuxing conspired to come up with this idea. Yu Moyan was the mastermind, Long Yuxing was an accomplice, Li Zhangming was the one who added fuel to the fire, and I was only the one who played a supporting role. Li Chenglong betrayed his teammates desperately. Really? I'm just a small character in this matter. Even if you want to beat someone, you can't just beat me. Long Yuxing, Li Zhangming, and Yu Moyan were extremely shocked when they heard this. Disloyal. Spineless. Coward. I knew it. He's a traitor. Even when he's about to die, he still wants to drag someone down with him. Shameless. Shameless traitor. Zhuoxiaoduo snorted. Whether it's shameless or not, we'll talk about it later. The 3 of you come out now. Or do you want me to drag you out? Long Yuxing screamed and quickly jumped out of the window. Yu Moyan was about to rush out as well when he felt his scalp tighten. Zhuoxiaoduo had already grabbed his hair and pulled him back. He screamed and fell onto Li Zhangming's body. The 2 of them rolled on the ground like gourds. Teacher Qin's hair-grabbing technique had already surpassed Zhuoxiaoduo's usage. Just when Yu Moyan and Li Zhangming were rolling on the ground, a shadow flashed again. Zhuoxiaoduo jumped in from the window like Long Yuxing. His right hand was still holding onto Long Yuxing who had just jumped out. His movements were so fast that it was shocking. Let's go down. When they went outside, they didn't talk nonsense. They left the north and south fighting things and gave them a good beating. In the end, the 4 of them begged for mercy and it ended. Zhuoxiaoduo finally vented his anger, but his heart was still melancholy. He had already said it in front of Wan Lixio who was about to celebrate her birthday. If he didn't fulfill his promise, it wouldn't be right. But did he really have to perform? That seemed a little shameful. Should he go up and play the guitar? Sing a song? It wasn't impossible, but what should he sing? While thinking about it, Zhuoxiaoduo entered the 50x gravity room. After eating his fill with the dragon blood flying dagger, Zhuoxiaoduo felt his training speed increase again. Coupled with the absorption of the jade of astral souls, all the energy in his dantian gradually turned into heat energy from the flaming sun sutra. After the conversion, the energy in his body finally surged violently. It seemed like he was about to break through again. Zhuoxiaoduo even felt that if the energy in his body became restless this time, he wouldn't be able to resist it anymore. For a moment he couldn't help but feel sad and depressed. Even if I have the help of a cheat, I'm still not as good as Nian Mao. How many times have I done it? Chapter 242. If I can't surpass Nian Mao in the past, then my chances of catching up with Nian Mao in the future will be very slim. Or maybe I won't be able to do it at all. For the first time, Zuo Duo didn't stay in the gravity room until 6 p.m. At 5:30 p.m. he stopped cultivating because he was troubled by a lot of things. I can't absorb anymore. If I do, I'm afraid I'll really break through. Zuo Duo meditated for a while and tried to calm down the primordial qi in his body. Then he opened the door and walked out dejectedly. Qin Fangyang was standing under the big tree at the door with his hands behind his back. He was surprised when he heard the door open behind him. Who came out early? He turned around and was even more surprised when he saw who it was. It was Zuo Duo, the cultivation maniac. But today Zuo head was lowered and he looked dejected. Qin Fangyang couldn't get used to it and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This kid's progress is terrifying. What's going on? What was he trying to do? What's wrong with you? Qin Fangyang asked. I'm afraid I can't control the breakthrough this time. Zuo Duo was very disappointed and listless. It's hard to break through now. Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. Ha! I thought I'd have to restrain at least 10 more times. Zuo Duo said disappointedly, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Teacher Qin, don't you think I'm useless? Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched. After what happened last night, how could he not know that he had greatly wronged Zuo Duo these past few days? Although he didn't know the reason, but Zuo Duo's improvement in this period of time was terrifying. Looking at Zuo Duo's disappointed face, Qin Fangyang rubbed his chin and pondered, should I tell him that my greatest expectation for him is to reach the peak of the martial master realm, with a strength of over 100,000 jin? Right now, Zuo Duo had already exceeded his target by 3 times. This result was enough to shock the entire continent. Not to mention, there was also the additional increase brought about by the breakthrough. After thinking about it, Qin Fangyang still decided not to tell him. Firstly, he told him that this brat was definitely going to show off and act shamelessly again. That shamelessness would definitely make anyone who saw it have the urge to beat him to death. Secondly, looking at this guy's frowning face now was quite amusing and pleasing to the eye. Qin Fangyang decided to observe for a few more days. Yes, although it is indeed a little early. Qin Fangyang coughed and said, the number of times you controlled it was also a little low, but it still reached the lower limit of my estimation. Especially the strength of your attacks, your performance was the most remarkable. It's not unacceptable to break through now. Sometimes human strength is limited. Zuo Duo said bitterly, but I heard that when Yen Cat broke through, she suppressed it more than 50 times. Over 50 times? Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. No wonder this brat was like this. It turned out that he had a great conman behind him who was even more ruthless than him. Although Qin Fangyang did not know how many times the spiritual thought goddess suppressed it, he dared to guarantee that it was definitely not more than 10 times. Because it was said that the spiritual thought goddess Thorny Road was compressed 8 times. And 8 times of compression was already at the level of a peerless genius. However, if it was really like what Zuo Duo said and it was more than 50 times, then it would not be 8 times of compression. It would be another number that no one dared to believe. Patting Zuo Duo's shoulder, Qin Fangyang comforted and encouraged him. If you can control it, then try to control it more. If you really can't control it, it's okay to break through. You've already, cough done well. Zuo Duo bit his lips and nodded slowly. He thought in his heart. Even if it's just one more time. Even if it's just one more time. He was really unwilling to break through like this. Qin Fangyang grabbed Zuo Duo's hand and inserted a wisp of his true qi to check the condition of his dantian. As soon as he took a look, he suddenly coughed violently. He only felt a raging wave in his heart, inexplicably terrified. What the fuck? The capacity of his dantian, the width of his meridians, the flexibility. Everything. What the fuck is this? When I broke through to the Xiantian realm, no, even when I was at the high-level Xiantian realm, the width of my meridians was not even 1/5 of this brat's. This brat is a monster, a freak. Why should I compare myself with him? It's not worth it, it's not worth it. Come on. Keep it up. I believe in you, you can do it. Qin Fangyang said with a complicated expression. Yes, I definitely will. Zuo Duo gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, I have to try to compress it one more time. Otherwise it's too embarrassing. Too embarrassing? Cough. Qin Fangyang coughed again. No matter when, this brat's trait of infuriating people to death had not changed at all. Do whatever you want, Qin Fangyang said in annoyance. That afternoon, after Zhou Xiaoduo finished reading the fortune, he grabbed his newly earned money and went home. Phoenix City South Gate. A car slowly drove in. In the car, beside the driver's seat, a young lady in black sat in the front passenger seat. She was lost in her thoughts as she looked at the grass and trees of Phoenix City. We've arrived, Phoenix City. This is the place. This is where I lost my greedy wolf's heart. In the back seat, a middle-aged man and a young man sat on the left and right, resting with their eyes closed. Indeed, the journey was quite tiring. It was really too far away. We finally arrived at Phoenix City. An inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed girl, as if she had finally breathed a sigh of relief. She did not know why, but as soon as she entered Phoenix City, a strange feeling gradually grew in her heart. It was a feeling of familiarity and longing that she had not tasted for a long time. It was as if there was a voice urgently calling her in this city. It was so heart-wrenching, so unforgettable. This made her heart inexplicably chaotic the moment she entered the city. Xuani, the middle-aged man in the back seat said with his eyes closed, your spiritual sense has always been sharp. When you first entered the city, did you feel something? Mo Xuani gently shook her head. Martial uncle, I'm afraid this city is not simple. As soon as I entered the city, I felt a very dangerous and frightening feeling. You must know that even when I went to Shangjing, where more powerful enemies gathered, I did not have such a feeling. We should be more careful on this trip. The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and frowned. Is it only dangerous? It's more than dangerous. Mo Xuani slightly frowned. It's a subtle feeling of impending disaster. Martial uncle, if possible, we shouldn't stay in this city for too long. In fact, in my opinion, it's best to not enter the city and just leave. Before the middle-aged man said anything, the young man on the side laughed. Junior sister, your plan is definitely not feasible. We came here for a mission. We need to cooperate with some actions and so on. How can we just leave as we please? Mo Xuani said, if that's the case, I hope we can leave first in a few days. Martial uncle and senior brother, you two are enough to support the overall situation. Xuani's cultivation is shallow. Even if I force myself to stay, I won't be of much help. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He looked at Mo Xuani's back from the back seat and said lightly, now is the time when we need people. Everything is uncertain, there's no need to rush to leave. Mo Xuani hesitated for a long time but finally said, okay. The middle-aged man said lightly, we passed through so many cities along the way. Xuani, you found so many fortune tellers to read your face. Do you still have any doubts about your background? Mo Xuani said lightly, I'm just unwilling to accept it. Cultivators focus on the heart. If you can't let go of this burden, it will become a flaw in your state of mind. The middle-aged man said indifferently, in this world there are people dying every moment. Especially at the front lines, hundreds of thousands of li, there are too many people dying every moment. For some people, even after decades of death, their hometown is still proud of them and doesn't know about their death. Their children also don't know that their father or mother is gone. In this world, there is not only one orphan without parents. There are hundreds of millions of people or even billions of people. You are too attached to your parents. If you continue to be like this, whether or not that little bit of kinship exists will become a great obstacle to your cultivation. Mo Xuani listened quietly and said softly, Xuani just wants to work hard and do my best. Martial uncle, you don't have to worry too much. It's best if you can find them. If I can't find it, that's to be expected, but it's also my duty as a son. No matter what, my heart will be indifferent. The middle-aged man said sharply, if you find them, will your heart still be indifferent? Mo Xuani smiled bitterly, Martial uncle, you know that this is an extremely slim hope, almost none. I really don't understand why you care so much. I have listened to your teachings hundreds of thousands of times during this journey of hundreds of thousands of miles. Martial uncle, why are you so worried? The middle-aged man frowned, it's good that you know. He closed his eyes and said no more. The young man said, Martial uncle, should we report to the emissary first? No. The middle-aged man said lightly, let's find our own people first and confirm the situation. It's a long journey, we don't want to be cannon fodder the moment we arrive. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Chapter 243. Yes. Mo Xuanyi and Yun Juing didn't have any objections to martial uncle telling them to understand the situation first. This was the most appropriate thing to do. Back then, when the Phoenix Chi first rose here, it was noticed by our spies. Not long after, our people came to Phoenix City and worked hard to manage it until today. The middle-aged man leaned against the back seat with his eyes closed. His voice was indifferent and expressionless. Just to cover up the leakage of the Phoenix Chi, our people paid a huge sacrifice. 7 people came here to manage the affairs, but in the end only 1 survived. From the peak to the decline, they completely lost the right to speak. Junpei and Qisha took advantage of the situation and contacted the Star Lord. They took 80% of the responsibility of this matter to their 2 sections. Later, when Zhuofu intervened and the Star Emissary came, the benefits were further reduced. Originally, our greedy wolf sect's share of this matter was 50%. As for now, even if this matter is successful, our greedy wolf sect's benefits are only 5%. Although the middle-aged martial uncle's tone was calm, one could hear some indignation in it. 5%? Mo Xuanyi and the youth in the back seat obviously had limited knowledge about the Phoenix vein, so when they heard this they both blurted out in surprise. They had never thought that their share of the profits would be so low. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, his body rising and falling with the bumpy ride of the car. He said indifferently, "Yes, 5%. And this 5% is not worth me personally taking action. The ratio of risk and benefit is completely unbalanced. Since there is not much to gain, why should I take action? In other words, this time I am only here to accompany Xuanyi. I will not expose myself if I can. That is all. Of course, if possible, I will save your 3rd senior sister's life at the critical moment. That is enough." Mo Xuanyi said in a daze, "Speaking of which, I haven't seen 3rd senior sister yet." The youth in the back seat, Yun Juing, sighed and said, "I wonder how 3rd junior sister is now. Back then she was a famous beauty under our greedy wolf sect." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "She won't be too good, nor will she be too good. She's been bitterly holding on here by herself. It's already very precious that she's been able to survive until now. As for maintaining some sort of national beauty, that's purely your imagination. Right now, even if I don't have chicken skin and crane hair, I shouldn't look like a little girl. Otherwise, I would have died long ago." The young man sighed softly, and a trace of haze flashed in his eyes. He understood the meaning of this sentence. It was already difficult for an ordinary woman to survive in such an environment, let alone a beautiful woman. From now on, everything related to the greedy wolf mantra is not allowed to be used. The middle-aged man slowly straightened his back and said in a low voice, "Martial uncle, in my life among my peers, my cultivation is not outstanding, my aptitude is not at the top, and my overall combat strength is not in the top 3, but those who are stronger than me are basically all dead now, and I am the only one who is still alive. What do you think the reason is? It's just that one word." Mo Xuanyi and the young man asked curiously, "Martial Uncle Fong, what character? Now that we're in the heart of the astral souls, if I don't warn you, I'm afraid you'll be implicated." The middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he said, "This word is." He said softly, "Coward." "Coward?" Mo Xuanyi and the young man were both stunned, and couldn't help but ask again, "Coward?" "That's right, coward." The middle-aged man didn't feel ashamed at all and said indifferently, "Do you think cowardice is shameful?" "Shameful? Let me tell you, as long as you understand the true meaning of this word, even in the most dangerous battlefield, you can survive at least longer than most people. In life, what is the most important thing? Faith, pride, family, friends, son." The middle-aged man, Martial Uncle Fong, said sincerely, "The above answers are all wrong. In life, the most important thing is one's life. Your own life. Only by living can you have the qualifications to talk about the future. No matter how much face and pride you lose, as long as you're alive, you have a chance to earn back what you lost or even more. As long as you're alive, you can have family, friends, and everything. But once you lose your life, then everything will be gone. What was originally yours will become someone else's." The middle-aged man said solemnly, "In life, you have to be cowardly. This is the last thing I can teach you as your martial uncle. I hope you too can remember it. This word is the first treasure of life under heaven and earth. Coward." Mo Xuanyi and the young man were stunned for a long time by their martial uncle's words, and after that they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a long time they didn't speak. Coward? This was the truth, the treasure of life under heaven? Was this really not a joke? At least in their hearts they really didn't think so. Could it be that I lived and walked in this world just to be a coward? To be a coward? To be able to live? So I can give up everything and have a chance to start all over again. This argument. Both of them were somewhat baffled by this. Martial Uncle Fong was imparting wisdom and treasures in the style of a senior, but in the end, he gave them the word, coward. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The middle-aged man sighed softly. Looking at the two's faces, he knew that these two people didn't listen to his words at all, and didn't understand at all. Sigh, by the time you understand it may be too late. It's hard to have a chance to start all over again in life. He closed his eyes and many faces flashed through his mind. Each and every one of them had a distinct personality, handsome or beautiful faces, and they were all once influential figures. Once the best of the best, once the best of the best. But now they were all dead. He still remembered that time. Because of fate they encountered that person. The seeds of the 17 sects were all killed. Only he gave up his dignity and face. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. He swore an oath. After returning he became a traitor. He agreed to countless conditions regardless of the consequences. He even created conditions for himself to help the other party think of a way to control him. Finally, he survived. So what if he was a heaven's pride? So what if he was a seed? So what if he was the best of the best? At that time that person told him to scram, and he repeatedly kowtowed and begged, saying that he wanted to collect the corpses of his companions. He didn't know if it was because of this camaraderie, that person finally let him go and left. But that person probably didn't know that after he left, he didn't collect the corpses of his companions. He laid out the heads of the hundreds of people in front of him. These people, almost every one of them was stronger than him, and had always bullied him and looked down on him. There were especially handsome ones, especially talented ones, especially beautiful ones with good family backgrounds, especially beautiful ones, especially elegant ones. Those beautiful female heaven's prides didn't even look at him before, and seemed to think that he wasn't qualified to speak to him. But now, only their heads were left, placed in front of him, and he could do whatever he wanted with them, and play with them however he wanted. He placed their heads neatly on the table. He just kept watching and waiting. I want to see, won't the flesh of heaven's prides stink when they die? Won't the flesh of heaven's prides rot when they die? In the end he was enlightened. It turned out that they would stink and rot when they die. They had so much self-respect and they were so unafraid of death. Wouldn't they rot when they die? From then on he was enlightened and understood life and death. He had been living smoothly until now, and when he met an enemy he couldn't resist, he would kneel and kowtow to them and beg for a chance to live. Would he die if he kowtowed? Maybe he still couldn't avoid death. But if he didn't kowtow he would definitely die. Living for a long time is the true meaning of life. The middle-aged man sighed. I, Fong Yinua, can live until now. There's no luck. The car slowly entered Phoenix City and blended into the bustling city. The three of them alighted at a 5-star hotel, and the middle-aged man paid 10 times the fare before letting the car leave. It's been hard on you. When you return to Ningji City, help me say hello to old Bai. Yes, thank you for the reward, Uncle Master. The middle-aged man amiably patted the driver's shoulder. On the way back you must be careful. When you reach home, remember to send me a message to let me know that you're safe so that Uncle Master can rest assured. Yes, disciple will remember. Go. Seeing the car turn around and head out of the city, the three of them didn't stop and directly went in to check in. The car left Phoenix City and sped along the original road, and the driver appeared to be very excited. This Uncle Master Fong was really good. His sending off this time was a voluntary job, so how could he talk about the fare? However, Uncle Master Fong had given him so much reward, which was equivalent to 10 times the normal fare, and all of it went into his pocket. Now that he was back he could have fun for many days. However, when they were about 100 kilometers away from Phoenix City, the driver suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He subconsciously covered his chest, and it became more and more uncomfortable. The driver didn't dare to delay and stopped the car to rest. As for the driver who stopped at the side of the road and rested on the steering wheel, he didn't wake up again. In the hotel. Put down the luggage, we'll walk around and see what we want to buy. At the same time we can take a look at the local customs. The middle-aged man was very relaxed. If you're interested you can also walk around and play. As long as you don't use our sect's mental cultivation method, it's fine. Then when are we going to find third junior sister? The young man asked. There's no rush, the middle-aged man said. Let's play for a few days first. We're both physically and mentally exhausted from the journey, so we should rest for a few days. Before we came, I did my homework. From the hotel, less than 6 kilometers away is the commercial street. After walking across the commercial street for 5 minutes, you'll reach the pedestrian street. Other than that, there's also a street for snacks and gourmet food. There's quite a number of streets in Phoenix City. There's also an antique street, a calligraphy and painting street. TSK, how thoughtful. Yes, there's a big brand in the center of the city and there's a lot of luxury clothes, watches and jewelry to the south. It can be said that there's everything. Shani, you can walk around this street. You should be able to gain a lot. The area we're living in is the new city district, and opposite it is the old city district. The middle-aged man was very familiar with the layout of Phoenix City, and in a short while he had already told the two of them about it. Yun Juing was very impressed. Uncle Master, have you been to this city before and stayed for a period of time? No, I haven't. The middle-aged man earnestly said, Juing, let me tell you the second secret that I've come up with after so many years of roaming the world. Before you go to the next target city, it's very important that you understand the current general layout of the city, as well as the local customs. After you arrive, you have to spend a few days to understand the main roads and small roads of the city, especially the small roads that are related to each other. Oh right, facilities such as the air raid shelter especially can't be missed. Who knows when it might save your life? This is the way to save your life. You have to plan your escape route at all times. Remember. Before you familiarize yourself with the city and understand it well, you must not act rashly. After familiarizing yourself with the city, you have to familiarize yourself with the escape route. Then go through the escape route according to the situation. Practice it 3 times and find the best one. Then put it into action. The young man Yun Juing was tongue-tied for a long time. Finally he coughed and said, Uncle Master, I'll go out and familiarize myself with Phoenix City. He hurriedly left in a hurry. Uncle Master, I'll also go out and familiarize myself with the city. And you guys go. The middle-aged man nodded. I want to familiarize myself with the hotel we're staying in first before going out. Mo Xuanyi rolled his eyes and left. When he first met this Uncle Master, Mo Xuanyi was very respectful. Cloud transformation realm cultivation. Elegant and graceful. Gentle and kind. Occasionally when he glanced at him he was also very outstanding. Every one of them was the best of the best, transcending the mortal world and becoming a saint, not letting down the title of a great cultivator. But on this road, after walking for hundreds of thousands of miles, the respect and awe he had at the beginning had long been worn away bit by bit. From the respect that came from the bottom of his heart to the superficial etiquette now, and even some contempt. All of this Uncle Master had only used a short distance. Mo Xuanyi walked out of the hotel and blended into the crowd. When he appeared again he was already in front of a bun shop. Boss, give me 2 buns. What kind of fillings do you have? Meat, vegetables, 3 delicacies, chives and tofu. 2 chives and tofu. Mo Xuanyi paid while asking, Boss, I heard that there's a divine fortune teller in Phoenix City? His eyes can see a person's life and death, fortune and misfortune, and a few words can predict a person's life and death. There's such a thing, right? The boss laughed. Of course, customer, you're talking about Master Zhuo, right? Master Zhuo is now very famous in Phoenix City. Basically, all the rich people in the city have gone to see him. His predictions are very accurate. Chapter 244. Speaking of Master Zhuo, the boss immediately became talkative. It is said that a man went to look for his dog. He lost it for 2 years and was reluctant to part with it. Master Zhuo gave him a direction and asked him to dig. Sure enough, he dug out a pile of dog bones. There was a cut on the leg which was exactly the characteristics of his dog. Isn't that amazing? He can even find a dog that has been dead for so many years. If I had money I would have gone to see Master Zhuo. Oh, so amazing? Mo Xuanyi immediately became very interested. Then where is this Master Zhuo? Is it easy to find him? No one is easier to find than Master Zhuo. He is still studying in our second high school. Every morning he will have his fortune read at the school gate early. 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour at noon, 1 hour in the afternoon, and 3 hours in the morning. Although Master Zhuo is young, he is really capable. Miss, here are your buns. Okay. Mo Xuanyi took the buns and walked forward absent-mindedly. It seemed that it was him? Second high school? She looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. It seemed that she would not be able to make it this afternoon. Zhuoxiaoduo used a speed that was not much faster than a snail to return home step by step. The turbulent spiritual energy in his body was not only restless but also on the verge of exploding. He even dared to say that if he suppressed it, his dantian would most likely explode. It seems that I have really reached my limit. I am not as talented as Nian Cat. 50 times. How did I suppress it? Why don't I remember Nian Cat suppressing it? Zhuoxiaoduo sighed in his heart. Sitting at the table, facing the delicious food, he could not eat and did not move his chopsticks for a long time. Zhuoxiaonian was puzzled by his behavior. What's wrong with you? Zhuoxiaoduo hung his head dejectedly. I may be about to break through. Breaking through is a good thing. Haven't you been having headaches for a long time these days? There are no signs of your spiritual energy being restless. Zhuoxiaonian was more and more confused. But I have only suppressed it so far. It is far less than your 50 times. Zhuoxiaoduo felt extremely dejected. He felt like a loser. My 50 times? Zhuoxiaonian widened her beautiful eyes. She finally remembered in time and didn't reveal any flaws. However, she still couldn't help but laugh. Alas, sometimes a person's strength is limited. When you reach the limit, you just have to break through. When you reach the Xiantian late stage, you can still accumulate another round of thorny road. At that time, it will be the key to laying the foundation of life. Zhuoxiaoduo was depressed. In particular, he couldn't say, but I want to surpass you in every round so that I can catch up with you faster than you. And then I can beat you every day. Nian Cat's reaction was hard to predict. It's over. As soon as my mind wavered, my spiritual source began to surge again. Zhuoxiaoduo was at a loss of what to do. Even his limbs began to feel helpless. Zhuoxiaonian saw his flushed face and sweating profusely. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. You have completed your cultivation. Once you break through, you can push the boat with the current. Why are you so hot? As she spoke, she reached out her hand and placed it on his forehead. At this moment, a hot force flowed through Zhuoxiaonian's palm and into her meridians. At the same time, the cold force in Zhuoxiaonian's palm also penetrated into Zhuoxiaoduo's meridians. At the same time, a hot force also entered Zhuoxiaonian's meridians in an instant. Zhuoxiaoduo only felt that his entire body was surrounded by an indescribable cool and refreshing feeling. The originally turbulent and restless spirit qi was actually restrained in an instant, becoming gentle and smooth. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes widened. He immediately recalled that day when he accidentally touched Zhuoxiaonian's chest. Cough cough. That cool and refreshing feeling made him understand something. But this time, Zhuoxiaoduo's vital energy was surging too violently. The cool energy that Zhuoxiaonian poured in was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It didn't help at all. After being digested by the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, it became even more violent, causing a bigger wave to surge. Zhuoxiaonian was feeling the heat that suddenly entered her body. She only felt a warm and indescribable comfort all over her body. Suddenly, she heard Zhuoxiaoduo's voice. Little sister Nian, touch me. Hearing this, Zhuoxiaonian was shocked. Even Wu Yuding and Zhuochanglu looked up in shock. Why was this sentence so explosive? Wasn't it too direct? Hurry up. Zhuoxiaoduo screamed, hurry up and touch me. Zhuoxiaonian's face turned red. You. It's too late, it's too late. Zhuoxiaoduo grabbed Zhuoxiaonian's hand and pressed it on his head. He hurriedly urged, hurry up and use your moon sutra to touch me. Zhuoxiaonian was so embarrassed that she stuttered, You. Mom and Dad are still here. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding rolled their eyes at each other. What was she saying? So we're in the way, but if we're not here, you'll just touch him directly. However, everything happened so quickly and mysteriously that Zhuoxiaonian didn't need to use her qi to guide her power. The moment her hand touched Zhuoxiaoduo's forehead, the heat was automatically transmitted out. At the same time, the cool air was also automatically transmitted into Zhuoxiaoduo's body. For a moment, Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian both felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Woo. Zhuoxiaoduo moaned happily. Zhuoxiaonian bit her lower lip tightly with her silver teeth, trying to control herself as much as possible. However, this extremely comfortable feeling continued to surge and hit her body like a wave. Zhuoxiaonian's body began to tremble, and even her breathing became heavy. Her face was flushed red. Zhuoxiaoduo was so happy that his face was full of smirks. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding rolled their eyes. They stood up quietly and walked back to the bedroom with their backs against the wall. The two of them were experts in cultivation. Through the current situation, they were able to quickly determine that the siblings were currently in some kind of state of cultivation. They were using yin to support yang, yang to converge yin, and yin and yang to harmonize. It was precisely the mutual generation and reinforcement of each other, complementing each other. It was just that the two of them were enjoying this process. Other than them, it was an eyesore. However, it wasn't a bad thing and they wouldn't do anything improper. Naturally, they wouldn't disturb them. Young people nowadays. What are they doing? Wu Yuding sighed again and again. Their cultivation. Zhuo Changlu glared. How can I not know that their cultivation? Wu Yuding said angrily. Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. In the living room, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt waves of cool and refreshing feeling entering his body. At the same time, he felt waves of vital energy in his dantian surging. This time it was really difficult to control. It was also at this time that the energy within the dragon blood flying dagger formed a third source and continuously channeled into Zhuo Xiaoduo's body, making it more and more difficult for him to deal with it. The waves were getting bigger and bigger. Finally, every time the cool and refreshing feeling entered his dantian, it could temporarily suppress the extreme impulse that had reached its peak. In just 10 minutes, it had been suppressed 13 or 14 times. Gradually, Zhuo Xiaoduo's dantian had become a balloon that had inflated to the extreme. Finally, all of the energy flowed together and merged into one. The momentum became even more unstoppable and unstoppable. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still hoping for Zhuo Xiaoyan's next wave of cooling assistance, but he didn't expect that this time, the power that came from Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm was actually the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra that originally belonged to him. At most, it wasn't as hot as his own, but it was still warm as it poured into his body. Fuck, it was actually adding more and more weight. Zhuo Xiaoyan cried out in surprise. Her little hand was bounced away by Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead. Ayaya. Ow ow ow. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed, tututututuru. It's broken. All of a sudden, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt an explosion in his body. Something had broken. A wave of energy came from above like a heavenly fire pouring down. Another wave of energy came from below like magma surging up. The two waves of energy quickly met at the intersection of the Ren and Du meridians, and merged into one without any obstruction. The Ren and Du meridians that were seen as a natural moat opened with a sound. The energy from above continued to pour down endlessly, and the energy from below also surged up endlessly. You are in me, I am in you, and you are in me. Gradually, they intertwined into a ball, and it was difficult to tell them apart. Finally, the two waves of energy rushed out. One went straight to the spring and then rushed back while the other went straight to the top of the head. It broke through the obstruction of the bridge of heaven and earth like a hot knife through butter, and then turned and rushed to the dantian, where it finally met. When it surged again after converging in the dantian, it was already the same type of energy. It flowed along the meridians in his body, and quickly circulated 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. After a total of 81 cycles, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly jumped up, covered his mouth and rushed into the toilet. As soon as he opened his mouth, a gush of scarlet blood mixed with a lot of black color was vomited into the toilet bowl. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, he felt that his body was as light as a feather, as if he was about to fly. He felt even lighter than when he took off all the heavy equipment yesterday. His eyes and ears were much more sensitive than before. Although the vital qi in his dantian was still hot, it was more agile and more obedient than before. It was as easy to control as if it was his own arm. Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended to stretch out his finger, and as soon as his mind moved, a wave of vital qi came out of his hand and made a small hole in the wall. Ouch! Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly withdrew his vital qi, and rubbed the small hole in the wall with heartache. This was his house and he could not tear it down. He felt that there was still a strange energy forming in his mind. He did not need to care about it at all, and it was already forming, growing, and expanding spontaneously. It felt as if a mysterious space had suddenly opened up in his mind, and it was a special space that completely belonged to him. This was the feeling. Divine thought. Innate divine thought, finally. Chapter 245. I finally have my divine sense. Zhuo Xiaoduo smelled the moment he felt the power take shape. Although he couldn't see or touch it, the space should be as big as his house, right? What's this smell? Where did it come from? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked around and found that the source of the smell was himself. There were stains on his body. It was the impurities in his body that were naturally discharged when he advanced to the innate stage. Zhou Xiaoduo went into the toilet for the second time. He took off all his clothes and took a shower, but the entire toilet floor was black. As the shower continued, Zhou Xiaoduo found that even his scalp looked like it had been dyed. The black water that came down couldn't be washed clean even after a long time. At this moment, his stomach began to rumble. He decided to sit on the toilet bowl and let out a series of gulu-gulu sounds. Stinks. How can it be so smelly? Zhou Xiaoduo covered his nose. It's so immoral. Sister Nian Nian. Zhou Xiaoduo opened the door a little and said politely, "Please bring me a set of clothes." Zhou Xiaonian said, "I've already placed it for you. Just reach out and take it." As a Zhou Xiaonian who had experienced it once, she obviously knew what Zhou Xiaoduo needed now. Her heart was filled with joy. Dogda finally broke through to the innate stage. And this last time, it was her who had communicated with his fiery sun and moon spirit. She had helped him suppress his breakthrough 15 times. This kind of suppression during the last breakthrough was especially important. Dogda had suppressed his breakthrough 20 times more than what she had accumulated in the past. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaonian couldn't help but be shocked. It was hard to imagine what heights her Dogda could reach in the future. Just based on the number of times he suppressed his breakthrough, Zhou Xiaoduo's performance was unprecedented, at least in the martial master realm. According to the historical records of cultivation, the number of times he suppressed his breakthrough was only 21. And Zhou Xiaoduo. Just tonight he suppressed his breakthrough 15 times. Plus he said that he suppressed his breakthrough 17 or 18 times. Didn't that mean he suppressed his breakthrough more than 33 times? Zhou Xiaonian naturally didn't know that Zhou Xiaoduo's providence points had increased. If she knew, she would probably say that he was a monster. If one were to really calculate the total number of times of suppression, there would be at least 50 times. But no one knew this number except for people who wouldn't believe it. Including Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know. The part that Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know was the part where Zhou Xiaonian helped him. His knowledge of cultivation was still shallow, so he didn't know that the help of the cool air 15 times was equivalent to 15 times of suppression. A moment later, Zhou Xiaoduo walked out in his loose pajamas. His face was full of satisfaction. "I've finally broken through. But this feeling is really good, so good, so good." He shook his head and forced a look of disappointment. "Although I still can't compare to Sister Nian Nian back then. I feel that I'm already very good." He chuckled as he said that. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. Before, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to catch up, so of course he had to try his best. But now that he had broken through, there was no point in worrying. Since there was no point in worrying, the only thing left was to enjoy the pleasure of breaking through. As for the future, didn't Yin Yin just say that there would be opportunities to catch up in the future? Zhou Xiaoduo had always been open-minded. When it was time to work hard, he would work hard and try his best. But when he worked hard to his limit, he would calmly accept reality, no matter if the result was good or bad. "You've broken through, congratulations." Zhou Xiaonian brought over a big bowl of steamed buns. "Let's eat." But for Zhou Xiaoduo, who had broken through to the innate stage, his body could communicate with the heavens and earth and even absorb energy. Therefore he couldn't eat too much food now. After eating a total of 3 steamed buns, Zhou Xiaoduo felt full. He didn't expect to be full at all. Looking at the small mountain of food in front of him, Zhou Xiaoduo's face was melancholy. He was full just like that? That shouldn't be, right? But he was really full. How strange, how could he be full after eating 3 steamed buns? Shouldn't he be able to eat more as his cultivation level increased? "Dad, Mom, come out and eat." Zhou Xiaonian blushed and called out. Zhou Xiaonian was embarrassed by the way her parents tried to avoid arousing suspicion. Therefore Zhou Xiaonian wanted to clarify. "Actually, I'm just helping the dog cultivate." "It's not what you think." Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding walked out with smiles on their faces. "Dad, Mom, actually just now." Zhou Xiaonian blushed and gathered her courage. "Ahem, you don't have to say any more." Wu Yuding interrupted. I understand." Zhou Changlu also said, I understand. "Actually, the dog and I are. We understand, we really understand." Wu Yuding smiled. "We were all so young." Zhou Xiaonian blushed even more. She stamped her feet and said coquettishly, "Mom, it's not what you think." "Actually." "Why are you saying this?" Zhou Changlu said, Let's eat. It's not like your mom and I don't dislike it." Zhou Xiaonian stamped her feet. "It's really not. Why are you so naggy?" Zhou Changlu frowned. "Did I say anything to your mom?" Did we say anything strange? But this. Then it settled. Zhuchanglu waved his hand and said firmly, no one is allowed to mention it in the future. It's just a small matter. What about you? Wu Yuding smiled and pinched Zhu Xiaoyan's pink face. She was full of tenderness. Oh my bai has really grown up. Zhu Xiaoyan blushed even more. My little pig has also grown up. Wu Yuding pinched Zhu Xiaoduo's face again. Zhu Xiaoduo giggled. Is the cabbage delicious? You are really bad. Zhu Xiaoyan didn't even have a chance to explain. Instead, she was treated like a cabbage. She turned around and ran away. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuding and Zhuchanglu laughed. The couple winked at each other. It used to be a family ganging up to bully their son. Now they were ganging up with their son to bully their daughter. It was a novel and comfortable feeling. It seemed like they would have to bully them more often in the future. Then it was Zhu Xiaoduo's turn to ask. You're not eating anymore? Are you full? Wu Yuding looked at Zhu Xiaoduo in shock. Then she turned around and looked at the mountain of steamed buns, the pile of flour that they had just bought, and 7 to 8 steamers full of steamed buns. I'm full. Zhu Xiaoduo grinned. I've already broken through to the innate stage. I don't need to eat so much anymore. Then you'll keep eating like today? Yes. For a moment Wu Yuding couldn't help but feel lost. When her son could eat, he complained that cooking was too tiring. Now that he didn't need to eat so much, she felt a little uncomfortable that she clearly knew that this was the right thing to do. It was probably a little bit of a mother's image. What are you thinking? This is obviously a good thing. Zhuchanglu smiled and said, your mother finally doesn't have to work so hard. Of course it's a good thing. Yes. Zhu Xiaoduo surrounded Wu Yuding, telling jokes and making funny faces. Finally he succeeded in making Wu Yuding laugh. Get lost. Do you think your mother is so weak? Do you really think I don't know anything? I'll return all these things tomorrow. Zhuchanglu said, also restore the kitchen to its original state. Okay. Zhu Xiaoduo went to his room after eating. He had just broken through, so the most important thing now was to stabilize his foundation. Also, his energy center was now empty. There wasn't much left. All of the true core force that had been in his body had turned into wisps of mist after the breakthrough, wandering back and forth in his dantian. What was especially different from the spiritual energy of ordinary people was that Zhu Xiaoduo's spiritual energy was a fiery red color. It was also filled with explosive and violent power. Zhu Xiaoduo cultivated in his room, trying to fill up his empty energy center as soon as possible. He held the dragon blood flying dagger in one hand and 2 pieces of middle-grade jade of astral souls in the other. After 10 minutes, the 2 pieces of middle-grade jade of astral souls turned into fragments. However, Zhu Xiaoduo, who had a lot of resources at hand, didn't feel reluctant to part with them. He took out another 2 pieces and continued cultivating. After cultivating like this for an entire hour, he still felt that his dantian was empty. The spiritual qi that he had just absorbed had turned into his current innate strength, but it had only increased by a small amount. The energy provided by the dragon blood flying dagger was enormous. Almost all of the energy he had accumulated came from the dragon blood flying dagger. However, most of the energy he had obtained from the dragon blood flying dagger had been used up during the breakthrough. Zhu Xiaoyan floated around outside Zhu Xiaoduo's window. She knew that it was a crucial moment for Zhu Xiaoduo and that he couldn't be disturbed by anyone. Therefore, she gathered her energy and protected Zhu Xiaoduo. As for going out to cultivate, it was definitely not possible tonight. Zhu Xiaoduo cultivated for a while more, but the efficiency was really too low. Instead, he started to think about the power of his divine sense. He felt that this thing was more interesting. Although it couldn't be seen or touched, and it wasn't like spiritual energy that could increase the power of his divine sense, it was still very useful that as soon as he thought about it, he accidentally touched the ring left behind by Blind Hong. He was shocked to find that there was suddenly a huge space in front of him. This ring had already recognized him as its owner. Now that he had divine sense, it was really easy to open it. It was very convenient. Go in. The teacup on the table suddenly disappeared. Come out. The teacup appeared again. Go in. Zhu Xiaoduo pointed at the bedding. Come out. Go in. He pointed at the bed. Come out. Ha! This is so fucking fun. Master Zhuo was overjoyed. He opened his mouth and laughed so hard that his tongue kept shaking in his mouth. It was obvious that this guy was a little arrogant. Chapter 246. It was so cool to have such a space ring. It was a must-have weapon for traveling, killing, and robbing. Previously, every time he saw Nian Nian changing things out of nowhere, he was always envious, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. Now he, Mr. Zhua, also had a space ring and could show off in front of others. Awesome. Cool. In a hidden place outside the window, Zhua Xiaoyan was amused as she watched this funny guy changing in and out of the ring. After a while she was speechless. Was it really that fun? Look at how excited you are. Are you done yet? After Zhua Xiaoduo changed in and out of the ring for more than 30 times, Zhua Xiaoyan finally changed her expression. How can it be so many times? His divine sense is unexpectedly strong. Is it still not exhausted? He hadn't noticed this earlier, but now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt fear. When I broke through to the Xiantian realm and got my first spatial ring, I was also so excited. I went in and out to play with it 7 or 8 times. Then I felt a splitting headache. It took me a long time to recover. How can this kid not be tired after playing with it so many times? His divine sense can last for so long. Zhua Xiaoyan rushed into Zhua Xiaoduo's room. Damn. Zhua Xiaoduo was surprised. Why are you here? Don't overuse your divine sense. Once you use it too much, it will cause headaches and may even damage your divine sense. Zhua Xiaoyan reminded him seriously. Okay. Zhua Xiaoduo followed her advice and stopped the experiment immediately. The space ring my godfather left me is not small, Zhua Xiaoduo said. Not small? How big is it? Zhua Xiaoyan was curious. How big is yours? Zhua Xiaoduo asked. My master gave this to me. It's about 10 cubic meters. Zhua Xiaoyan was proud. 10 cubic meters? Zhua Xiaoduo was confused. So small? He couldn't help but open Blind Hong's spatial ring. He only felt that it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see the end of it. His divine perception went all the way to the innermost part of the cave before he found something piled up on the other side. There were also a few things that looked like jade pendants. Withdrawing his divine sense, Zhua Xiaoduo scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Zhua Xiaoduo felt that the storage capacity of this spatial ring was enough to fit a small hill without any problems. How big is this thing that your godfather gave you? Zhua Xiaoyan asked excitedly. He thought to himself, Blind Hong lived such a poor life. It was already rare for him to have a spatial ring, so how big could it be? At best, it was 1 or 2 cubic meters, but that was more than enough. Mine is quite big. It should be around 20 to 30,000 cubic meters, right? Zhua Xiaoduo said uncertainly. 20 to 30,000 cubic meters? Zhua Xiaoyan laughed, thinking that she understood. 2 to 3 cubic meters? But it's enough. It's more than enough to store some elixirs and weapons. Zhua Xiaoduo stared and said, I said 20 to 30,000 cubic meters. Take a look if you don't believe me. Silly, once the spatial ring recognizes its owner, only the owner can see it. How can I see it? Zhua Xiaoduo urged. Well, if you still have enough divine perception, why don't you take a look and see how many good things your godfather left for you? His expression was a little mischievous. That blind man. What good things could he have? Let me see. Zhua Xiaoduo found the biggest pile and took out a piece of black Astral Soul's jade. This piece of Astral Soul's jade was completely different from the Astral Soul's jade Zhua Xiaoduo knew. It was completely black and shone with sparkling starlight. Looking at this piece of Astral Soul's jade was like looking at the night sky. The moment the black Astral Soul's jade was taken out, a wave of pure spiritual energy filled the entire Zhua residence and quickly spread to the surroundings. Supreme Grade Jade of Astral Souls? Zhua Xiaoyan was given a fright upon seeing this. Take it back. Zhua Xiaoduo was also shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous piece of jade of Astral Souls could create such a huge commotion. He quickly took it back. Zhua Xiaoyan felt her chest pounding and her face turning red. There's a Supreme Grade Jade of Astral Souls. I've only heard of this kind of Astral Souls jade, but I've never seen the real thing. Your godfather, Blind Hong, actually has such a good thing. This is so surprising. Zhua Xiaoduo was also very confused at this moment. Blind Hong. Didn't seem like someone who would have such good things. Whether it was the space ring with an amazing capacity or the Supreme Grade Jade of Astral Souls jade that even Yen Yen Cat had only heard of but had never seen with her own eyes. See, how many pieces do you have? Zhua Xiaoyan lowered her voice and whispered like a thief. Let me see. Zhua Xiaoduo used his divine perception to take a look. With a strange expression he said, About 10,000 pieces? About 10,000 pieces. Zhuo Xiaoyan's body trembled and he stood there dumbfounded. 10 low-grade pieces could be exchanged for 1 medium-grade piece. 10 medium-grade pieces could be exchanged for 1 high-grade piece. But 100 high-grade pieces could not be exchanged for 1 supreme-grade piece. The supreme-grade jade of astral souls had always been priceless. At this moment a sound came from the door. Zhuo Qianglu walked in. The commotion just now. Did you open your godfather's space ring? Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded obediently. See what's inside, Zhuo Qianglu said. There's a supreme-grade jade of astral souls, Dad? Zhuo Xiaoyan rushed to say. Yes. Zhuo Qianglu nodded without any surprise. How much do you have? More than 10,000 pieces. Well, why don't you give half to your sister? Zhuo Qianglu said. No. I don't need it. Zhuo Xiaoyan shook her head frantically. That was a supreme-grade jade of astral souls. It was definitely a supreme-grade item for cultivation. It was perfect for Gouda to use it to catch up. The more he used, the better. It settled then. Listen to Dad. Zhuo Qianglu ignored Zhuo Xiaoyan's refusal and ordered directly. Xiaoyan, don't use your previous space ring. Use the one your Uncle Nan gave you. Your original space is too small. Zhuo Qianglu said, the one your Uncle Nan gave you is suitable for you. But Xiaoduo's space ring is bigger than your Uncle Nan's. Okay then. Zhuo Xiaoyan had been eyeing that space ring for a long time. That ownerless space ring had a space of thousands of cubic meters. Hearing this, he immediately agreed happily. He turned the 2 rings upside down and put the things in his own ring directly into the big ring. Only after the ring had recognized him as its owner and he put it on his middle finger did he start to laugh foolishly. She touched the new space ring and couldn't put it down. Give me your original space ring. Zhuo Xiaoduo reached out for it. Don't you already have one? Zhuo Xiaoyan was confused. Why do you want a smaller one when you already have such a big one? Oh, you're so stupid. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, mine is invisible. In the future, if I suddenly have a weapon but no space ring on my finger, won't it be suspicious? And yours is more than 10 cubic meters. It's just right for my finger. If it's stolen, won't it be the smaller one? It's not a loss. Zhuo Xiaoyan was speechless. You even thought of this? On the other side, Zhuo Qianglu was also stunned. His son was a little cautious. He even thought of how to be robbed. His mentality was really speechless. Crash. Zhuo Xiaoduo poured out half of the top-grade jade of astral souls and said, Sister Nian, put it away. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid someone will come. Then something big will happen. Zhuo Qianglu saw that Zhuo Xiaoyan was still hesitating and hurriedly urged her. Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked and hurriedly put it away. She stood up and felt the extremely dense spiritual energy in the air. It was almost suffocating. Her expression was complicated and she was speechless for a long time. See what else is there. I don't think you can recognize anything in there. Zhuo Qianglu urged Zhuo Xiaoduo. Almost every item that was taken out next made Zhuo Qianglu frown. There were even a few items that emitted an evil force as soon as they were taken out. Zhuo Xiaoduo was alert and put them away immediately. Those few items just now really aren't anything good. Zhuo Qianglu warned him, you can't touch those items for the time being. Do you understand? With your current cultivation, if you take them out, your life will be over before a major disaster occurs. I understand. I won't touch them. He looked through the big piles and the small piles. They were all strange things. Not only did Zhuo Xiaoduo not recognize any of them, but even Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't recognize any of them. After looking through all of them, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt around and took out a token. It was a token that looked very simple and unadorned. The word flood was engraved on the front and water on the back. Flood. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the word and murmured, not understanding its meaning. Zhuo Qianglu's eyes narrowed. There was indeed this token. It seemed that this ring was really that person's life ring. What's more, there was a great chance that it contained that person's life collection and life savings. Even if it wasn't all of it, it was definitely the essence of most of it. No matter what, you can't take out this token. Zhuo Qianglu played with the token and said in a very low voice, do you understand? Yes. What else? There are some jade slips for transmitting skills. There are only about 10 of them. It's not a lot. Take them out and let me have a look. Zhuo Qianglu's eyes lit up. He then asked, are there hammers in there? If the pair of hammers were also in there, it would be wonderful. Hammers? There are no hammers. No. No pair of big hammers? No. Zhuchanglu was a little disappointed. Why didn't that blind man put the hammers in there? If he didn't put his personal weapons in the space ring, then what was he doing? Zhuxiaoduo took out all the jade slips and put them on the bed. That's all. Zhuchanglu picked them up one by one and checked them. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan exchanged glances and winked at each other. Dad was really not pretending anymore. Hee. Soft water sword, mountain flood sword, river sword, pugilistic world sword, river sea sky sword. What kind of stupid names are these? Zhuchanglu expressed his heartfelt disdain. The people of the Umno Alliance were uncultured. Look at these names. If it were the people of the astral souls who came up with these names, they would definitely have a dreamlike and extraordinary aura. He looked at the other group. Drizzle sword, medium rain sword, heavy rain sword, rainstorm sword. Fuck. This is simply... What the? Zhuchanglu was speechless. This level of naming was indeed a big shot of a generation. A real big shot. I have to admit defeat. As for the last group, Zhuchanglu spat out blood the moment he saw them. Hammer. Hammer hammer. Hammer hammer hammer. Hammer of 1,000 souls. Obviously, these were 4 sets of hammer techniques. Zhuchanglu couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to curse. So he blurted out, "Blind Hong, you're numb. What kind of stupid names were these?" Chapter 247. Just by looking at these names, even Zhuchanglu's self-restraint was on the verge of collapse. Zhuchanglu would have rolled his eyes at most if someone else had come up with such names. But the problem was, these names were given by that big shot. That big boss who smashed the entire world with a pair of sledgehammers gave a bunch of names like that. Zhuchanglu couldn't help but feel extremely unbearable. Your godfather's name is really a disgrace to his ancestors. Zhuchanglu let out a long sigh. What the hell is this? Then he said, the drizzle, the rain in the drizzle, the rain in the rainstorm. All of these are for little Nian. Only the others were suitable for Xiao Duo to learn and master. After you've mastered it, you can teach it to each other. You should be able to benefit even more. Yes. In addition, you can change the names of these cultivation techniques as you see fit. Anyway, I feel like throwing up my dinner from last night. Zhuchanglu sighed. They're so fucking cultured. By the way, you don't have to teach your sister Nian those hammer skills. If your sister Nian wields a sledgehammer. At this point, not to mention Zhuxiao Duo, even Zhuchanglu shuddered. That scene was simply too beautiful, too painful to the eyes. He didn't dare to think about it or look at it. Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan were disgusted. By the way, some jade slips can only be used once. Later on, you guys can pick a cultivation jade slip and try it out to confirm if it's a one-time use. Zhuchanglu reminded him, start from the lowest level. I think the contents of these jade slips are extraordinary. You must be careful when you try. Then I'll go first, Zhuxiaoyan said. She was afraid that Zhuxiao Duo, who had just broken through, would have a problem if he were to bear a large amount of impact on his divine sense. Therefore, it was better for her, whose cultivation was stronger and higher, to try. She volunteered. He picked up one of the jade slips with the words drizzle sword written on it and placed it on his forehead. It had to be said that among these sword techniques, only the name of this technique was relatively acceptable. As for the others, they were simply unbearable to look at. Just looking at the names would make one's intestines cramp. A set of swordsmanship moves gradually appeared in Zhuxiaoyan's mind. Soon after, they were firmly engraved in her divine sense, leaving a deep impression on her as if she had practiced them for decades. This sword technique is really too exquisite. As soon as Zhuxiaoyan saw the sword, she was full of surprise and praise. How could Zhuxiao's blind godfather have so many good things? The sword momentum is like the gentle drizzle of spring. Before one feels the rain, it has already soaked the ends of one's hair, silently moistening everything. There is also that gentleness that seeps into one's heart, endless and endless, covering the sky and covering the earth, leaving traces of rain everywhere. Zhuxiaoyan opened her eyes and her face was full of surprise. Zhuxiaoyan's cultivation attainments had reached a very high level. The inheritance of Kunlun Taoism she had obtained was also one of the best in the Astral Souls continent. She had a good vision. And this newly obtained drizzle sword technique was so profound that it was more than a level higher than the sword technique of the Kunlun Taoist sect that he was currently cultivating. It was simply a world of difference. They could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. The wide coverage of the attack, the comprehensive angle, and the craftiness of the attack all made Zhuxiaoyan feel incredible and unimaginable. After carefully studying it, Zhuxiaoyan slowly opened her eyes and said, "This drizzle sword technique jade slip is a one-time use." After the inheritance, the color of the jade slip immediately dimmed. Obviously it could no longer be used. Zhuxianglu observed carefully. Then he said, "It's not purely a one-time use. However, if you want to use it again, you have to instill the same source of energy into it before you can use it again. Therefore it's no different from a one-time use." He frowned and pondered for a long time. Although he had not heard of these sword techniques before, it might be because his status was too high. And this guy always used a hammer in the battle. But he could not guarantee that no one else had been taught by this guy. What if someone found it? He said, "Nian, you can temporarily use this set of sword technique as your trump card in the future. Combine it with your Kunlun Immortal Sect's Starry Sky Step and your Moon Soul Sutra. But you must remember, if you don't use the Moon Soul Sutra, don't show any of these sword techniques in front of others easily. Once you make a move, try your best to kill the enemy." Why is that? Well, this is something you don't know. This blind Hong has revealed a lot of secrets in this world. Unfortunately, he did not make many friends. Instead, he has countless enemies and there is no lack of top experts among them. Once you are recognized, it will be quite unfavorable for you. Zhuqianglu did not tell the truth at this time, because he was worried that his daughter could not accept the fact that the Umno alliance was a skill imparting. Although Zhuqianglu did not think it was important, many people cared about it. In Zhuqianglu's view, the cultivation method was the cultivation method. The so-called good and evil were just people's hearts. But now, under the overwhelming propaganda of the Umno alliance is evil, many young men and women had already formed a deep-rooted moral standard in their hearts. Even the martial arts of the Umno alliance had become evil. Also, the two of you should not unsheath your swords easily if you can. Zhuqianglu felt that he still needed to add a layer of insurance for his son and daughter. He warned them, "Your swords belong to the top of this world. To be fair, with your shallow cultivation, you really don't deserve to own such divine weapons. Moreover, what does the divine weapon of your sword represent? Swords have always been used to kill people. The divine weapon of the sword is naturally the top killing weapon. When a person reaches a certain level, he will have the magnanimity and arrogance that belongs to that level. Similarly, swords are the same. Swords are divine weapons, so they have arrogance. When they are unsheathed, there will be blood. It is inauspicious to return empty. There is an ancient saying that when a divine sword is unsheathed, it will not return without blood. This is the principle." Zhuqianglu said, "So, once an unforeseen event occurs and you have no choice but to unsheath your sword, there will be no survivors. The sword is merciless and there will be no leeway, no karma." Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan were stunned when they heard this. It was the first time that they had heard such high-sounding words from their father. In fact, it was cruel to kill and eliminate karma. Whether it is in Jianghu or on the battlefield, this is a famous saying. You must remember it. Put it into action. Zhuqianglu said seriously, "You grew up in the rear, so it is natural for you to be soft-hearted. However, you must correct yourself on this point. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage in Jianghu or on the battlefield. Especially when two armies are fighting, there is no concept of cruelty. There is only a standpoint." This was what Zhuqianglu was most worried about. "Yes. Dad, what if we practice sparring?" "You're asking a silly question. The sword moves you've inherited can't be used for sparring at all. Every move is aimed at a fatal spot." Zhuqianglu rolled his eyes and said, "The jade slip is engraved in the mind. What is the point of practicing?" "Yes." Zhuxiaoyan thought for a while and also felt that she was blinded by common sense. Indeed, once this set of sword moves was used, it was aimed at a fatal spot. It was a series of killing moves. It was really not suitable for practice. Not to mention her sword was too sharp. She did not dare to think about it anymore. This is the true meaning of the sword move. Zhuqianglu said softly, "Many of the so-called sword techniques from before, such as stabbing the wrist, thrusting the leg and even the shoulder, leave some leeway for the enemy and show mercy. That's simply a joke. Furthermore, you're playing with your own life. The people who created these sword moves are all crazy. When facing an enemy, fighting with such a mentality is no different from courting death." Zhuxiaoyan looked embarrassed. Many of the sword moves of Kunlun Taoism were like this. They were modest, peaceful and full of vitality. Moreover, Taoism was often proud of this. But now, in Zhuqianglu's words, it was worthless. Such sword moves are all created by those who are only in Jianghu and have never been on the battlefield. They lack the momentum of blood and killing. For practitioners who have been on the battlefield all year round, it is a coward sword move. Jianghu mercilessly commented, only those who roam the Jianghu with the intention of making as many friends as possible will be able to. So they will leave some leeway in their attacks. And they won't get to know each other if they don't fight. Haha, this will be a joke on the battlefield. On the battlefield, life and death are at stake. Who wants to be friends with you? What mutual appreciation? That was just a bunch of bullshit. The stronger the enemy, the more admirable he is, the more you have to kill him as soon as possible. You must remember this. Engrave it in your heart and never forget it. Rumor has it that there was once a senior in Kunlun Taoism who killed his target's entire family to settle a grudge. But he left the target's 15-year-old son alive. Because he saw that this child's talent was extraordinary and his root bone was superb. He was a peerless genius in sword practice. He actually had the ridiculous idea of cherishing talent. He said to the child, your root bone and comprehension are first class. If I kill you now, it will be a great loss to the sword world. I will wait for you in Kunlun Taoism for revenge. I hope that one day your sword will not disappoint me. Perhaps many people will praise this person for his tolerance and self-restraint when they hear about this. Zhuanglu was full of sarcasm. He said, and the final result was that many years later, this young man was successful in sword practice and became famous all over the world. He went to Taoism and killed his enemy with his sword. He also said, you were extremely stupid to let me go back then. Today you will die under my sword. It is retribution for your stupidity. You killed his entire family, but you showed mercy to the son of your enemy because you cherished talent. You are extremely stupid. You are the example of the previous carriage. I will learn from you. Therefore you are not spared from your family. Zhuanglu sneered as he spoke. Zhu Xiaoduo's face was full of disbelief. There is actually such a stupid person in the world. Today is the third watch. Chapter 248. Zhuanglu chuckled. It's true. In fact, such people are everywhere in the Jianghu. They think they're chivalrous and righteous and they're praised for their benevolence. However, they don't know that such people will never go to the battlefield. They put everything they've learned into the wilderness. They've never protected the people or the country. They only protect their own small sects and small families. They claim to be chivalrous, but in fact they have learned a lot of martial arts. However, they have spent their whole life exchanging pointers with others and making friends. They have close friends all over the world. They know each other everywhere. This kind of person, even when they're old, still has to say that they have a clear conscience. If they were in a prosperous era, it might be a good story. Unfortunately, it's a chaotic era now. The threat of the enemy is always knocking on the door. Such people can only be described as laughable. Zhuanglu said faintly, martial artists who don't serve the country are not worthy of being called martial artists. Martial artists who don't protect the people are not worthy of being called martial artists. Martial artists who don't protect the mainland are not worthy of being called martial artists. Martial artists who don't protect the human race are not worthy of being called martial artists. This is the same whether it's the humans of the astral souls or the humans of the Umno Alliance. The battlefield is the best place for martial artists to display their skills. If you only practice martial arts for exchanging pointers and making friends, it's better to practice dancing all year round and dance in the square every day. It's better not to practice Tao. At this point, I want to solemnly reiterate one point. You have to remember that the current era is not the peaceful era that exists in novels. It's also not a prosperous era. It's a chaotic era now. The true meaning of practicing martial arts and practicing Tao is beyond the scope of strengthening the body, cultivating one's character, and prolonging one's life. It's more about protection. If you only want to show off, you really don't need to take this difficult path. Zhuanglu rarely spoke so much. Zhu Xiaoduo and Zhu Xiaoyan listened attentively. Every sentence and every word was firmly engraved in their hearts. Both of them cherished this time very much. My father seems to be a little agitated these days. Plus, for the first time, he has been guiding the siblings in their cultivation. After today, it may be impossible for me to see him and talk to him so much. My father thought to himself. There are so many sword techniques. Don't be rash. Practice them step by step. For now, each of you should master one inheritance per day. Don't use too many of these divine sense imprints every day. Otherwise, it will damage your divine sense. It's not worth it. Yes. Stop your usual nightly training and teach each other. Practice your swordsmanship and strengthen your foundation. These swordsmanship moves are enough for you to practice for a long time. Although the soul imprint can engrave the swordsmanship in your mind, to truly master it and use it freely, it will take a long time. It can't be done overnight. Understood. Also, you must remember to change the names of these swordsmanship. If you can use your own sword essence to change the inherent sword force, it will be better to add some other changes. With your moon soul and flaming sun as your foundation, it's not difficult to do this. It's just a matter of time. Xiao Duo's hammering techniques. The first 3 can already be practiced. There's no harm in using them. Only the last one is not allowed to be used unless you meet a life and death enemy. Once you use it, you must hammer the enemy to death. Understood. What Jianghu was most worried about was the Thousand Souls hammer. Hammering techniques were best at using strength to suppress the enemy. They were not known for their exquisite moves. However, the Thousand Spirits hammer had its own Tao. Its characteristics were obvious. There was no way to change it or disguise it. All the top warriors in the continent would be able to recognize it as soon as they saw it. If he really used it in public, it would be terrible. The title of a spy of the Umno Alliance could not escape. I asked your Uncle Wu to make a pair of smaller hammers for you. They're about 5,000 pounds each. They don't have your mechanism settings. Zhuchanglu said, you can use that pair when you practice hammering. Okay. Xiao Duo agreed, but in his heart he was quite disapproving. He thought, I should use heavy hammers when I practice hammering. It's better to use lighter hammers against the enemy. Dad should make me a pair of 20,000 pounds hammers. 2 hammers of 40,000 pounds for my daily practice. No matter where I go, carrying 2 hammers bigger than a water tank, that majestic and handsome. That domineering and awesome. Xiao Duo was about to drool when he thought about it. Zhuchanglu thought for a while, then took out 2 jade slips from his arms and said, this one is for Niena. It's a very unique set of swordsmanship. It's only suitable for a woman. Zhu Xiaoyan took it. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of confusion. Where did this come from? But Zhuchanglu was obviously not going to explain. And in this one there are 3 sets of footwork and 3 sets of flight techniques. One of them is the most important one. It's called the Tianyuan escape technique. At the critical moment, you can burn the vital essence in your body to activate this escape technique. Your movement speed can be increased by more than 10 times on the basis of your original full-speed flight. If you encounter an enemy you can't deal with, remember to use it. Understood. The other 2 sets of flight techniques are far better than ordinary flight techniques. You can practice and experience it on your own. Nian, you can slowly familiarize yourself with it. When you're familiar with it, you can teach it to Xiao Duo. He's still far behind in this aspect. Okay, Dad. Okay, it's okay. Finally, Zhuchanglu turned his head and said seriously to Xiao Duo, kid, you've just broken through. Remember not to show off. Xiao Duo widened his eyes and asked cutely, Dad, am I that kind of person? Zhuchanglu rolled his eyes and opened the door to leave. Zhu Xiaoyan bent over with laughter. In the master bedroom. You're back? Wu Yuding asked, lying on the bed and resting her head on the back of the chair. I'm back. How is it? It's stronger than expected. Zhuchanglu frowned. No, it's much stronger. It's at least 10 to 20 times stronger. Really? My son is that strong? Wu Yuding suddenly straightened up in shock. Yes, it's our son. But his foundation is beyond our expectations. It's incredible. Zhuchanglu was also smiling. Our footwork, flying, escaping, and your swordsmanship have all been handed over to them. Wu Yuding nodded gently and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I can finally rest assured. Zhuchanglu was a little speechless. It's a pity that my swordsmanship has been passed down. These 2 guys don't like swordsmanship. Obviously, swordsmanship is the king of hundreds of weapons and the best choice in war. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, forget it. Who would be able to use that 40-meter-long broadsword of yours? You should keep it for your own use. If Xiao Duo learned your swordsmanship, people would immediately know that he's your successor if he just mentioned that broadsword. It's even more obvious than the 1,000 illusion nightmare hammer. It's better if he doesn't learn it. Zhuchanglu said angrily, what's wrong with my broadsword? Why didn't you say that when I killed an army with 1 strike? Wu Yuding closed her eyes in disdain and said lazily, finally, I've given them what they deserve. Little Zhua, when are we going to travel? Reporting to Grand Master, when Duodwa's big hammer is finished, We can fly together. Well then let's go to bed. Yes, let me wait on Grand Master to bed. Vulgar. That night, Ting Guangyuan woke up after receiving treatment in the hospital. Being awake was one thing. His whole body was seriously injured. Many of his bones were broken. His head was swollen like a pig's head. His wife and son were still unconscious. Recalling the series of unforeseen events that happened during the day, Ting Guangyuan felt ashamed. He struggled to bury his face in the quilt of the hospital bed and silently shed tears. He only knew that it was a big shot above the clouds who suddenly gave him face and invited him and his family to a banquet. Since the morning, everyone knew that Meng Tianyue wanted to invite him and his family to a meal at Yunduan Pavilion. And it was a meal with only 2 families. It was a perfect family banquet. The whole bureau, all his colleagues including the bureau chief, congratulated him. But the result was that in front of his wife and son, he was treated like a dog. No, he was treated like trash and humiliated. Together with his wife and son, the whole family had to bear this great humiliation. I just wanted to bring you to glory, but I brought you to hell. Now, as long as he closed his eyes, Meng Tianyue's twisted and vicious face would appear in front of him. He greeted her with a face full of smiles, and in exchange, a glass of wine splashed on his face. Then fish soup. Then she hit him and asked, "Do you feel good when I hit you? Do you dare to hit me back? Tell your son, do you dare? Should I hit you? Should I? Do you feel good? Do you feel good?" In the end, under the watchful eyes of the public in front of the entire city, he was beaten up bloody and his whole family was thrown out. In the end he had to admit that he ate a free meal to smooth things over. Only then did a passerby dare to call an ambulance for him. Otherwise, he was afraid that his whole family would die in front of Yunduan Pavilion because of his serious injuries. And now this news had probably spread throughout the whole Phoenix City. In the future, what face would he have left? What dignity would he have left? What face would he have left? Your Meng Tianyu's face is your face, but my Teng Guangyuan's face and dignity, are they nothing? Teng Guangyuan's eyes were burning with anger, almost burning the sky. If he did not take revenge, he would not die in peace. He took out his phone with his only intact left hand and dialed a number. "Is this Bureau Chief Jiang?" "I am." "It's like this, Bureau Chief Jiang, don't hang up first. I want to report with my real name. And I want to turn myself in." "Evidence?" Yes, there are too many." "Yes, then I will wait for you at the hospital." "I am afraid that they will do something to me. I have already made up my mind and put it into action, they will definitely do something to me." Putting down the phone, Teng Guangyuan's eyes flashed with extreme madness as he muttered, "Meng Tianyue, since you treat me like this, then we will go to hell together. I, Teng Guangyuan, was completely destroyed by you in one day, what else is there to care about?" Chapter 249. Even if I can't drag you down with me, at the very least, I will make your Meng conglomerate suffer. Teng Guangyuan gritted his teeth, almost going crazy. This was a great humiliation. Even if Teng Guangyuan had already made up his mind to destroy Meng conglomerate, he didn't think that his actions would have such an impact on Meng conglomerate. As the biggest conglomerate in Phoenix City, it would be an understatement to say that its power could reach the heavens. However, even if it was a tree that reached the heavens, once it reached the point where everyone would push it down, it would be hard to say who would be the straw that broke the camel's back. There was never a rule that said that the person who defeated a super conglomerate couldn't be a small fish that wasn't in the eyes of the big shots. On the same night, Emo Shwani was wandering aimlessly on the streets. She had an inexplicable feeling that every street in this city was filled with a strange sense of familiarity to her. This feeling was real and not fake. It was very real. Or it could be said that ever since she came to this city, her soul was suddenly haunted by a kind of longing, a kind of uneasiness, a kind of fear. In short, it was an extremely complicated feeling. She quietly strolled on the streets in the dead of night. She didn't know what she was looking for, nor did she know what she was waiting for. Just walking like this, her heart seemed to be getting more and more chaotic, but also, it seemed that she was getting closer and closer to something. Phoenix City. Emo Shwani looked up and sighed softly. Help. At this time, a weak cry for help came from afar. It seemed to be a woman, followed by a rough voice of a man. It seemed to be cursing, and there was also the sound of a body being hit. Emo Shwani couldn't help but stare blankly. Following that, there was the sound of clothes being torn. And then a man's lewd laughter. Emo Schwani's eyes instantly turned cold. Why was this kind of thing happening everywhere, from the Umno Alliance to the Astral Souls? Emo Schwani's body lightly floated up. In the distance, on the 5th floor of a dilapidated building, a woman had already been knocked unconscious, and a man with a lewd smile was touching her. In the living room of this house, there was also a middle-aged couple who had been knocked unconscious. The man laughed sinisterly. "Little girl, I couldn't touch you in the past because of the family rules. Now that the family rules have been lifted, let's see where you can run to." As he spoke, he caressed the girl's face and pulled open her clothes. His palm was like a sharp knife, and he tore the girl's underwear from top to bottom. A ripping sound was heard. The man seemed to enjoy the sound. He laughed heartily and opened his arms. The girl's clothes fluttered in the wind. Then he stood up and was about to undo his pants. "Bastard!" A cold voice rang out. "Stop!" Emo Xianyi entered through the window. An unsheathed sword appeared in his hand, flickering with a cold light. "Pervert!" Emo Schwani's eyes were filled with indescribable disappointment. "Why is there a pervert like you in such a society?" Her intuition at this moment was that the existence of such a pervert was an insult and a blasphemy to the city that gave her a warm feeling. She was disappointed from the bottom of her heart. The man stopped untying his belt and calmly turned around with a strange smile on his face. "Oh, such a beautiful heroine actually appeared in such a society. Are you filming a TV show?" Emo Schwani's cold eyes stared at the scum in front of her. The man sneered and looked at Emo Schwani up and down with a thick lustful gaze. "Little girl, since you're already here, don't leave. Come and play with this big brother. To dare do this in the city, it seems you have some background?" Emo Schwani silently made a decision in her heart. "Oh, you can even guess this?" The man chuckled and reached out to lift Emo Schwani's chin. "This girl full of righteousness, have you heard of the Ning family?" "Ning family?" Emo Schwani nodded and suddenly attacked with her sword. Facing the sudden attack, the man hurriedly took a step back as if he had already expected it. His movement was very agile and clever, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He smiled. "You dare to attack after hearing it's the Ning family? It seems you have some background." Emo Schwani snorted and attacked again with her sword. The other side saw her coming in through the window, but still remained calm and unruffled. Obviously he was quite conceited. Since he was so conceited, then in addition to having a deep background he must have some real ability. Emo Schwani had already expected this situation. And her sword just now was just a probe. As the sword light flashed, a fierce beast seemed to suddenly appear in the air, and a fiendish aura rose. The perverted man's face finally changed and he suddenly shouted, "Men!" Emo Schwani was stunned by this shout. It can't be, right? Coming out to pick flowers, he actually brought a follower? Is this still a perverted pervert? Why is he so arrogant? Just in time, a person flew out from all 4 directions and rushed over in a hurry. "Sixth young master. Take down this slut. This young master wants to sleep with her tonight and spread our wings." The Ning family's 6th young master laughed. "A perverted pervert meeting a heroine, sleeping with 2. This is something I've been dreaming of for a long time." The 4 people who came to help revealed a knowing smile at the same time and joined the battle together. Pa pa pa. After a few sounds of weapons clashing, Emo Schwani once again exclaimed in surprise, "Origin Core Realm? Since when were there so many Origin Core Realm experts? And they were the bodyguards of a perverted pervert?" Although there was only one Origin Core cultivator among the 4 of them, this was enough to shock Emo Xianyi to the core. Emo Schwani roared and swung his sword. The other side had an Origin Core Realm expert, and the situation was completely reversed. This time he really had no chance of winning. After all, he was only a high-level Origin Core Realm expert. Who would have thought that catching a perverted pervert would be accompanied by a Master Realm expert? No wonder the Astral Souls could only defend themselves when my Umno Alliance's army was at the Sun Moon Pass. Hee, so the experts here are all doing this at the back. The clear whistling sound spread far and wide. It was mixed with a strange melody, clear and distant. This girl is calling for help. The Ning family's 6th young master's eyes flashed as he drew his sword and joined the battle. Looking at this girl's hot body, the Ning family's 6th young master's eyes became more and more heated. She was a top-quality product. He could not let her go. Even if there were reinforcements, how could they compare to the Ning family in terms of manpower? Emo Schwani calmly faced the battle. Although it was 1 against 5, she was already a high-level Origin Core Realm expert, and it was not difficult for her to win against these people. But her true strength, especially her battle skills, was too strong. If she used her full strength, she would definitely expose her identity as a pervert. Exposing her true identity in this inland city would definitely cause endless trouble. Because of this reason, she could only use the most common sword skills to deal with them. Even if her cultivation was far superior, it would still be difficult to deal with them. But after all, her true strength was far superior to her opponents. No matter how they bombarded her, Emoshwani was like a reef in the waves, unmoving. As the battle circle grew larger and larger, Emoshwani let out a long roar and rushed out of the window with her sword. At this moment, she really wanted to use the pervert art to kill all 5 of them. This was not difficult for her, and she could kill them all in 3 to 5 moves. But the consequences of the aftermath were too great. The only way she could think of now was to lead them away and then kill them outside the city. That would make it easier to deal with the aftermath. Just as she was thinking that, she saw the Ning family's 6th young master chasing after her while roaring into the sky. Then he took out his phone and shouted into it, "Help!" For a moment, Emoshwani felt like she was in a dream. You are a pervert? Are all perverts so arrogant now? As time passed, more and more people appeared to try to kill Emoshwani. Emoshwani really could not understand. This Phoenix City. How could its public security be so bad? I am here to stop evil, so I should be saying that I represent the side of justice. Why am I being chased by a pervert who calls for his friends? This does not make sense. What she didn't know was that the Ning family had been in Phoenix City for many years. They were like the local emperors. Even though the Ning family's fortune had declined and the atmosphere in the family was unprecedentedly stifling, the people who were on the sidelines or didn't have a stable personality didn't know what was going on. When the family head lifted the ban without any warning, these people were wild with joy. With their temperament, if it was not for the restriction of the family's ban, who knows how many girls would have been harmed by them. On the other hand, they already had many beautiful girls in their hearts. Even if the ban was not lifted, no matter how late it was, they would still find an opportunity to do it. Now that the ban was lifted, they were even more unrestrained. Therefore, from the first night the ban was lifted, they were all wild and unrestrained. At this time, a green figure came from afar like a shooting star. Before the person arrived, he had already shouted, "Bastards, get out of the way." It was Yun Juing. Hearing Emoshwani's voice, Yun Juing hurried over. When he arrived, he was shocked. Why are there so many people attacking Emoshwani? He has just arrived in Phoenix City, and he has already provoked so many enemies? Could it be that his identity was exposed? But it did not seem like his identity was exposed, because the strongest among these people was only at core realm, and their actual combat strength was not strong at all. In an extreme one-on-one fight, they were no match for Emoshwani at all. But there were too many people participating in this battle, right? But no matter what, Yun Juing decided to join the battle first. Chapter 250. This was because Emoshwani's hair was already messed up from being surrounded, and she could explode at any moment. If she didn't explode now, she might not have the chance to. Yun Juing dashed over. Before he even arrived, a stream of sword light had already fanned out in all directions. The sword light was still in the air, but it had already formed an arc that was more than 200 feet long, shining brightly in the night sky. It was a spectacular sight. Light flashed. Sword chi. Dodge. Someone shouted, "It's the cultivation of a martial grandmaster." However, it was already too late for them to realize this. As the sword chi flew past, at least 5 or 6 people were cut in half at the waist. Blood suddenly splashed out. Yun Juying's tall figure had already reached Emoshwani's side. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Emoshwani gasped, "I'm fine now. Senior brother, if you didn't come, I'm afraid I would have to use my secret technique." "Who are these people?" Yun Juing pointed his sword around, and a stream of blood slowly dripped from the edge of the sword. "This is..." Emoshwani told him what had happened, and Yun Juing couldn't help but be stunned. "Junior sister? You. What's going on?" Chasing after a perverted thief was not a rare thing. However, the perverted thief was not only not afraid of a chivalrous woman, but also directly summoned many attendants and guards. This was already ridiculous enough. Following that, he could summon all the way and besiege a chivalrous woman. This matter, no matter how one looked at it, was simply unrealistic. Even in a novel, it wasn't written like this, alright? In the end, his junior sister encountered it. Sixth young Master Ning's luck was pretty good, and he narrowly avoided Yun Ju Ying's fatal blow. Looking at the scattered corpses of his family members on the ground, he couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. Who dares to meddle in my Ning family's business? Yun Ju Ying frowned. Ning family? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't the Ning family second to none in Phoenix City? How could they do such a thing in their own home? Let's go first. Yun Ju Ying pulled Mo Xuani and raised his sword. Those who block me will die. The magnificent sword light soared into the sky. At the same time, the experts of the Ning clan who had rushed over from all directions to intercept and kill Yun Ju Ying. Yun Ju Ying was even angrier, and another fan-shaped sword chi was released. Screams filled the air as countless severed limbs fell to the ground. If you dare to chase after me again, I'll kill you all. Yun Ju Ying took Mo Xuani and soared into the sky. As soon as they left, two nascent soul experts of the Ning family rushed over. Seeing this, their faces suddenly changed. What's going on? Sixth young Master Ning said with a long face, Fourth uncle, you have to do me justice. You good for nothing. Fourth uncle's face darkened as he ordered, investigate. Investigate. No matter what my Ning family has done, we can't allow outsiders to be so presumptuous. For so many years, no one has ever been able to shed the blood of my Ning family without paying a price. This time will be no exception. Before he could finish his sentence, puff, puff, puff. More than 30 heads fell from the sky one after another. A figure stood in the air like a cloud and said indifferently, I'm shedding the blood of your Ning family. What do you dare to do? The figure was half cloud and half mist. Standing in the air, he seemed both real and illusory. Only his cold eyes were focused on the fourth uncle of the Ning family, who had just spoken. Cloud. Fourth uncle suddenly felt that he was much shorter. The Ning family is really in a good mood. The whole family came out to pick flowers in the middle of the night. How domineering. The figure in the air was Qin Fangyang, who had changed his appearance slightly and hid his body. I've only killed 34 or 35 people on my way from the east to the south of the city. I don't know if there are any fish that escaped the net. There must be some fish that escaped the net, but with the ones I've killed, there shouldn't be many left. Before he could finish his sentence, more than 10 heads were thrown down. In the air, a graceful figure stood in the air. It was Sister Lan. Sister Lan didn't hide her appearance at all. She said indifferently, Tell Ning Suifeng that the ban on him has been lifted. If it continues, I'll wipe out the entire Ning family. As if in response, another 3 or 4 people were thrown down from the air. Qiu Yunshang, who had been teaching Ning Qingqing in the Ning family, appeared in the air. For the sake of our friendship, I won't kill you this time. But if you dare to lay your hands on ordinary women and children, I'll kill you without mercy. Ha ha. It seems that I, Qin Fangyang, am not honest enough to hide my face like this. Qin Fangyang laughed and showed his true appearance. He said with a loud laugh, I'm Qin Fangyang. If you don't agree, you can come to the second high school to find me. You're welcome to take revenge. Amidst his loud laughter, he turned into a cloud and disappeared with a whoosh. Sister Lan also turned into a magnificent sword light, but she didn't leave. Instead, she suddenly fell down and cut off sixth young Master Ning's head. The head flew up in the air, and then Sister Lan's figure disappeared. Fourth Uncle Ning and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to move, fearing that they would be killed. After a long while, looking at the rolling heads of the Ning family members on the ground, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This were all the direct descendants of the Ning family. No matter how many people died before, no matter how many people were cursed or sick. But now, 50 or 60 of them died at once. Most of them were the backbone of the family. So many people died on the night of the ban being lifted. How many people are keeping an eye on the Ning family, waiting for the Ning family to do something stupid? Thinking of this, fourth uncle couldn't help but feel cold all over. That Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan who came today were obviously prepared. It wasn't a secret to these people that the ban on the Ning family was lifted. They were probably waiting for the Ning family to take action. Once they took action, they would immediately find an excuse to kill them. And Qiu Yunshang, he actually stood on the opposite side of the Ning family. No, this matter must be reported to the family head as soon as possible and be decided as soon as possible. Ning family. Ning Suifeng's face was pale. He looked at the heads of the 65 Ning family members lying in front of him. His body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell down facing the sky. The order had just been issued. It hadn't even been a day, not even 12 hours. 65 people died because of it. Even if the Ning family was a 1,000-year-old family, how many people did they have in total? With the current situation of the Ning family, how many times could they withstand such a massacre? Ning Suifeng woke up from his coma and waved his hands weakly. Family head. Move them all away. Ning Suifeng said weakly, I don't want to see this. Family head regarding Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan. What should we do? Ning Suifeng laughed bitterly. In the family. Who is Qin Fangyang's opponent? Even if that Huayan old ancestor is willing to help, with his old injuries and illnesses, can he deal with Qin Fangyang who is at the peak of his power? Do you have any other way to deal with him? Could it be? You're afraid that the family won't be destroyed fast enough? Ning Suifeng waved his hands dispiritedly. Qiu Yunshang is also standing on the opposite side. Let's go. After a long time. Ning Suifeng's eyes gradually became fierce. He said, the black-clothed woman who started today's incident. Where did she come from? In what aspect? Who is she from? I don't know. I've never seen her before. A rogue cultivator? I don't think so. She called the nascent soul young man who came to support her as senior brother. They should be from the same sect. Senior brother? Ning Suifeng said with a gloomy face, do you know where she came from? Everyone was speechless. Never seen her before? First time in Phoenix City? Ning Suifeng asked again. We're investigating. It should be like this. Only the two of them? Ning Suifeng asked. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Ning Suifeng panted heavily and said fiercely, our Ning family is unlucky. We can't do anything to Qin Fangyang and his people. We can't do anything to Freedom Dao sect. Could it be that even those two rogue cultivators who came from nowhere can ride on our heads and piss on us? You must catch these two people for me. Ning Suifeng felt that he was about to explode. He urgently needed to find a channel to vent. But Qin Fangyang he couldn't afford to offend. Sister Lan he couldn't afford to offend. Qiu Yunshang. He couldn't afford to offend. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was about to collapse. But there were still two people in front of him that he could afford to offend. That was the two of them. Forget about Qin Fangyang killing my people. He's a cloud transformation expert. The current Ning family can't afford to offend him. But you, a little girl, only have the two of you. Two outsiders dare to cause trouble for my Ning family? Do you really think my Ning family is made of mud? The steward stole a glance at Ning Suifeng and sighed in his heart. He followed Ning Suifeng his whole life. He was his underling since young. Later, when Ning Suifeng held power, he became the steward step by step. But now he felt from the bottom of his heart that the family head had changed. In the past, when encountering a difficult problem or a strong enemy, the family head would first choose to solve the most difficult one. No matter what method, how much manpower, material and mental effort, it would be solved in the end. But now, the family head could only choose the weakest one to solve. He didn't dare to touch the strongest ones at all. So many people died in the hands of others, but the family head didn't dare to touch them? What did this mean? His drive was gone. His arrogance was gone. His fighting spirit had already been wiped out. Family head, the Ning family, this time I'm afraid it's really over. Half an hour later. Family head. I found out that the two of them are now staying at the Red Cloud Hotel. There's also a middle-aged man with them. They just entered the city today. Ning Suifeng took a deep breath. A trace of coldness flashed past his eyes. The other party has a soul transformation expert. Send a few more people. We must capture them in one fell swoop. There can't be any mistakes. He stood with his hands behind his back, his face as cold as ice. Capture. All of them. Chapter 251. Catch them and bring them back. I'll interrogate them personally. Who are they? How dare they be enemies with the Ning family? I'll deal with them personally. With a single order, all 4 nascent soul transformation cultivators of the Ning clan moved out. There were also more than 30 primal core cultivators who followed them. The pressure was unstoppable. The Ning family is not someone who can be bullied by others. Ning Suifeng's face was cold. Ching. I'm here. Come with me. The father and daughter entered the study. They left the many disciples of the Ning family outside. Ning Qingqing followed Ning Suifeng, but she felt that something was wrong. After entering the study and pressing a button, another dark room appeared. Ning Suifeng walked down first. After the father and daughter entered, the room lit up. And the door of the dark room was closed immediately. Ning Qingqing looked inside. It was a small study. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. There was a big study upstairs, but there was a small one downstairs? Well, sit down. Ning Suifeng frowned and looked at his desk. His fingers tapped on the table gently and he didn't speak for a long time. Ning Qingqing was obviously puzzled by her father's attitude. He asked her to come in, but why didn't he say a word? What did this mean? Qingqing, I believe you can see the situation of the Ning family now. Ning Suifeng had a dejected expression as he said, if nothing unexpected happens, then those uncles of yours that went to capture those 3 people will encounter a life and death crisis as well. Ning Qingqing opened her beautiful eyes in shock. Dad, then why did you? Don't speak first. Listen to me. Ning Suifeng smiled bitterly and said, Qingqing, all this time, I have only one wish. I want you to take over the Phoenix vein and ensure that the bloodline of the Ning family will continue for generations. So, when the old principal He Yuanyue came to me for help and talked about the Phoenix vein, I was selfish for the first time. Meng Tianyu and I, both of us have the power to make this matter quickly and efficiently reach where He Yuanyue wants this news to go. But we didn't do it. It's probably because the two of them are of the same mind and have a tacit understanding of each other. When you find someone, I'll stop them. When I find someone, you'll stop them. Later on, it became a matter of 2 people discussing how to deal with it. To completely suppress this matter within the boundaries of Phoenix City. Ning Suifeng said softly. Ning Qingqing was so shocked that she almost forgot to breathe after hearing such shocking news. He looked at his father. How come he didn't know anything about this before? Until He Yuanyue gave up, the 2 of us followed the things that He Yuanyue had mentioned before. We found Blind Hong to look at feng shui and set up a feng shui layout. Completely extinguished the phoenix's hope of soaring. Then I found so many wives and concubines and gave birth to so many sons and daughters. All I wanted was to give birth to a daughter with the Phoenix vein. In the end, it's a pity. Fortunately, I had you and your body met the standard of the Phoenix vein. Ning Suifeng's face was full of reminiscence and sorrow. He said slowly, nothing happened today. Recalling the past is like a dream. The Ning family missed a way to soar after all. Ning Qingqing only felt inexplicably uncomfortable at this moment. She felt unprecedentedly depressed and panicked. She didn't understand why his father suddenly talked about the past. Now that I think about it, the Ning family was selfish and tried to cross the sea by deceiving the heavens. That's why it led to today's tragic ending. Tragic ending? Yes, it's a tragic ending. Ning Suifeng smiled faintly and said, isn't the situation now bleak enough? Or it will be even more bleak in the future. Maybe this is the result of deceiving the heavens and defying the heavens. His expression became distant again. He said, since I was selfish back then, I'm afraid this ending was already destined. If I really cooperated with He Yuanyue back then and waited for the Phoenix spirit to break through the meridians, the Ning family, as the people who obeyed the heavens, would definitely have a great increase in fortune. At least, we could have prospered for another 1,000 years or even longer. That was an opportunity to meet the heavens and receive the heavens. But I chose to go against the trend. You must remember in the future that when there's an opportunity in front of you, then there are only 2 endings waiting for you. You can either soar or fall into eternal damnation. Because an opportunity may also be a trap. If you think left, it's an opportunity. If you think right, it's a trap. He Yuanyue came to find me back then, and I took advantage of her fairness. I took the opportunity to seek benefits for my family. I thought I had succeeded, but I didn't know that the cause of the disaster was hidden. Until today. Sai Qin Fangyang came out to make things difficult. Although he has reached the cloud transformation realm, if I used up all the Ning family's years of savings and all the trump cards, it might not be impossible to get rid of him. But now Sister Lan came out representing He Yuanyue. You have a guilty conscience. Ning Suifeng let out a long sigh and said, let's not talk about this anymore. There's not much time. Let's not be entangled in these matters. There's not much time? How is there not much time? Indeed, there's not much time. Ning Suifeng's eyes were filled with disappointment and said, when the ancestral grave fell, I knew that the Ning family was finished. That's why I lifted the ban, hoping to use the chaos to create a change and give birth to a child. I hoped that by luck I could leave a posthumous child for the Ning family or something so that the Ning family bloodline would not die out. Unfortunately, luck is just luck. My hope did not bear fruit. Instead, it further hastened the Ning family's downfall, and made us fall into eternal damnation even faster. There's no such thing as luck. I've completely given up. Father, it's not that bad. Let's try harder. There's still hope. The old principal is such a good person. As long as we repent, the old principal will definitely give us a way out, Ning Qingqing said anxiously. Based on the old principal's personality, if it was her, she definitely would not have done it so ruthlessly. But I'm very certain that the person behind this was not the old principal. This person is truly too ruthless. He definitely wants our Ning family to fall into eternal damnation, and our bloodline to end. Ning Suifeng smiled bitterly. Do you know what our family's ancestral grave is? What is it? Ning Suifeng said solemnly. It's where the Feng family's left foot is located. The Feng family's left foot? Ning Qingqing was shocked. Yes. That year, when Blind Hong set up the feng shui layout, he used the Ning family's ancestral grave to seal the Feng family's left foot with Yin Qi. And the Meng Corporation's headquarters used Yang Qi to seal the Feng family's right foot. That's why you or Meng Qinyu had a chance to obtain a bit of the Feng family's vein. But now, it's already destined to be impossible. From the moment our family's ancestral grave fell, the Feng family's left foot could already move freely. And during this period of time, the Meng Corporation's side is also constantly having accidents. There are only a few days left before it completely collapses. It's estimated that in about 10 days, something will definitely happen to the Meng Corporation's building. And at that time the Feng family's right foot will also regain its freedom. And all of this, we clearly know that it's because of the feng shui layout, but we can't find the root cause at all. But at this time, Blind Hong also died. All of this is the will of the heavens. Ning Suifeng let out a long sigh. It's the will of the heavens. Ning Qingqing frowned and pondered. She carefully thought about these things. Each and every one of them was strange, but in the end she pushed everything in one direction. It was as if there was a big hand in the dark that was erasing all the traces that went against his will bit by bit. It made all the people who tried their best to reverse the change could only watch helplessly, but they were powerless and could only sigh helplessly. Dad, didn't you say before? As long as the spiritual thought goddess is killed, there will still be a chance? That's just wishful thinking. The appearance of Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan tonight made me completely understand that there is no chance at all against the spiritual thought goddess, only a trap. A death trap that will kill as many people as you go. Ning Suifeng laughed self-deprecatingly. The Ning family has made such a crazy move. Mu Yanyan has always had a strong sense of justice, but she didn't appear this time. Do you know where she is now? She must be protecting the spiritual thought goddess. With her guarding by the side, it's a joke to say that you can kill the spiritual thought goddess with one blow. And with a long whistle, Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan will immediately rush to help. How big is the Phoenix City? How wide can the spiritual thought goddess's range of activities be? With the speed of a cloud transformation realm cultivator, how long would it take? In addition, according to a reliable source, the Kunlun Dao sect also sent people to help. They are all Mu Yanyan's senior and junior brothers. None of them are easy to deal with. What's more, besides Mu Yanyan, Qin Fangyang and the others, the Umno Alliance also has experts secretly protecting the spiritual thought goddess. The Umno Alliance certainly needs the spiritual thought goddess to die, but what they need is for her to die at the fixed time of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. It can't be delayed, but it can't be brought forward. If we want the spiritual thought goddess to die in advance, we will also be their enemy. That day when I probed, Meng Qintian almost immediately turned hostile. So I guess that Meng Tianyue is just a puppet, and the real person in charge should be Meng Qintian. And Meng Qintian's real identity and origin is most likely from the Umno Alliance. Because Meng Tianyue also wants the spiritual thought goddess to die in advance, to save the Meng family from its decline. But because of Meng Qintian, Meng Tianyue doesn't dare to move, or she can't move. Ning Suifeng said solemnly, at this point our Ning family has no power to reverse the situation, and there is no hope. Even if we want to find some ways to continue the bloodline, it has been completely killed. Ning Qingqing was speechless for a moment. During this period of time, bad news comes one after another. That's why I said this time. The Ning family members who went out to capture people, I'm afraid it's not going to end well. Ning Suifeng laughed coldly. What? Ning Qingqing was shocked. What? Why do you think a young lady can deal with so many people in the embryonic breathing realm in our family, and not be at a disadvantage? And her senior brother is a nascent soul realm cultivator. Then she must be a disciple of a big sect. Chapter 252. Then what is the level of the middle-aged man who came with them? If the middle-aged man was the girl's bodyguard, he would have come to the previous battle. But he didn't show up in the end. The only possibility is that he is the elder of the two. Martial uncle or martial uncle, at least at this level. Thinking of this girl's senior brother who is already at the level of nascent soul. In that case, what level of cultivation does this elder have? Ning Suifeng smiled bitterly. The most conservative estimate is at least the initial level of cloud transformation. You don't need to use your brain to think of these. Isn't it like hitting a rock with an egg when the Ning family uses nascent soul and embryonic breath to deal with cloud transformation? Is there any possibility of winning? Ning Suifeng laughed, his face full of sarcasm. Dad, then why did you send so many people? Ning Qingqing was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Knowing that it was a hopeless situation, he sent the main force of the whole family? Only by cutting off all means of retreat can we have a chance to take drastic measures. Now that the Ning family has declined, only by sending all the basic forces of the family to create the largest scale of chaos can we attract all the forces and everyone's attention and no longer pay attention to the Ning family's ancestral house. Only then can we have a chance to talk now. What I want is for you to understand everything from the beginning to the end. And all of this has already been said above. You have also fully understood. Ning Suifeng said heavily, the Ning family will die sooner or later, all of them. Since they will die sooner or later, they are doomed. It's better to let them die and create an opportunity for me to explain everything to you. Dad, I am also a member of the Ning family. If the Ning family is unlucky, I can't stay out of it. Ning Qingqing's eyes were red. You are not. The descendants of the Ning family don't have that fate, the fate of the phoenix. No. No. Ning Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. You are not. Ning Suifeng said self-mockingly, you have the fate of the phoenix, but the Ning family doesn't. I took so many women and had so many children, but none of them could meet the requirements of the phoenix vein. It was also back then that your mother was being hunted down. I saw that she was beautiful, so I took her in and protected her. At that time she was already 2 months pregnant. Not long after giving birth she wanted to take you away, but I found out that you were 97 astral souls. How could I let you go? To keep this secret, I even killed your mother. Ning Suifeng looked at Ning Qingqing and said, do you understand now? You are not my daughter, nor are you a member of the Ning family. You even have a grudge against the head of the Ning family for killing your mother. We should be irreconcilable enemies. Ning Qingqing was so shocked that she forgot to cry. She stared at Ning Suifeng blankly. Dad, you. It's true. Ning Suifeng said solemnly, so you'll be fine, but you can't stay in the Ning clan any longer. If you do, you'll be dragged down by the Ning clan. He took out a card and a few interspatial rings and slowly pushed them over. There are 10 billion star dollars in this card. The name of this card was registered under Yu Danqing's name. Just remember it yourself. Other relevant information, identity documents, and so on are all in this ring. These rings are the essence of the Ning clan's many years of collection. Whether it's the jade of astral souls, resources, secret books, herbs, pills, and so on. Everything you need is here. It's enough for you to squander for a lifetime. Ning Suifeng lowered his head tiredly. Move the bookcase away later. There's a secret passage behind it that leads to the outside of the city. After you get out of the secret passage, turn right and walk for about 3 kilometers. There's a manor. One of the rooms in the manor is the escape route that I've arranged long ago. Go to that house. There's a secret passage under the bed. After 10 kilometers you'll reach the wasteland realm. Change your appearance and leave from there. Leave the central plains as soon as possible. Then you'll be able to escape. Dad. Ning Qingqing burst into tears and knelt down with a plop. Ning Suifeng was not moved at all. His voice was calm. The further you go, the better. You're not a member of the Ning clan. You're not a member of the Ning clan from the beginning to the end. From today onwards, live with a new identity. If you still care about my feelings for you, Then promise me one thing. In the future, if you have children, choose one of them to be surnamed Ning. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't do that. Don't think about revenge. Firstly, you don't even know who the other party is. Secondly, the other party has a grudge against the Ning clan but not against you. Strictly speaking, I killed your mother out of selfishness. I'm your enemy. Now that the Ning clan is gone, that person has avenged you. He should be your benefactor. Ning Suifeng said slowly, "Go." "I won't go." Ning Qingqing cried. She hugged Ning Suifeng's leg and shook her head while crying. "If you don't go, I'll die in front of you now. If you don't do as I say, I'll die in front of you now." Ning Suifeng pulled out his sword and stabbed it into his chest. Blood gushed out. "That!" Ning Qingqing screamed. "If you shout any louder and alert anyone, I'll die in front of you now." Ning Suifeng exerted more force and the sword went in again. "What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?" "Woohoo! Go. Now go." Ning Suifeng said coldly, "There's food, drink and everything in the ring. I only need you. Go now. Don't look back. Your mother's real name is Yu Danqing." In other words, the name of the identity you're using now will be replaced by a character in the middle. Qingqing, you still have a bright future. Forget everything about the Ning clan. Go find your family, your father, and your future. Ning Suifeng's hand gently brushed his daughter's face. Ning Qingqing felt that her father's hand was cold. But she grabbed her father's hand tightly and covered her face. Feeling the warmth of her father's hand, she didn't dare to cry loudly. But she cried bitterly. "It's the last minute. If you don't go, I'll die." Ning Suifeng withdrew his hand coldly. He held the sword hilt. "Dad, can I leave tomorrow? I want to stay with you for one more night." Ning Qingqing was heartbroken. She cried and trembled. "No, the Ning clan is gone. The Ning clan is finished. Maybe the whole clan will be destroyed at any time. If you stay here for another 15 minutes, you may die here. There's no chance to escape." Ning Suifeng said coldly, 27 seconds left. Looking at her father's determined eyes, Ning Qingqing felt cold. Ning Qingqing felt cold all over. She knew that her father would do what he said. She grabbed the ring and card on the table, knelt down and kowtowed desperately, knocking her head on the floor. "Dad, I'm leaving." Ning Suifeng didn't answer. He just looked at her coldly. 10 seconds left. Ning Qingqing jumped up and rushed to the bookshelf crazily. She moved it away and found that there was a hole. It had been open long ago. She jumped in. A few minutes later, Ning Suifeng stood up slowly and walked to the hole. He said lightly, "This passage can only be used once. 10 minutes later, I'll press the mechanism and blow up the section in the middle." 50 meters below the hole, Ning Qingqing, who was still wandering, burst into tears. "Dad, you're so cruel." She shouted with all her might, "Dad, take care." She turned around and rushed forward desperately. In the study room, Ning Suifeng raised his head and his tears finally fell. "You're my daughter. How can I not know what you want to do? Go. From now on, I only wish you a smooth life. Go, my daughter. Although you're not my biological daughter, but I love you." He looked at the hole, cherishing it. Then he closed the lid and moved the bookshelf back. Then he pressed a button. The passage under the study room began to collapse bit by bit in a slow and gradual way, completely blocking the passage. It collapsed 10 meters at a time and then continued to move forward. It kept collapsing to an unknown position. The sound caused by this kind of collapse was very slight. If one didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't find any abnormality at all. Ning Suifeng carefully removed all traces. Then he pulled out the sword from his chest. The sword was stained red with blood. He looked at the blood on the sword and smiled bitterly. He murmured, "I lost. I lost the whole Ning clan. But Qingqing survived. Although she's not my biological daughter, she'll always remember that her surname used to be Ning. The bloodline of the Ning clan will not be cut off. It will definitely continue. You've won. I'll wait for the final result." Almost at the same time when Ning Qingqing left the Ning clan's old house, a big battle broke out in Phoenix City. And this battle attracted the attention of all the high-end forces in Phoenix City, including Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, Mu Yanyan, Star Shield, City Guards, Governor's Mansion. All the forces. There was no other reason except that this battle was particularly tragic. It was so tragic that it was beyond everyone's expectations. The whole Red Cloud Hotel was directly wiped out in this battle. No one knew what had happened to the Ning clan. The whole clan gathered almost all the high-end forces of the Ning clan and went to the Red Cloud Hotel to capture people. A conflict broke out on the spot. A man and a woman rushed left and right, and started a bloody battle with the Ning clan. The man was a soul transformation cultivator and the woman was at the high level of the origin core realm. However, the Ning clan was determined to deal with them this time. They didn't care about the cost and didn't care about the casualties. Plus, they had the advantage in numbers. The man and the woman slowly fell into a disadvantageous position and were in imminent danger. As the battle continued, the situation escalated and became more and more intense. The Red Cloud Hotel was completely razed to the ground. The situation of the battle changed. The man and woman fought and retreated, but they were surrounded in the sky above the square. It was difficult for them to escape. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He transformed into a green cloud and joined the battle. However, as the sword light flickered, the boundless sword light swept across the battlefield. In just a few breaths' time, the sword light had already carried a man and a woman into the sky and disappeared into the distance. The experts of the Ning clan who participated in this battle were all dead. 50 elites of the Ning clan joined forces to besiege them. Not only were they unable to capture them, but they also lost 39 people. He had suffered a crushing defeat. However, this battle caused all of the upper echelons of Phoenix City to raise their eyebrows. No one cared about the Ning clan. But who was the middle-aged man who appeared in the end? The sudden appearance of this middle-aged man instantly attracted the attention of all the experts in Phoenix City. He became the focus of attention, begging for monthly votes, subscription, recommendation tickets. Readers of other websites, if you have the ability, please come to Chidian Chinese Network and support the original version. Thank you. Chapter 253. That middle-aged man's cultivation was clearly at the cloud transformation realm. And this person's cultivation was definitely not low in the cloud transformation realm. Just based on the cultivation he displayed, he was already at the middle stage of the cloud transformation realm. But everyone had a common guess. This was definitely not his full strength. But who was this person? Star Shield's Han Song and the other cloud transformation realm expert had tried their best to track him down, wanting to confirm his identity. Unexpectedly, after a few turns they actually lost track of him. Towards this result, the two of them could not help but be shocked. One must know that Han Song and the other cloud transformation realm expert had started to chase after the middle-aged man the moment he flew away on his sword. That person even brought 2 people with him, yet he was able to easily shake off their pursuit, disappearing without leaving any traces behind. Based on this calculation, this person's cultivation was far above Han Song and the other person. It was even not weaker than Shang Qingyun's shocking cultivation when she was at her peak. Such an expert coming to Phoenix City at such a time, what did he want to do? Would it affect the impending Phoenix Vein Spirit Cleansing event? This kind of person, this kind of existence at this kind of critical juncture, the impact was huge. It could be said that pulling one hair would affect the whole body, causing great trouble in the future. Jiang Zhangbin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had a strong premonition that this group of people was most likely here for the Phoenix Vein Spirit Cleansing event. Once this thought appeared, he could not help but feel a headache. Fuck, was there no end to this? Jiang Wenzhou had just left Phoenix City yesterday and returned to the headquarters. He was still the director of Star Shield and was in charge of the affairs. He was truly busy and had many things to deal with. To be able to stay in Phoenix City for 10 days was already an unprecedented exception. After he left, Jiang Zhangbin naturally returned to his position and took up his position. But this time, Jiang Zhangbin was much more obedient. The previous incident had truly frightened this big-faced Jiang. He had only neglected a step and his entire team was almost wiped out. No, if not for the last heaven-shaking hammer, his team would have been completely wiped out. It was really too close. We have to quickly think of a way to confirm the background of this group of people. Hearing this order, the subordinates all smiled bitterly. If it was just a simple investigation, it would be easy to confirm the whereabouts of this group of people. Even if these 3 people temporarily disappeared, it would not be difficult to find them in Phoenix City. But the real problem was, what would happen after the investigation? What to do? Who would dare to interrogate him? Such an expert didn't even need to make a move. He could simply blow a bunch of people to death with a single breath. Jiang Zhangbin and the others were depressed and had a headache. As for Fang Yinua's martial uncle Fang, who had just displayed his invincible might and slaughtered the Ning clan, he was even more depressed. He was extremely depressed and had a splitting headache. In an abandoned rundown house in the suburbs, martial Uncle Fang was staring at a martial nephew and a martial niece. The black lines on his forehead were about to evaporate. "Hurry up and tell me what's going on?" Fang Yinhua was about to go crazy. "I've warned you again and again to be careful, to be cowardly, and to stay low. Meditate and ponder over one's mistakes, and chat without discussing others' faults. I would rather be scolded than be punched. Especially when you're at the rear of the astral soul's continent. You have to be even more careful. I've taught the two of you for hundreds of thousands of miles. When you came to Phoenix City, I repeatedly exhorted you and even gave you my life's wisdom and life-saving methods. Then, the two of you went out for at most 1 or 2 hours, and you caused such a huge commotion. How can I keep a low profile? How can I keep this a secret? If the whole world knows about it, I might as well have fought my way here." Yun Juing and Mo Xuanyi lowered their heads and did not speak. Both of them were injured. You. Fang Yinhua flew into a rage. "You can at least give me a little bit of time to contact your third senior sister and figure out the situation. You can't even give me that little bit of time. You're too much." "I'm sorry, martial uncle," Mo Xuanyi weakly apologized. "If sorry is useful, do I still need to kill people? Why don't you just come out and apologize?" Fang Yinhua was even angrier. "What the hell is going on? You have to explain it clearly. How did you provoke such a big family? There aren't many forces in Phoenix City that can mobilize so many people at once. You guys are too good at causing trouble, too good at causing trouble." Mo Xuanyi's face was full of embarrassment. He stuttered and told the whole story, but before he could finish, Fang Yinhua exploded. You. Young Miss Mo." Fang Yinhua anxiously spun around. "I really didn't see it. I really underestimated you. Could it be that you came to Phoenix City to do chivalrous deeds? You're really too awesome catching a pervert. When you came to the enemy's rear, you didn't do anything. The first thing you did was go out to do justice and catch a pervert?" Fang Yinhua pulled at his hair, speechless. "What kind of bad luck am I in? I actually came out with the two of you? Heavens, earth, what sin have I committed that you have to target me like this?" Mo Xuanyi lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Yun Juying's face was pale. "Martial uncle junior sister is a woman. She can't stand seeing a woman being bullied like this. It's normal for her to be angry." Fang Yinhua grabbed Yun Juying's collar and pulled him up. "Normal? Normal your grandma's leg. Now that things have gotten to this point, who knows when we will be implicated by her and die here. Do you think she can stand it when that time comes?" "This, martial uncle, you're exaggerating. What the fuck are you talking about?" Fang Yinhua said angrily. "I just brought you two idiots to escape. Do you know who was chasing us? They were 2 transformation cloud cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that I was careful and went to explore the escape route this afternoon, even if we could escape in the end, we would have been caught by the tail and left behind some clues. Do you think we would have a good ending if we left behind some clues?" "Transformation cloud cultivators? How is that possible?" Yun Juing was shocked. In such a small city, 2 transformation cloud cultivators appeared at the same time? "Pig brain," Fang Yinhua said angrily. "Calling you a pig brain is an insult to pigs. There's a phoenix vein here. If we want it, wouldn't they want it too? This concerns the fate of the continent. So what if there are 2 transformation cloud cultivators? I wouldn't be surprised even if there were 2 god royal cultivators. Then what do we do now?" Yun Juing asked. "What do we do? Let's do it," Fang Yinhua shouted angrily. Then he sat at the side and pondered. The current situation was really troublesome. Perhaps the astral souls could not confirm their identities at the moment and only had suspicions. However, once they showed themselves, the Umno Alliance's men would know that the ravenous wolves were here. It was expected that the ravenous wolves would come looking for them. This was the biggest problem. What should they do? "From tomorrow onwards, all of you will put on makeup for me," Fang Yinhua said fiercely. "Make it so that even your mother won't recognize you. If you dare to make any more mistakes, I'll kill the 2 of you and run away." The next morning, Meng Tianyue was furious in her office. What is Ning Suifeng trying to do? Why did he make such a big fuss last night? He actually allowed the whole family to go out and pick flowers. Does he think that the situation is not chaotic enough? Does he think that our 2 families are not receiving enough attention? Meng Qintian stood at the side, frowning. He thought about it and still could not understand the purpose of the Ning family's actions last night. What was the real intention behind it? Did they really lose their minds? Actually, from the moment they lifted the ban on sex, it was already a crazy move. What was Ning Suifeng trying to do? How much bad news did we receive last night? Only 2. They are. No need to say more. Meng Tianyue was impatient, but then her eyes lit up. Only 2? So little? Tell me. The secretary's mouth began to twitch. In the past, no matter how small the misfortune was, it was something that happened once in a decade for the Meng group. Even if things did not go well, they would resolve it before the situation worsened. Now, there were 2 truly unlucky incidents in one night, and the chairman's comment was, "So little?" This sentence itself was very strange, all right? But thinking about the events of the past few days, the secretary also understood. Compared to the previous few days, there were more than 10 to 20 misfortunes coming one after another. It was indeed much less. Xiangzhou's 4th young master and Daozhou's 9th young lady died of a sudden illness. The autopsy said that it was a congenital heart attack. Fuck your bullshit. Meng Tianyue cursed. The person who made this identification has a congenital heart attack. At this moment, the phone call from the reception on the 1st floor came in. The voice on the other side was abnormally urgent. Chairman, Star Shield, City Tax Bureau, Law Enforcement Bureau, Audit Bureau. Suddenly came together. We didn't stop them. Now they have gone up. The finance department is also under control. Meng Tianyue was stunned when she heard the news. What happened? What's the situation? At this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. A group of people wearing uniforms of various colors walked in one after another, flashing their identification cards to indicate their identities. Chairman Meng, I'm sorry. We are here on official business. Everyone, what is going on? Why are there so many people here? Meng Tianyue frowned and asked. Someone reported that the Meng Corporation is guilty of tax evasion, coercion, and 35 other crimes. What did you say? How is this possible? Meng Tianyue cried out. It's not possible. We need to investigate before we can come to a conclusion. And before we come to a conclusion, please forgive us. We have to do things according to the law. The leading official's face was cold. Then he ordered, search. Chapter 254. The headquarters of Meng Conglomerate, from top to bottom, was in a state of chaos. Meng Conglomerate's human resources, employees and office space were simply too big. Although there seemed to be a lot of people present at the scene, in reality, there were far from enough manpower. Reinforcements from all over the place kept arriving, and the various departments of Meng Conglomerate were all under control. Sir, we do not object to you carrying out your duties. We are willing to cooperate. Meng Qintian said, but you cannot interfere with the normal business of Meng Conglomerate. Meng Conglomerate has hundreds of branches outside, and there are many business dealings that need to be dealt with every day. If you do this, tomorrow there will be rumors that Meng Conglomerate is going to close down. If it is just normal business dealings, please point it out, young Master Meng. We will not interfere rashly. We have made our stand clear from the beginning. We are only here for a routine investigation. We have no intention of closing down Meng Conglomerate. Young Master Meng's accusation is too big. We cannot bear it. Young Master Meng, please be careful with your words. Meng Tianyue saw that the other party was coming aggressively and was determined to take action. Naturally, she did not dare to be negligent. She immediately contacted her own connections, hoping to settle this matter as soon as possible. However, when her connections heard that the person in charge was actually Han Song from the Star Shield General Bureau, everyone retreated. No one dared to intervene at all. The Star Shield General Bureau intervened, and the person in charge was a cloud transformation expert. How obvious was this? This matter was big. Even if they had the ability to settle it, they could only shake their heads. The Star Shield General Bureau was a department that directly reported to the heavens. They could not help with this matter. Of course, more importantly, they did not dare to help. At this time, it was too late to clarify their relationship with Meng Conglomerate. Wouldn't it be stupid to jump in voluntarily? Right at this critical juncture, another major event took place out of nowhere. The Ning family's ancestral grave was surrounded by a large iron fence a few hundred meters away. This was a barrier set up by the government. After all, this area was close to the official road, and now it had become a high-risk area. They needed to prevent people from falling in. Since dawn, there seemed to be the faint sound of flowing water. At first, it seemed to be very far away, but it was rapidly approaching. As time went on, the water level in the surrounding area showed a rapid decline. Many small lakes directly reached the bottom in a very short period of time, and the water all seeped into the ground below. The artificial lake of the Ning family was not spared either. It also began to shrink. About 3 hours later, with a muffled sound, the artificial lake dried up. A large hole with a radius of 3 to 4 meters appeared at the bottom of the lake. It was so dark that no one knew where it led to. Originally, as the water level of the artificial lake dropped, the water from the Wuxia River rushed in as a replenishment. However, it obviously could not keep up with the speed of the water level dropping. Later, it became the clear water of the Wuxia River, rushing directly into the black hole in an endless stream. This situation was too strange. Even the most daring expert would not dare to go down and explore. The resulting chain reaction was the water level of Meng conglomerate's man-made lake also began to drop. In a very short period of time, it suffered the same fate as the Ning family's man-made lake. The water of the Wuxia River gushed in endlessly. As for the underground black hole, it seemed to be an infinite space. Even after containing so much water, it was still able to devour it tirelessly. This situation continued for a long time. Some people were surprised to find that the place where the Ning family's ancestral grave was originally located had now turned into a large lake. The water level was gradually rising. The water was sparkling, and no one knew how deep it was. On the other hand, the artificial lakes of the Ning family and the Meng family had also recovered to their original state. However, everyone knew that due to the replenishment of the Wuxia River, the underground water was saturated. In other words, these three places who knew how deep underground were connected to each other. Then, if one were to think deeper, the bottom of this entire region was empty. Below it was almost an ocean. As for the buildings above, they were like floating blocks of ice in the ocean. They were extremely unsafe and could collapse and be destroyed at any time. After realizing this, the people living in this area all panicked and fled. The governor's office had no choice but to issue a relocation order. It was probably to evacuate all the residents and companies in the area. After this series of actions, everyone was shocked to find that although this area was not small, because it had always been controlled by the Meng conglomerate and the Ning family, there were not many outsiders. If these two families were not included, it was almost a deserted area. Almost all the buildings above ground belonged to these two families. Only 2 or 3 small residential areas at the edge of the area were not under the control of these two families. The rest were the residential areas for employees, the dormitories for employees, the welfare buildings of the two families, storage bases, amusement parks and so on. On the day the relocation order was officially issued, someone was startled by the sight and suddenly cried out in surprise, Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why do I see that the Meng family's headquarters building is tilted a little? More and more people noticed this and looked at it together. They were all shocked and their faces turned pale. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. It is really tilted. Compared to its original straight appearance, it is tilted at least 15 degrees. What is going on? What is going on? Is it going to collapse? It is going to collapse? Oh my God. Hurry up and run. After a group of experts rushed over, they investigated, measured, calculated and compared it to the previous situation. They came to a definite conclusion. Due to the inexplicable collapse of the underground area, the Meng family's headquarters building was showing signs of tilting. Moreover, the tilting was getting worse. In a few days at most, it would collapse completely. As for the direction of the collapse, the experts were shocked to find that the Meng family's headquarters building was going to collapse in the direction where the relocation order had just been issued. It was exactly the same direction. If the building were to collapse recklessly, it would connect with the front of this area. And this meant that most of the buildings would collapse into the artificial lake of the Meng family's headquarters. There was no need to say anything. There was no need for the government to mobilize anyone. Everyone who was still in the area quickly ran away. They did not even mention any conditions. Earlier there were people who wanted to build houses and shops along the street. Now, each one of them ran away faster than the other. Not running? I won't rush you. Just wait to be turned into meat patties. As for the employees of the Meng family's headquarters building, as well as the people from the related departments who were working inside, they quickly ran away as well. In just a short span of a day, the building that was once the #1 building in Phoenix City had become an empty building and a dangerous one. On the same day that the thing that Fang Yinhua was most afraid of had happened, the emissary sent a message through the sect's exclusive communication method. Since you are here, why don't you return? Fang Yinhua wanted to cry, but no tears came out. How could he be afraid? He was completely exposed. The wishful thinking that had been finalized could not be carried out in the slightest. It had completely collapsed. He did not even have the time to contact the people from the Greedy Wolf sect before he was targeted by the emissary. This is killing me. This is killing me. Fang Yinhua was on the verge of breaking down. Mo Xuanyi was wearing very ordinary clothes. His face was dirty as he sat at the side with his head lowered. How can I find that Master Zhua? Martial Uncle has been watching me too closely for the past 2 days. How can I find an excuse to go out? Second high school. He Yuanyue, who had not shown up for more than 10 days, was calling Sister Lan over. It had only been a few days, but Yuanyue had obviously aged a lot. Even her eyes looked a little cloudy. However, at this moment her gaze was extremely sharp. A few days ago the Ning family's ancestral grave collapsed. Now the Meng family's group is going to collapse too? Sister Lan, remember to ask Zhuo Duo to go to Phoenix Head Mountain to check on the situation tonight. It's best to be careful, especially at the last moment. I understand. Yuanyue's spirit was unprecedentedly excited at this moment. Her eyes were shining brightly. If I'm not wrong, this is going to fly? For the past 2 days, Zhuo Duo had focused all his energy on consolidating his current state, strengthening his foundation, strengthening his divine sense, familiarizing himself with his power, and practicing the new sword technique he had just learned. He was so busy that his head was about to explode. The only change was the news from Wanli Xiu that the birthday banquet was tomorrow night. Actually, Zhuo Duo did not understand this. The changes in the Meng family and the Ning family were within Zhuo Duo's expectations. Everything was under his control. But to others, it was an unimaginable change. So many changes had happened in Phoenix City in just a few days. As the governor of Phoenix City, Father One must be very busy. How could he have the mood to hold a birthday banquet for his daughter? Based on this understanding, Zhuo Duo had already planned to cancel Wanli Xiu's birthday banquet. Unfortunately, many things had been cancelled, but the birthday banquet itself was not cancelled. The planned big banquet was turned into a small one. He allowed his daughter and the others to have fun on their own. Other than that, there were also his family members and relatives who had arrived a few days earlier. As for outsiders, none of them were invited. Even those who had been sent invitations were told to cancel them one by one. Now, Phoenix City was silent, waiting for the rain to fall. What everyone was paying attention to, or rather waiting for, was the moment when Meng Conglomerate's headquarters was tilting more and more to the side. Chapter 255. It was fine to cancel a little girl's birthday party, but with so many major changes, it was reasonable to cancel it. While Zhuo Duo expressed his regret, he also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the large-scale party was cancelled and turned into a small gathering. The number of people he had to face during his performance would be greatly reduced, and the scope of embarrassment would be much smaller. Of course, it was worth heaving a sigh of relief. I'll be there. Yes. Let the big shots worry about the big things. We're just a few children who haven't really grown up. During this time we can open up and be happy. Zhuo Duo hummed a little tune, pleased with himself, and knocked on Zhuo Xiaoyan's door. Yen Yen. Cat, open the door. Master Zhuo was very imposing now. It could be seen from the way he kept calling her Nian Nian Cat at home. Now that Zhuo Duo had broken through, he felt very confident. He wasn't willing to call her Sister Nian Nian anymore. Wouldn't that make me Master Zhuo look small? No way. So Master Zhuo forced himself to change his way of calling her Nian Nian Cat. Zhuo Xiaoyan was fuming with anger. He had already beaten a certain someone several times, but he found that this guy was stubbornly enduring the beatings like a piece of meat. Finally, he had no choice but to give up. Slowly, being called Nian Nian Cat became a habit. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very unhappy, but it seemed like she had acquiesced. Therefore, Master Zhuo was no longer satisfied with just calling her Nian Nian Cat. He often wondered if he could delete the word cat at the end and just call her Nian Nian. Of course, the last step was to call her Nian. That would be even better. However, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he finally gave up. Let's start with Nian Yen Cat and test it step by step. At least he had a foundation. His parents had called him Duo Duo and Yen Yen Cat since he was young. Zhou Xiaoyan actually didn't dislike it. However, if he called her Nian Yen directly, Zhou Xiaoyan might go crazy. Zhou Xiaoduo shuddered at the thought of the extent of his madness. He forced himself to stop thinking about it. Step by step, I've conquered your hardness. Step by step, I've captured all of you. Step by step, I've forged a lake of love. Step by step, I've entered you. Into the depths of your heart. Zhou Xiaoduo was humming a song as he leaned against the door. Yes, this song is called Step by Step. It was done by a famous author, a famous composer, a famous lyricist, a famous calligrapher, and a famous handsome man who wished to remain anonymous. The door opened and a jade-like hand reached out in exasperation, grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's scalp, and dragged him in very roughly. Bang! Zhou Xiaoduo was thrown onto the sofa. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was cold. What are you doing here? Haven't you seen the news? Zhou Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, the outside world is in chaos. I'm just here to take a look at your face and confirm the situation. Why didn't you look at it when you were eating? When I'm eating. Mom and Dad are around. It's not convenient. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed mischievously. Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes in annoyance. Obviously she did not believe his nonsense at all. Ever since the Ning family's ancestral grave fell, Zhou Xiaoduo's fortune-telling became twice a day. Later on, when the Meng Group's building began to tilt, Zhou Xiaoduo's routine fortune-telling became 4 or 5 times a day. When she woke up in the morning he would take a look at her. After dinner he would take a look at her. When she went home in the afternoon he would take a look. After dinner he would take a look. At midnight he would take a look again. Every time he took a look, Zhou Xiaoyan had to either sit properly or stand properly. Then, he would stare and look everywhere, not just at her face. That every time he took a look, Zhou Xiaoyan wanted to beat this guy up. She always felt that this guy was taking the opportunity to feast on her beauty in the name of fortune-telling. Every time she saw that little bastard's eyes flashing with amazement and desire, Zhou Xiaoyan would feel flustered in her heart, but also inexplicably embarrassed. After a few times she decided not to dodge. You can look all you want. What else do you dare to do besides looking? You won't lose a piece of meat even if you look. Do you think I'm afraid of you? After having this thought, Zhou Xiaoyan became more cooperative. She did not even realize that Zhou Xiaoduo was getting closer and closer to her step by step. He had broken through too many of her defenses and her bottom line. For example, in the beginning whenever he called her Nian Cat she would beat him up. But now she was too lazy to beat him up. She let him do whatever he wanted, which was equivalent to acquiescing to this title. Another example. In the beginning when he stared at her she would subconsciously scold him. But now she did not scold him anymore. That she knew that this guy was taking advantage of her, but she did not think it was a big deal. That this was truly a miraculous change in mentality. A person's habit was really a strange habit. She still remembered that night when he called her Nian Cat several times. Every time, Zhou Xiaoyan would fly into a rage, grab him and beat him up. Then she would bungee jump more than 10 times. Then when he came down, he still had a mischievous look on his face and called out, Nian Cat, Nian Cat. Then she would beat him up again and bungee jump again. Until midnight, this guy was still calling her with a mischievous smile, Nian Cat, Nian Cat. Zhou Xiaoyan was not in the mood. She did not have the motivation to deal with such a shameless, thick-skinned, shameless and shameless hooligan. That she could not beat him to death completely, and she could not ignore him from now on. Sigh. She really had no choice. That now that he had entered the innate realm, his thick-skinned body was really resistant to beatings. It wasn't just that he was resistant to beatings. After breaking through to the Xiantian realm, he felt that he had a certain amount of capital, and the thickness of his face had also increased exponentially. Now it had soared to a height that Zhou Xiaoyan could not imagine and could not be shaken. Although his cultivation level was only at the Xiantian realm, if one were to compare the thickness of his face to that of his cultivation level, he might have already reached the level of the ancient Zhu Wu or even more. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's delicate face with infatuation. He looked left and right, up and down and couldn't get enough of it. Sometimes, he would rub his chin and frown as he pondered. Sometimes he would have a worried look on his face. Or he would raise his head and mutter to himself. Or he would stretch out his fingers and pretend to calculate something. He walked around and looked at it from the back. He turned around and looked at it from the side. Occasionally he seemed to recall a vague poem that he couldn't remember clearly. He shook his head and recited, "Looking at it from the side it looks like a mountain range. Looking at it from the side it looks like a mountain range. Looking at it from the side it looks like a mountain range." Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and said, "Are you done? What was that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Is it a poem?" Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly, "Don't move. And don't talk. It's a critical moment now, a critical moment. Sit tight. Well, it's about time. Stand up. And turn around." Zhou Xiaoyan captured Zhou Xiaoduo and locked his hands behind his back. Her face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. She gritted her teeth and said, "You little bastard. Are you in a beauty pageant? And you want to turn around? You want to look at my butt?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Zhou Xiaoduo grimaced and said angrily, "I'm looking at your face. How can you do that? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I wanted to see something just now but you messed it up. You're still talking nonsense." Zhou Xiaoyan exposed him mercilessly. Previously, when it was the most difficult, you could see everything with just a glance. Now you want to look at it for so long? Do you really think I'm stupid? There are too many changes and too many complicated things now. Don't I have to look at it carefully? Zhou Xiaoduo defended himself loudly. He seemed to be full of confidence and acted as if it was true. "You're still trying to quibble." Zhou Xiaoyan was furious. She felt like she had been taken advantage of by this little hooligan. This kid was getting out of hand. She had to teach him a lesson. Otherwise he would only get more and more insatiable. After a round of brutal beating, Zhou Xiaoduo lay on the ground like a dead pig. He complained bitterly, "I, Master Zhou, am now a celebrity in Phoenix City. A fortune teller is worth at least 100,000 yuan. Now that I'm here to help someone for free, I'm still being beaten up. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any humanity left in this world? Zhou Xiaoyan snorted. Is there still any brotherly love between us?" Zhou Xiaoduo quickly changed his words. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyan ingratiatingly and smiled, "Miss Cat." Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly raised her hand. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately covered his face. "Go ahead and beat me. I'll call you that if you can't beat me to death. Beat me to death if you can." He was fuming. "Tell me, what did you see? If you can't tell me, I'll really beat you to death." Zhou Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. "The situation has greatly improved. It's all thanks to my strategizing and painstaking efforts." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed heartily. His mood was truly joyous to the extreme. The changes were really great and everything was going in the right direction. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoduo wouldn't have had other thoughts after reading the fortune teller. "Can you tell me specifically how much the improvement has been?" Zhou Xiaoyan's expression softened. She actually took the initiative to reach out her hand and pull Zhou Xiaoduo up from the ground. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo took advantage of the opportunity to hold her hand and didn't let go. "So soft. So smooth. Let me tell you in detail. The current situation is no longer a bad thing. In fact, it's a great thing." Zhou Xiaoduo held Zhou Xiaoyan's small hand tightly and beamed with joy. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at her hand that was held by his big hand. Her fingers were almost invisible. Her face turned red, but she pretended not to care and said, "Then hurry up and tell me. I'm waiting to hear it." Zhou Xiaoyan referred to herself as his sister. Obviously she meant something. She was reminding him to behave himself. However, Zhou Xiaoduo ignored her. It seemed that he didn't get it at all. "I'm so slow. What are you going to do about it?" Chapter 256. The dark clouds are still there, which means that the disaster is not over yet. However, the purple chi from the east has become clear, and the vitality has broken through the dark clouds. Or let me give you an example. The dark clouds cover the sky, but the morning sun behind them is unstoppable. A large patch of sunlight has already leaked out and shines on the earth. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaoyan nodded. Zhou Xiaoduo continued, "Now we have a 50% chance of success. And this is just the number we see. Basically, we have turned the situation around to a 50% chance of success. Also, based on your appearance, there will be more help coming soon. The situation is getting better." Zhou Xiaoduo was so happy that he was about to go crazy. Zhou Xiaoyan's appearance had become much clearer since the day the Ning family's ancestral tomb fell. When the Meng conglomerate's headquarters started to tilt, Zhou Xiaoyan's appearance changed almost instantly. Her complexion was getting better and better. This was one of the reasons why Zhou Xiaoduo had been observing her so frequently. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's appearance with joy. It was slowly changing in the direction he wanted it to be. The aura of death was slowly disappearing, that it made Zhou Xiaoduo feel that all his efforts were not in vain. It was all worth it. No matter how much he had to sacrifice, it was all worth it. The only thing he was not sure about now was, where was the sudden help? How was he going to find it? From the looks of it, it was a passive help. Only when he found it would he be able to get help. If he did not find it, he would not be able to get help. Otherwise, their chances of success would stop at 50%. In other words, Nian Cat was still in great danger. There was at least a 50% chance that she would die. I have to find it. I have to maximize my chances. Zhou Xiaoduo made up his mind. I will not let go of any opportunity to find it. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo quietly with a smile on her face. The anger that she pretended to be angry was long gone. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo beaming with joy from the bottom of his heart, there was nothing but tenderness in his heart. She thought about how Zhou Xiaoduo had secretly gone behind her back, and the messy, helpless and desperate struggle in the diary. Zhou Xiaoyan's heart softened, and her heart became softer, warmer and sweeter. At this moment she did not even listen to what Zhou Xiaoduo was saying. There was only one thought in her mind. Damn it, under your protection elder sister is finally going to pass this hurdle? Perhaps others didn't know, but Zhou Xiaoyan knew everything that Zhou Xiaoduo had done. Excluding his own desperate cultivation, because his cultivation was too low, no matter how much he cultivated, he was powerless in the subsequent battle. He was not even qualified to participate in the Battle of the Protectors. However, the efforts he had made in other aspects, and the results he had achieved because of his efforts, were enough to shock anyone. From the moment he met Tan Lang by chance, he set off a great storm in second high with just the heart of Tan Lang, whether he was sure or not. He directly ignited the fuse of the entire incident in an unreasonable way, turning everything over to the surface. I don't care if you are or not. If you are, it's my luck. If you aren't, it's still a mess. Then, step by step, others were puzzled. Why did the Ning family's ancestral grave suddenly collapse? Why did the Meng family's headquarters suddenly tilt? Why did the Ning family suddenly go crazy? Why did bad news about the Meng family and the Ning family keep coming from all over the country? Why did the UMNO Alliance's experts who had been hiding in the governor's mansion for decades suddenly expose themselves? Why did the Star Shield General Administration suddenly intervene in the affairs of Phoenix City? Why did no one in Phoenix City dare to act rashly? These were earth-shattering events in Phoenix City, and behind these events, almost all of them were the result of the operation of this mischievous young man in front of her. It was him, directly or indirectly, who set up the situation and controlled the overall situation. Then he pushed the matter step by step to the present. Others did not know and would not know, but Zhou Xiaoyan knew better than anyone else. This was the result of her Xiao Duo's struggle step by step for her. Duo. Zhou Xiaoyan murmured. Even she herself did not realize that her voice was so soft and affectionate. Her eyes seemed to be hiding the sparkling waves of the sea, rippling endlessly. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaoduo's whole body went limp. In an instant he felt as if he was about to fly to the sky. He could not help but grin and proudly murmured, "This is my wife. Get lost." Her heart was full of tenderness, but this guy's words turned into shyness. Zhou Xiaoyan rushed up and punched him in anger. Zhou Xiaoduo covered his head and shouted for help. Ring ring ring. Suddenly the phone rang. Mine? Mine. Find some time to change the ringtone. Zhou Xiaoduo picked up the phone. Xiaoduo, your Mr. Qin will pick you up at midnight tonight. Go back to Phoenix City and confirm the current situation. Sister Lan's voice came through. Okay. Remember to call Xiao Yan. Okay. If it's convenient, ask Xiao Yan to call Mr. Mu. Okay. The phone hung up. Zhou Xiaoyan laughed until she could not breathe. Zhou Xiaoduo said 3 sentences from beginning to end. And the 3 sentences were exactly the same. Okay. That was it. On the same night. At nearly 11 o'clock, a long motorcade arrived in Phoenix City. They quietly entered and went all the way to the governor's mansion. The gate of the governor's mansion was opened, and Wan Pingyuan came out to welcome them in person. From the second car in the motorcade, a graceful figure came out. She was wearing a veil, but her figure was exquisite. She was tall and slim, like a willow swaying in the wind, graceful and charming. Just from getting out of the car, she naturally had 1,000 kinds of charm and elegance. You're finally here. You must be tired on the way. Governor Wan laughed and seemed to be very happy. The woman bowed slightly and called with a girl's naughtiness, "Hello, Uncle 73rd. Wan Pingyuan's face suddenly twisted, and the corner of his mouth twitched for a long time. He said, "Girl, just call me Uncle." The 73rd. I don't think it's necessary. The young girl giggled and said, "Your family's little aunt is ranked 73rd among the girls of the big families on my grandmother's side. It's not wrong to call her that." Wan Pingyuan smiled bitterly. Who said you were wrong? But this 73rd uncle's husband. Damn it. Just listening to it doesn't sound right. Yenra. Wan Pingyuan had a helpless look on his face. Can we not care about what kind of uncle-in-law he is? Let's come in first before we talk. Your cousin has been waiting for you for more than a year. She has been anxiously waiting for you. A beautiful lady came out. "Oh, my darling, you're finally here." What? The woman bowed respectfully. She was pulled into the woman's arms and was very affectionate. Wan Pingyuan was a little jealous and teased, "Why don't you call me 73rd aunt? Where's the etiquette?" The girl smiled and made a face. "If I dare to call you that, aunt will really hit me." Wan Pingyuan was infuriated and said angrily, "So you're sure that I won't hit you?" This young girl was the famous singer who had recently become famous in the entire Star Spirit continent, Gu Luoyen. Wan Pingyuan was actually her uncle. And 73rd uncle. Wan Lixio rushed out of the room. "Sister Yan." The two girls hugged each other and were very close. All right, your sister Yan's identity is special. If you have anything to say, say it after we go in. Wan Pingyuan looked at the carriages outside and smiled bitterly. "You brought so many people, Sai. You're really well protected." Gu Luoyen chuckled and said, "Grandpa wouldn't be at ease with this lineup. He still wants to send a few more guards. If I didn't oppose it, I'm afraid I would bring an army with me wherever I go." Ha ha ha. Wan Pingyuan laughed loudly. Whenever he thought of that stubborn old man in Gu Luoyen's family, he would have a headache and fear. She didn't expect that such a strict old man who didn't show any respect to the younger generation of the family would only spoil his granddaughter, Gu Luoyen, to the bone. This was an anomaly. Is the old man's body okay? He's fine. He plays around every day and can't rest for a moment. Haha, that's good. When people are old, they want to have fun. As they chatted, they walked into the living room. As for Gu Luoyen's bodyguards, nannies, assistants, attendants, there would naturally be people to take care of them. The few of them sat down, and seeing that there were no outsiders, Wan Pingyuan frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "Didn't I tell you, little girl, that Phoenix City is currently in troubled times, and that you shouldn't come? Why did you still come?" Gu Luoyen took off her veil and revealed her fairy-like face. She smiled and said, "It's because of the accidents in Phoenix City. I think aunt and uncle are having a hard time these days. I'm so close. If I don't come and see what's going on, won't I be spanked by grandpa when I go back?" Wan Pingyuan sighed. "Now that you're here, you have something to say when you go back. But it's my turn to be so worried that I have to sleep with my eyes wide open. Little ancestor, if you lose a single hair, I'm finished." Ha ha ha. Gu Luoyen covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes narrowed into two crescent moons. Governor Wan's wife sighed. "Yen, you're a world-famous celebrity now. Why haven't you changed your bad habits when you were young? You usually speak softly but you can't laugh. Once you do, you sound like a hen crying. It's too horrible to look at." Wan Lixio was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. "Aunt?" Gu Luoyen pouted and stomped her feet. "You only know how to make fun of me. If you don't say it, who would know? Isn't it just a small flaw?" All right. We're all family. What's there to make fun of? No gold is pure and no one is perfect. Everyone has a flaw. Wan Pingyuan said, "You've seen her. Stay here tonight and you've done your best. Tomorrow you should leave as soon as possible. It's not that uncle is chasing you away. It's just that Phoenix City has become a dangerous place. There's no point in staying." "I'm not leaving. Votes, all kinds of requests." Chapter 257. Gu Luoyen pouted. "Tomorrow is Xiu Er's birthday. How can I just leave like this? Besides, before I came here, I looked for Uncle Master Mu and wanted to meet the goddess of spiritual thoughts. Wan Pingyuan jumped in fright. Oh my god, why don't you leave after a while? Now the whole Phoenix City is busy with this matter. You just arrived and you want to meet the most important person? This is me. If it were someone else, they would have some ideas about you. Gu Luoyan asked curiously, what happened? How could the situation be so serious? Don't mention it, don't mention it. Wan Pingyuan had accumulated a lot of bitterness and had nowhere to vent it. He had been holding it in for a long time. They were all family. At this moment he could take the opportunity to vent his bitterness. It would be best if he could scare away the superstar's niece. Originally my family wanted me to come here for some gold plating. Of course, they also had the intention to lie low for a while, so they specially chose a small place like Phoenix City that was far away from the emperor. I originally wanted to stay here until the matter of that year was over. Everyone is old now, so I also went back. But who would have thought that on my first year here, before I could even settle down, I would encounter an outbreak of wolf bandits. I was almost finished on the spot and lost my life without knowing why. Fortunately, someone came to my rescue and helped me to exterminate the wolf bandits. Those 3 years. I can still remember it even in my dreams. After successfully eliminating the wolf bandits, I had a firm foothold here and lived a comfortable life. The entire journey was smooth and we didn't encounter any more mishaps. It was quiet and peaceful, as if we were in a paradise that stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was truly quite good. But since less than 2 months ago, things have been popping up one after another, making my heart turn cold. First, the goddess of spiritual thoughts found traces of the greedy wolf shaman sect's disciples. Then the news of the army destroyer's ambush broke out in Second High. Things suddenly became sensational and I started to have a headache. Then step by step, I found out that the person who helped me to eliminate the wolf bandits was actually a star master of the Umno Alliance. Everything that happened at that time was all arranged by him. The so-called chance encounter was all a setup. In a big battle, 3 nascent soul cultivators and 1 cloud transformation cultivator died. Furthermore, it ended so abruptly and without rhyme or reason. Wan Pingyuan felt that his emotions were about to collapse. All of this was caused by the external forces of the Umno Alliance. Dealing with the foreign races is only natural, there's nothing wrong with that. However, the natives of Phoenix City haven't stopped either. The richest family in the city, the Meng family and the 1,000-year-old Ning family, have been causing trouble like crazy. These 2 families are the pillars of Phoenix City. Their influence is huge. My head is getting bigger and bigger. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, but the Star Shield General Administration also got involved at this critical juncture. Then, the Ning family's ancestral grave collapsed, and the iconic building of the Meng family's headquarters in Phoenix City was about to collapse. If we count carefully, we don't know how many members of the Umno Alliance are hiding in Phoenix City right now. Whether it's our side or the Umno Alliance's experts, it can be said that the more they gather, the stronger they become, especially in these 10 days. Now, no one is at ease with anyone. They're all afraid that there's a Umno Alliance spy by their side. Now in Phoenix City, the Umno Alliance's people are Greedy Wolf, Pajuan, 7 Kills, Zhuofu, and it's said that there's also a mysterious star emissary. Her cultivation is at least at the Cloud Transformation Realm, or even at the peak of the Cloud Transformation Realm. And the people that the Star Shield General Administration arranged here, there are 2 Cloud Transformation Realm members of the Dragon Blood team. Plus the help of the city's experts. Wan Pingyuan only felt that his gallbladder was about to be broken by his own sigh. As he spoke, he felt bitter in his mouth. And the core of all of this is the rumor that there's a Phoenix vein in this city. The Phoenix vein soul cleansing phenomenon is about to happen in these few days. And the main target of the Phoenix Pulse soul cleansing phenomenon is the spiritual goddess that you're very interested in. Wan Pingyuan spread out his hands. In this chaotic situation, what do you want me to do? You still want to meet the spiritual goddess? Isn't that asking for trouble? This is absolutely not doable. Gu Luoyan frowned and said in a low voice, it seems that the situation is really troublesome. Who says it isn't? Wan Pingyuan slapped his thigh. Think about it, Cloud Transformation Realm experts causing trouble, and it's not just 1 or 2 of them. The time of planning and setting up can be traced back to decades. This kind of case, even in the capital, can be called a big case. And this kind of big case is concentrated in my Phoenix City, a small place where the emperor is far away and even rabbits don't shit. And it's under my rule. Tell me, how unlucky do you think I am to be the next governor? Isn't this just being unlucky? Wan Pingyuan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He walked to the door and pointed at the night sky. Do you see that? With your eyesight you should be able to see. That was once the tallest building in Phoenix City, the address of the Meng Corporation's headquarters. Gu Luoyan's gaze landed and her face was filled with shock. I can see very clearly. The moonlight today is okay, but why does it look like it's a bit slanted? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Wan Pingyuan smiled miserably. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. How good would it be if your eyes were playing tricks on you? Yesterday it was still normal, but today it's like this. The sky is tilted to this extent? It's about 30 degrees, isn't it? Gu Luoyan was shocked. This is a big problem. It's not just a big problem. Wan Pingyuan shook his head. This landmark building of Phoenix City is already on the verge of collapse. Perhaps it will happen tonight, or perhaps it will happen tomorrow morning. Either way, this building is destined to be gone. As for the Meng Corporation, as the star company of the entire Central Plains, all kinds of evidence of tax evasion and other crimes have been placed all over the table today. I think the Meng Corporation will have a hard time getting past this. The day of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit hasn't come yet, and the waves haven't been completely set off yet. A family with a legacy of 2,000 years has already been destroyed. I think they'll have no descendants. The top star company, the Meng Corporation, is most likely going to follow in the footsteps of the Ning family and completely decline. Once the Phoenix Pulse Spirit rises, the experts of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls will fight, and the battle will be unprecedentedly fierce. At that time, the end of the world will come for Phoenix City, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Wan Pingyuan was almost begging. Yin, I know you've been protected since you were young, and you don't have any concept of these things, but listen to your uncle. Go. The matter this time is too big. I really can't handle it. I'm in the middle of it and I can't leave, but you still have a chance. Wan Pingyuan sighed bitterly. If the Umno Alliance takes advantage of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit this time, I'm afraid even the king of Zhongyuan will be unlucky. Right now, I've gathered all the experts of the governor's office. During this time, no one is allowed to go out and no one is allowed to lose anyone. We're just preparing for the battle of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. We'll fight with our backs to the wall and hope for a fluke. Wan Pingyuan sighed softly. He seemed to have smelled the thick scent of blood of that battle. It was impossible for that battle not to have casualties, and it was even more impossible for there to be fewer casualties. And as long as one died in that battle, it was basically a top expert whose death would cause heartache. Uncle, you probably don't know, but there are 2 Qi divination grandmasters by my side. Gu Luoyan said in a low voice. When they entered the city they saw something. The feng shui of this city so far has evolved into a chaotic situation, and evil spirits cover the sky. Wan Pingyuan narrowed his eyes. Qi divination? There's such a thing? Yes. Gu Luoyan showed hesitation. The reason why I'm not willing to leave is actually because I'm in a dangerous situation, but I don't know anything about it, so I don't dare to speak rashly. But Uncle also said that the crux of the problem is the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, and there must be a reason. Why not let the 2 experts take a look? Maybe they'll learn something. Wan Pingyuan thought for a moment. That's reasonable. It's true that there's no harm in taking a look, it'll be beneficial. Gu Luoyan turned his head. Go and invite Elder Gao and Elder Wang. Beside him, a breeze moved slightly, and then there was no other movement. That breeze was only the strength of a person's breath, and if a cultivator with sensitive senses did not pay attention to it, they would not be able to detect it at all. Wan Pingyuan's eyes were filled with surprise. Yin, your grandfather sent this to you? Yes, grandfather sent these 2 masters to protect me. Your grandfather is really good to you. Wan Pingyuan praised from the bottom of his heart. The legendary Divine Shadow Guards had always been the most mysterious group of people in the upper echelons of the Yanwu Empire. Their duty was only to protect. And only these people had the right to be called Divine Shadows. Those who were a level lower could only be called Shadows. Shadows could never reach the level of perfection, and also shadows left behind traces. Divine Shadows, on the other hand, did not leave any traces. After a moment, 2 tall and thin old men were led into the living room. Governor Wan, I've heard a lot about you. The 2 of them bowed in greeting. I'm Gao Wenqing Wang Xiu. Greetings, Governor Wan. Masters, you're too polite. Wan Pingyuan said, I heard from Yin, that the 2 of you have a lot of insight into the current situation of our city. I'm here to listen to the two of you. Please enlighten me. Gao Wenqing smiled faintly and said, Governor, one may not be able to understand if I just talk about it here. The most direct way to understand the feng shui pattern of a place is to go to the sky and choose a suitable angle to look down on the entire situation from above. Wang Xiu pondered, I went to the sky to take a look just now, but it's a pity that I'm in the middle of the city and can't see clearly. The current plan should be to find a high place where we can look down on the entire Phoenix City. In my opinion, it's best to look from the north to the south. Chapter 258. Wan Pingyuan frowned and said, If we go from the north to the south, there is a good place to go. Gao Wenqing looked up at the sky outside and said, It's already past midnight. It's just right for us to go and take a look. After a while, the moon will be very slanted. If we force ourselves to look at it, it will be biased. Wan Pingyuan thought for a moment and said, Then let's go and take a look now. I'll go too. Gu Luoyan raised her hand. Let's go together. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had already arrived at Phoenix Head City. He Yuanyue, who had not shown up for a long time, was sitting in a wheelchair. It was such a hot day, but she was wrapped in a blanket. Obviously, her body was extremely weak and could not hold on for much longer. Qin Fangyang silently watched all of this. The pain in his heart was like an overturning river and sea, and it was truly indescribable. Even without Zhou Xiaoduo telling him, Qin Fangyang could see that He Yuanyue did not have much time left. She was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Her origin was completely exhausted, and her life was coming to an end. If He Yuanyue was just an ordinary person, she could find some beneficial elixirs to increase her lifespan. However, He Yuanyue used to be a cultivator, but because of her serious injuries, she was unable to continue her cultivation. Her body had become a huge funnel. Even if she took immortal pills and elixirs, the benefits were less than 1% and 99% of them were wasted. Now that her source was exhausted, there was no way to save her. There was nothing she could do. Furthermore, Qin Fangyang came to the conclusion that He Yuanyue had aged abnormally in the past 10 days, and that was that He Yuanyuan must have taken some forbidden medicine and suffered a backlash. At this last moment, He Yuanyue was still exhausted. This made Qin Fangyang feel like collapsing. Now He Yuanyue was looking at Phoenix City under the moonlight. Her wrinkled face was filled with a comfortable smile. Maybe the sudden collapse of the two big families had a certain impact on the people of Phoenix City. But the Phoenix bloodline has broken free. One of the Phoenix's legs has regained its freedom. It is struggling hard and accumulating power. I only need to wait for the other leg, which is almost free, to break free from the shackles. Then I will be able to soar. This time, there won't be any obstacles in the rise of the Phoenix vein. He Yuanyue looked delighted. Xiaoduo, what do you think? Zhou Xiaoduo looked over and saw that on the vast land, there was a faint mist that kept rising. The atmosphere was clear. As the mist continued to rise and churn, wasn't it a phoenix that was about to spread its wings and take flight? The position he was standing on was the head of the phoenix that had been lifted up high. The mountains on both sides corresponded to the phoenix's wings. In Phoenix City, one of the phoenix claws had already been raised into the air, while the other leg was being pulled out of the mud. Looking towards the south, Nanshan, which had been burned down a few days ago, was faintly flickering with light. It seemed to be the sparks on the beautiful tail feathers of a phoenix when it flapped its wings and was about to soar. The flapping of the wings is complete. No one will be able to stop it. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded affirmatively. Then he frowned and muttered, but there are still countless birds coveting from the side. The murderous aura is causing trouble in all directions. It's still a dangerous situation. We can't be careless. He Yuanyue said calmly, when the phoenix is arrogant, hundreds of birds will worship it. When the phoenix is down, hundreds of birds will want to replace it and take its life for their own use. Although the phoenix has the potential to soar, the danger of its death still exists. It's only right that the birds stay by its side. Perhaps they want a share of the profits, or they want to protect the phoenix. Once the phoenix soars, the hundreds of birds will have a backbone to follow. And the other half, who has evil intentions, wants to kill the phoenix and benefit themselves. When the phoenix vein is completely full, the moment the phoenix soars, it will accumulate countless years of luck. As long as they can share some of it, it will be greatly beneficial. Therefore, every time the dragon veins and phoenix veins soar into the world, countless risks are involved before they soar. This is also the fundamental reason why there are far more dragon veins and phoenix veins that die prematurely than those that soar into the sky. He Yuanyue sighed, and what's even more infuriating is that the number of dragon veins and phoenix veins that are destroyed by the enemy's schemes are not many. Most of them are destroyed by the selfishness of people on their own side. It's sad and lamentable. Zhuxiaoyan's bright eyes turned and said, but when the dragon vein soared high that day, it obviously soared very easily. It didn't encounter any obstacles at all. Cough cough. He Yuanyue coughed and said, that dragon vein can only be said to be an exception among exceptions. It's an example that is extremely difficult to imitate and evaluate. To be honest, after so many years, the dragon vein that appeared so wretchedly was the first in the world. Ever since humans existed, there hasn't been such a dragon vein. Wretchedly? Zhuxiaoyan was stunned. Yes, wretchedly. I've observed the phoenix vein in Phoenix City for dozens of years, but I've never discovered the existence of that dragon vein. The only explanation is that the dragon vein has been sleeping underground for countless years like a dream. It didn't work hard, nor did it use the heavenly luck. Logically speaking, most dragon veins and phoenix veins rise from the surface and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all times to slowly accumulate luck. Only then can they soar and soar. But that dragon vein is different. The dragon vein that has been sleeping for God knows how long has been staying underground and not coming out. It's just slowly absorbing the earth chi underground to nourish itself. It doesn't mind the time at all. I even suspect that the dragon vein might have accumulated enough earth chi a long time ago. However, it would rather be silent and sleep than come out and show itself. This time, if it wasn't for the fire coming from the south and awakening the dragon vein, I'm afraid it would continue to sleep until the end of time. He Yuanyue rolled her eyes and glanced at Zhuxiao Duo intentionally or unintentionally. She said, such a mischievous dragon vein is really unprecedented. It's wretched and cowardly. It rode the wind into the clouds and took away all the luck that it had accumulated over countless years, not leaving a single bit behind. It's obvious that it's extremely stingy. What a miser. Zhuxiao Duo rubbed his nose and thought, this guy's attitude is a bit similar to mine. He's deeply in my heart. Why should I leave my things to others? Zhuxiaoyan beside him also felt the same. She smiled and said, Master, the temperament and character you're talking about is a bit similar to Xiao Duo. He Yuanyue snorted and said, how is it similar? How can this kid be considered a dragon? At most he's just a worm. Zhuxiao Duo said proudly, although I'm a worm, I believe that I'll become a dragon one day. In comparison, a worm is better. No one pays attention to it, so naturally there's no danger. Safety first, the best luck. How shameless. Zhuxiaoyan spat. Ambition. He Yuanyue shook her head and laughed. Xiao Duo, take a look at the potential danger and crisis of the phoenix vein, He Yuanyue said. Danger? Crisis? Zhuxiao Duo was puzzled. Where does the danger come from? Where does the opportunity and danger exist? This has become the most important thing at the moment. Yes. Zhuxiao Duo focused his mind and looked carefully again. This time he looked for a full 10 minutes. Finally he sighed and said, Grandma He, the situation after this is too messy. I can only see that the enemy and us are tangled and complicated. You have me and you and I have you and me. It's like a ball of tangled hemp. It's difficult to separate them clearly. He Yuanyue nodded silently. It was already not easy for Zhuxiao Duo to see this step. All in all, the situation has been greatly improved. He Yuanyue smiled and said happily, actually, I'm already very satisfied to be able to reach this step. If there's one flaw, it's that I still haven't been able to find the location of the Feng Manor. Feng Manor. Zhuxiao Duo shut his mouth. He and He Yuanyue were fundamentally different in one aspect. He Yuanyue was not good at walking. She could not fly in the sky or burrow into the ground like him. She could carefully observe and confirm the situation. As a result, there were too many places that He Yuanyue was destined to not see. Zhuxiao Duo, on the other hand, was different. Ever since Zhuxiao Duo mastered aura observation, he had been observing the situation all the time. It could be said that he looked at the layout of every room in his house again and again. Everywhere he went, every building and every facade, Zhuxiao Duo would look at it whenever he wanted to. He didn't know if it was because he was good at it, but Zhuxiao Duo inadvertently discovered something. That was the place with the densest and most active Phoenix Meridians was Feng Wu Home Community, where his family lived. However, that uniqueness was blocked by something. If he didn't live here all year round, or if he didn't observe it all the time, looking around every morning and night, he wouldn't be able to tell. In other words, Feng Wu home community was the Feng manor that He Yuanyuan mentioned. And in Feng Wu home community, the place with the densest amount of phoenix meridians was none other than his own home. When Zuoxiaoduo made this discovery and confirmed it, he was so shocked that his blood ran cold and his hair stood on end. Based on the layout of his house and the distribution of all the rooms, Zuoxiaoyan's room was in the southeast, which was also the starting point of the purple chi from the east and the place where the last glimpse of the setting sun came from. It was also the place where the purple flames soared into the sky and the raging flames rose. After confirming this, Zuoxiaoduo was almost scared out of his wits. The place that countless people from both the righteous and the evil side were trying to find was actually his home? This fact made Zuoxiaoduo's entire body turn numb for a moment. Later he found out that his parents were actually big shots and that they were living here for some reason. Only then did Zuoxiaoduo feel that he seemed to have found a more reasonable explanation. But there was still one thing that Xiao didn't understand. Since they had made such arrangements and occupied the place, why did they let Xia Polong and the others live? Chapter 259. They could just wipe out the UMNO Alliance's forces and clean up the universe. Wouldn't they be able to break through to the soul-breaking stage peacefully? The reason why he was a little puzzled was because Zuoxiaoduo had some understanding of the situation. Uncle Enan, Blacksmith Wu, and the others were still beyond his understanding. His parents were at a higher level than he knew. It was normal that he couldn't understand the game at the top of the clouds. When it came to the game of luck, few would care about the gains and losses of one place. Perhaps some big shots had other ideas or arrangements. He Yuanyue saw Zuoxiaoduo suddenly shut his mouth and couldn't help but laugh. She didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, He Yuanyue and Zuoxiaoduo exclaimed at the same time. Then they both looked up at the same time and looked in a certain direction. He Yuanyue's face was serious. Xiaoduo, what did you see? Zuoxiaoduo frowned. The evil spirit is coming from the south. It's an ominous sign. He Yuanyue nodded slowly. That's right. The evil spirit is rushing to the phoenix head. It's an ominous sign. Qin Fangyang, Mu Yanyan, and Sister Lan's faces changed. The aura around them suddenly became as vast as the sea. Their eyes were like lightning as they looked into the distance. Qin Fangyang exhaled softly. His right hand moved slowly and pressed on the hilt of his sword. His entire person was like a sharp sword at this moment. He didn't hide his violent aura at all. Qin Fangyang had nowhere to vent his anger due to He Yuanyue's physical condition. His heart was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. This former general of the Five Directions could not wait to charge out and kill. To vent the depression in his heart. Everything was going well. He Yuanyuan could relax for a moment, but the evil spirit was coming from the south. Qin Fangyang was angry, but he felt that it was exactly what he wanted. Good. Under everyone's gaze, a large group of people, no less than 30 to 40 people, came from the sky. The moment they saw the other party, Zuoxiaoduo, He Yuanyue, and the others were stunned. The people opposite them were also stunned when they saw He Yuanyuan and the others. Grandma He? Teacher Qin? Swa. Wanli Xiu also followed and asked with a confused look. What a coincidence. In the middle of the night, it was already past midnight. It was really a coincidence that the two groups of people met in the wilderness. Qin Fangyang and the others were also astonished. Governor Wan? Killing intent from the south. Could it be referring to Governor Wan? Could he have seen wrongly? Mu Yanyan subconsciously looked back at He Yuanyue, obviously waiting for her reply. Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan looked calm on the surface, but they were more alert. They were different from Mu Yanyan. They would not doubt He Yuanyue's words. Not to mention Governor Wan, even if it was the king of the Central Plains, so what? Back then, didn't Shang Qingyun rely on Governor Wan to take root in Phoenix City for so many years? If the two of them were actually colluding with each other and plotting some other scheme, it might not be impossible. He Yuanyue's face darkened. Zuoxiaoduo's eyes were filled with uncertainty. So it's Headmaster He. Wan Pingyuan was also very respectful to this old lady who had devoted her whole life. He took the lead to salute and then said in a low voice, Why are you here in the middle of the night? He Yuanyue smiled and said, You flatter me. The Phoenix Pulse spirit is coming. I'm still worried. Taking advantage of the dark night, I came to see the wind and aura. She smiled and said, I'm ashamed to say that this is all I can do now. Her tone was as calm as water, without any ripples. But Sister Lan, Qin Fangyang and the others completely understood her real meaning. Tonight He Yuanyue came to see the aura. Zhuoxiaoduo could not be exposed. Zhuoxiaoduo was so clever that he shouted with a face full of surprise, Xiao, you're here too? How many steamed buns did you eat tonight? Are there 200? You must be hungry now, right? Wanli Xiao suddenly blushed and said angrily, Zhua, don't be arrogant. Sooner or later I will. Sooner or later you can eat 250 steamed buns? Zhuoxiaoduo smiled and said, I counted that day. You and Long Yuxing have eaten exactly 250 steamed buns. Wanli Xiao was fuming. Wan Pingyuan laughed, but his expression was full of joy. He said, You must be the famous Master Zhua? Master Zhua, are you also here to see the aura? Zhuoxiaoduo bowed politely and said, Hello, Uncle Wan. I have some attainments in physiognomy. Aura observation. It's too difficult. I can't do it. I can only smell the aura Only smell the aura. Wan Pingyuan was almost shocked by this sentence. I can smell the aura too. Governor Wan stepped forward and grabbed Zhuoxiaoduo's hand. He was very enthusiastic. Master Zhua, when are you free? You must come to my house. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed and said, I don't have to make time. I'll go tonight. It's past midnight, so it's today. Cough, cough, cough. Wan Pingyuan coughed again and again. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had invited this guy to his daughter's birthday tonight. Why didn't he say so earlier? He made a fool of himself. Governor Wan glared at his daughter fiercely. Wanli Xiao stepped forward and acted like a spoiled child. Dad, this is a fraud. Don't believe him. You may lose money, a lot of money. Silly. Governor Wan scolded his daughter seriously. You must respect Master Zhua. Don't be rash. Aigu. Wanli Xiao touched her forehead with her hand. Then they introduced each other and exchanged greetings. But the two groups of people were inexplicably thinking, meeting on the top of the mountain on such a dark night, exchanging greetings. This kind of encounter is really rare in my life. On the other side, Gu Luoyan saw Mu Yanyan at a glance. She couldn't help but shout in surprise, Aunt Mu? Why are you here? Mu Yanyan looked at the girl with a mask and asked suspiciously, You are Yan'er? Yes, it's me. Gu Luoyan jumped over and happily grabbed Mu Yanyan's hand and shook it. Didn't I tell you that I would come to see you and your disciple, the legendary Miss Ling Yan? Mu Yanyan smiled bitterly. Yan'er, come, let me introduce you. This is the descendant of an old friend of mine, Gu Luoyan. You must have heard of this name. This is my disciple Ling Yan. Hello. Zhuoxiaoyan smiled and gently bowed. Hello. Gu Luoyan looked at Zhuoxiaoyan and also gently bowed. She didn't know why, but she took off the veil and smiled. It's really uncomfortable to wear this thing. The two women looked at each other and had the same thought in their mind, so beautiful. But Gu Luoyan's thought added another word after the beautiful, so clean. The two held hands and talked. But as soon as they met, they were as close friends. On the other side, Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan didn't show it on their faces, but they were puzzled. Didn't they say that the evil spirit came from the south? Where was the evil spirit? Governor Wan stood beside He Yuanyue's wheelchair, lowered his body and whispered, Before, I really didn't understand the aura viewing technique, so I didn't take it seriously and almost made a big mistake. But now I won't. Old principal, I sincerely apologize for what happened in the past. This was really a belated apology. If He Yuanyue was the most prestigious person in Phoenix City, Governor Wan Pingyuan was the first official in this territory. He Yuanyue used to find Governor Wan many times about the Phoenix vein. It was a pity that Governor Wan didn't pay attention to this matter because of the Meng family and Ning family. As a result, Governor Wan was one of the few officials in Phoenix City who didn't have a close relationship with He Yuanyue. He Yuanyue smiled faintly. As an official, one has to make a fortune. Naturally, the fewer things under one's rule, the better. If it can be suppressed, then it will be suppressed. The so-called good news and not bad news is not necessarily for the position of an official. It is also to prevent the public from causing more chaos. Governor Wan, you don't have to apologize. In terms of the people's livelihood, you made the right choice. I completely understand. Wan Pingyuan sighed deeply. Thank you for your understanding. but in the end I still feel ashamed. Because I know the pros and cons, I have this idea. This time Yener came and mentioned that there were 2 aura gazers beside him. He said that there was a problem with the feng shui of Phoenix City. So many things happened during this time, it is very likely that it was caused by the feng shui, so I invited them to take a look. I didn't expect to meet you, old principal. I heard that old principal is also an expert in this field. Tonight, there are 3 masters gathered together so we can broaden our knowledge. Wan Pingyuan introduced He Yuanyue to Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu. Then he smiled and said, "Next, we are only responsible for listening with respectful attention." He Yuanyue said modestly, "I should be the one asking for advice from the 2 masters." Then he hit Zhuo Duo with his walking stick and scolded jokingly, "You little monkey, why are you still standing here? Are you addicted to standing?" Zhuo Duo said obediently, Yes, please come over here." As he said that, he hid behind Qin Fangyang. Everyone's attention was focused on He Yuanyue and the other 2, so they did not care about this young boy. And Zhuo Duo took this opportunity to look at the faces of everyone present. Wan Pingyuan was really righteous and had a long life. There was no problem at all. Zhuo Duo had seen Wan Lixio's face many times. It was as if he had a few hairs on his body. He did not know. Anyway, there was no problem. As for Gu Luoyen, who was relatively unfamiliar, there was nothing wrong with his face. However, there was a very strange aura lingering around Gu Luoyen. For example, Gu Luoyen looked like a person with a naked eye, but with the aura gazing technique, there were clearly 3 distinct auras. Chapter 260. According to Zhuo judgment, Gu Luoyen should be guarded by 2 other people. Although the 2 people hid very well and were beyond the senses of the 5 senses, because their own luck was always there, they could not escape the detection of the qi-gazing technique. However, this girl actually had 2 super high-level bodyguards by her side, which made Zhuo Duo quite surprised. Zhuo Duo began to mutter in his heart, "I wonder if I can trick them to come over and act as Nian Nian Cat's bodyguards?" Nian Nian Cat's faintly discernible opportunity, is it here? Looking at the other bodyguards and the few women who came with them, they did not find anything unusual. Finally, Zhuo Duo stood behind Qin Fangyang, using Qin Fangyang's body as a cover, and looked at the 2 qi-gazing masters through a crack in Qin Fangyang's armpit. These 2 people were really top-notch qi-gazing masters. Since they were qi-gazing masters, their perception of the outside world was naturally especially sensitive, so Zhuo Duo naturally had to be unusually cautious. And Qin Fangyang's cooperation with him could be said to be flawless, even releasing part of his own qi to help Zhuo Duo conceal. He really put in a lot of effort. Master Gao, Master Wang, in your opinion, the luck of our Phoenix City. What do you think? On the other side, He Yuanyue said with a smile. At this moment, Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu felt as if someone was spying on them at the same time. It was an uncomfortable feeling, as if the 2 of them were about to be stripped naked. It was as if all their secrets had nowhere to hide. They could not help but look back. But they were met with Qin Fangyang's cold, electrifying gaze. At the same time, the 2 of them felt that this guy's 2 eyes were clearly 2 peerless sharp swords, infinitely sharp, piercing their faces faintly to the point of pain. The 2 of them were still puzzled in their hearts. The person opposite them was a top-notch master, but they were obviously on the same side and in the same camp, so why was he looking at them like this? The 2 of them smiled stiffly and turned their heads. Before they had time to think about anything else, they heard He Yuanyue's question. In an instant, the 2 of them perked up. Because this meant that the 3 qi-gazing masters in their own areas of expertise had begun fighting. How could he lose? Gao Wenqing focused all of his attention, his heart as calm as still water. Then he opened his eyes and looked down at the entire Phoenix City area below the mountain. Wang Xiu, who was beside him, did the same. He Yuanyue smiled faintly. She was not anxious at all. She was still sitting there leisurely, looking at the beautiful mountains and rivers below her. The evening breeze gently blew her thin, snow-white hair. She was indescribably calm and composed. 10 minutes later, the 2 of them were still observing, but judging from their increasingly cautious expressions, they had already obtained something. Grandmaster He, the feng shui of this Phoenix City is truly pretty good. The Phoenix vein is already completely formed and will soar into the sky soon. Gao Wenqing gently exhaled and said with an indescribable feeling, "Congratulations." He Yuanyue raised her head. It's just that. The final moment of the Phoenix Veins formation is accompanied by so many dangers. I don't know whether it will be a blessing or a disaster. Gao Wenqing sighed again and again. I don't know who set up the yin-yang reversal formation. It's really a huge move, actually causing the Wuxia River to flow west. Although this move can be said to be a miraculous move of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, the person's thoughts and desires are too great. They place more emphasis on the word seize in seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. What do you mean? Please explain, Grandmaster Gao. He Yuanyue frowned. The rising of the Phoenix Vein was originally caused by the fortune of heaven and earth. However, although this yin-yang reversal formation facilitated the rise of the Phoenix Vein, it ultimately forcefully changed the direction of the source of life. Intentionally or unintentionally, it took away a portion of the Phoenix Vein's fortune. To put it nicely, it's divided. To put it bluntly, it's seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. The seizing of this portion of fortune made it difficult for the Phoenix Vein to be fully formed. It inevitably gave the evildoers a chance to take action. Gao Wenqing's gaze was solemn and his expression was serious. Furthermore, the waterways on the left and right both have a long history, and they directly lead to the ocean. This caused a portion of the Phoenix Vein's fortune to flow with the ocean, and a portion to be intercepted. This further caused the Phoenix Vein's fortune to be insufficient, and its fortune to be deficient. In addition, the target of the Phoenix Pulse's spirit has long been locked on. It's difficult to spread human fortune, and there are many dangers. Gao Wenqing said solemnly, I believe Grandmaster he must have heard that the killing breaking wolf layout sometimes doesn't specifically refer to the three major sects of the Umno Alliance. More often than not, it's used to describe special killing layouts. At least in my opinion, what the Phoenix Vein of the Phoenix City is facing now is such a special layout. Apart from the killing breaking wolf layout of the three major sects of the Umno Alliance, there's another one. It's the killing breaking wolf layout that belongs to the general trend of heaven, earth, and man. There's insufficient fortune in heaven and earth, and it's difficult for human fortune to spread. Natural and man-made disasters, double killing layouts, and they're extremely unlucky and abnormally dangerous. He Yuanyue narrowed her eyes and said, double killing breaking wolf layout. Other than the killing breaking wolf layout, there's another killing breaking wolf layout? Wang Xiu said, my opinion is completely the same as Brother Gao's. I even think that this layout is an almost unsolvable killing layout. If we don't deal with it cautiously, I'm afraid the Phoenix Vein will really die prematurely. He Yuanyue asked humbly, then in your opinion how should we deal with it cautiously and turn the dangerous situation around? Gao Wenqing smiled and said, the two of us have only seen one side of the story, and we know too little about the power structure of Phoenix City. We really don't dare to speak rashly. Also, our opinions may not be the same as Grandmaster He's. If we can't reach a consensus on this double killing breaking wolf layout, I'm afraid we'll only end up quarreling in the end. Yuanyue smiled and said, this double killing breaking wolf layout is real. From the appearance of the current trend of heaven and earth, there may still be some variables, but Grandmaster Gao's opinion is still quite insightful, and shows how brilliant it is. Gao Wenqing chuckled and said, you flatter me. That's why I humbly ask for guidance. I hope that the two Grandmasters won't be stingy with your guidance, and I hope that you can add some more strength to the Phoenix Vein's rise, and fulfill the destiny of heaven to achieve this layout. He Yuanyue smiled. The two's faces became more serious and they looked up again. After a long time, they slowly shook their heads and said, although it's not impossible, but it's very difficult. As long as it's possible, it's easy to say. Difficult has never been a problem. He Yuanyue said, both of you can speak freely, even if you're wrong, it's fine. Tonight will be an academic exchange. I think, Gao Wenqing said, in the center. Where the yin-yang eye is located, there are two artificial lakes of the Meng clan and the Ning clan. If we can find a way to completely connect them and make them into a lake in the city, then we can borrow the power of the Wuxia River to reverse the circulation of the lake in the city. It should be able to help a little. Lake in the city? Reverse cycle? Reverse Wuxia? Create a cycle of the lake in the city? He Yuanyue's pupils shrank. Gao Wenqing said, it's just a shallow idea, not worth mentioning. He Yuanyue took a deep breath and did not speak. She turned to ponder for a long time without saying anything. What do you think, Grandmaster Wang? I think Brother Gao's idea is very reasonable and very promising. Wang Xiu said, but I just had a flash of inspiration and it should be useful. A flash of inspiration? A flash of inspiration? Yes. Wang Xiu smiled bitterly and said, it's really a flash of inspiration and it's limited to this. If you don't think it's suitable, just pretend that I didn't say it and you can refer to it. Please say, I think we can build the tallest heaven fire altar in the city center, as long as it can be completed before the day of the Phoenix Vein soul cleansing ceremony. Wang Xiu said word by word. He Yuanyue suddenly raised her head. Even Gao Wenqing was surprised when he heard this and hurriedly stopped him. Brother Wang, you can't say this casually. Wang Xiu also smiled bitterly. Yes, how could I know that I can't say this casually? That's why I hesitated, and that's why I said it's only for reference. The Heaven Fire Altar is the symbol of the Umno Alliance, and the exclusive signature of the Blaze Shaman. But the Heaven Fire Altar has an advantage that other methods do not have. It can absorb the power of the sun's true fire to the greatest extent, and feed it back to the place where it is located. The Phoenix Vein soul cleansing ceremony is fundamentally the Phoenix's nirvana, and rebirth through fire. The stronger the fire, the stronger the Phoenix Vein's power. And the Heaven Fire Altar can provide unlimited heat for the Phoenix Vein in an extremely short amount of time. Wang Xiu said, it's because of this consideration that I have such a suggestion. However, this method also has a great drawback. If the witch tribe hidden in Phoenix City includes the Inferno Witch tribe, then this Heavenly Fire Altar will instead be used by the enemy, causing the situation to become even more dangerous, even more dangerous. Gao Wenqing furrowed his brows and said, that's a reasonable consideration. However, it's not necessarily true that the burning fire witch branch is hiding here. The burning fire witch branch draws fire to fight. It's neither fire nor martial arts. They won't leave the Wizard Alliance's territory. Although Phoenix City is just a small place, it is still the innermost area of the astral souls. Even if there are Umno Alliance's spies, it's hard to find Blaze Shamans. Once the Phoenix Vein soul cleansing ceremony succeeds, we can immediately remove the Heaven Fire Altar, and there won't be any follow-up effects. Wang Xiu pondered and said, to be honest, I also thought so at first, but I'm always afraid that there's a chance. Gao Wenqing frowned and said, yes, this matter indeed needs to be considered at length, and we must not cause any unnecessary trouble. If Brother Wang is determined to be a spy of the Umno Alliance because of this, your life will be miserable. Ah. Wang Xiu also laughed and said, that's why I've always said to be cautious, to be cautious. These two were obviously echoing each other, talking to themselves. Yuanyue, however, seemed to be thinking about something. She lowered her head and was silent for a long time. After lowering her head, the anger that was almost uncontrollable finally flashed through her eyes. These two bastards, acting in front of me. Do you really think I can't see through your sinister intentions? That there aren't many old authors who still update like this. Everyone cherish me. After all, I'm so handsome. So give me a few tickets. Any tickets will do. Chapter 261. But this Phoenix Pulse Soul is a major event in Phoenix City. Gao Wenqing actually bowed deeply to Wang Xiu with a solemn expression. Brother Wang, once the Phoenix Pulse Soul is successfully cultivated, it's very likely that you'll become the backbone of humanity in the future. You'll be an existence comparable to a grand wizard. It'll be enough to make humanity's future brighter. Brother Wang, since you've already calculated everything, even if you suffer some grievances for the time being, what's the harm? Gao Wenqing said earnestly. To put it bluntly, even if you're really executed as a Umno Alliance spy, you're dead. Gao Wenqing said, don't tell me that your efforts can be completely erased? You're doing this for humanity. This is for the greater good. For the greater good, Brother Wang. Wang Xiu hesitated. Let me think about it. Sigh, as soon as I said it, I'm already regretting it in my heart. Right or wrong is because I forced myself to stand out. Brother Wang, please reconsider. Gao Wenqing took a deep breath, as if he had made an important decision. He said, Master He. Yuanyue looked up. Yes. And? Governor Wan. Gao Wenqing said very passionately, if you don't have this plan then it's fine. But if we do, I'm willing to shoulder this responsibility with Brother Wang. Naturally, Wan Pingyuan heard everything they said. He was inexplicably moved. He said, I'll remember your righteousness. However, this is a major matter. I still need to discuss it with others before I can come to a conclusion. Gao Wenqing nodded and said, that's what you should do. We'll wait for Governor Wan's good news. I hope we can do our part for the greater good of humanity. Wan Pingyuan said solemnly, thank you both. At this moment, Qin Fangyang was suddenly stunned. He had been listening at the side, but no one spoke to him. Although he could understand every word, he didn't seem to understand any of the content. But he still had to pretend that he was listening, that he understood. It was really difficult. However, at this moment he suddenly felt something strange on his back. Zhou Xiaoduo was tapping on his back. Qin Fangyang coughed, indicating that he knew and felt it. Then he felt Zhou Xiaoduo riding on his back. These two people are from the Umno Alliance. Everything they said was malicious. Grandma, he has already seen through it, but she hasn't done anything yet. We need to see what their intentions are. The arrangement they mentioned is to destroy our previous arrangement. Moreover, they want to summon the other powerful beings of the Umno Alliance. Qin Fangyang's heart couldn't help but tremble, and the gaze he used to look at Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu slowly turned icy cold. Just now, he was just listening and observing their expressions. When he saw that these two people were full of righteousness for the country and the people, he thought that these two people were doing a good deed. He even felt a little touched. He didn't expect that the truth was actually like this. This made Teacher Qin furious. Motherfucker, do you think I am a fool? He Yuanyu said slowly, Master Gao and Master Wang. Did you come here with Miss Gu Luoyin? Gao Wenqing smiled and said, yes, we have always been your entourage. We are grateful that you didn't abandon us and brought us along to make a living. He Yuanyu said lightly, you two just came to Phoenix City not long ago. You only looked around for a moment, but you are already so familiar with the situation around Phoenix City. You really have good eyesight and good means. Wang Xiu sensed that there was something wrong with He Yuanyu's tone. He smiled and said, you flatter me. This is just the basic quality of Qi Watchers. Every time we go to a place we have to habitually study it. Of course, as long as it is convenient for our legs, it is just a matter of walking a few more steps. When this sentence came out, Gu Luoyin, who was talking to Mu Yanyan, suddenly raised her head. Her eyes flashed with surprise. What did you say? With a loud shout, Qin Fangyang took a step forward. He flew into a rage and arrived in front of Wang Xiu. He grabbed Wang Xiu's hair and slapped him 30 to 40 times. Slap, 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 slap. Qin Fangyang's slaps were exceptionally swift and resounding. In at most a second, the 30 to 40 slaps were all done. Wang Xiu's face directly became like a pig's head. Blood came out of his 7 orifices. He didn't even have time to scream. He was completely stunned by the beating. No one thought that Qin Fangyang would make a move at this critical moment. Everything came so suddenly and so incomprehensible. Wang Xiu was not good at cultivation. He was far from Qin Fangyang. Plus, he was unprepared and caught off guard. When he was caught, he didn't even have time to think of dodging or resisting. That series of slaps had already been done. It was heavy and fierce, loud and crisp. This shocking turn of events caused everyone present to be stunned. Both sides treated each other with courtesy. Their words were polite and the atmosphere was unusually harmonious. Just one sentence was slightly inappropriate. Why did Qin Fangyang suddenly fly into a rage? He rushed out like a lunatic and started to beat people to death as soon as he caught them. This wasn't a lack of manners. It was a grudge, a death grudge. Gu Luoyin frowned and looked over. But she wasn't looking at Qin Fangyang. She was looking at Wang Xiu. Who was He Yuanyue? Gu Luoyin already knew about this before she came. She was the living Buddha of Phoenix City. Who dared to disrespect her? She dedicated her life to the school, dedicated her life to the students. What kind of supreme status was that? What kind of boundless love was that? Gu Luoyin respected such a person from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't even feel enough respect for her. This Wang Xiu just came. Why did he say such words to mock her? This was very strange. 2 sharp auras appeared beside Gu Luoyin. They were directed at Qin Fangyang. Gu Luoyin raised her hand gently to stop them. Qin Fangyang didn't seem to feel anything. He was still grabbing Wang Xiu's collar. He said fiercely, "Who do you think you are? What fart did you just fart? Don't you use your brain when you come out? Let me see if you can fart again." Bastard. Open your mouth like a cesspit. Who is your father? Who is your mother? I didn't teach you well, damn thing. Qin Fangyang's anger was still very strong. He even wanted to continue attacking and beat Wang Xiu up. At this time, Gao Wenqing, who was standing beside Wang Xiu, finally came to his senses. He angrily scolded, "What are you doing? What right do you have to beat him?" Qin Fangyang suddenly turned his head and glared at him. He said angrily, "What does it have to do with you? Get out of my way. If you keep talking, I'll beat you too." Gao Wenqing was so angry that he was trembling all over. Facing the crowd, his face was filled with grief and indignation. "The two of us brothers accepted the governor's invitation and came here to observe Phoenix City. We have already done our best and racked our brains. However, this action is for the common people of the world. For the sake of the Phoenix Pulse spirit, this matter is related to the safety of the entire human race. But just when we are racking our brains and doing our best for the Phoenix Pulse, there is a violent villain like you. You are so rude and unreasonable. You humiliated us and beat us up mercilessly. What is the reason?" Gao Wenqing shouted, "Could it be that you want the UMNO alliance to succeed? You want the human race to fall? You want the Phoenix Pulse to fall into the hands of the UMNO alliance? What are your intentions?" Zhuoxiao Duo, who had already shrunk into a corner, was secretly impressed. This Gao Wenqing was so eloquent. While everyone was stunned and shocked, he threw a big hat on Teacher Qin's head. He even wanted to strike Teacher Qin down as a traitor of the UMNO alliance who interfered with the Phoenix Pulse. This was a high-level move, a very high-level move. Zhuoxiao Duo grinned. This move has a lot of reference value. However, high level is high level, but it is not high level enough. It needs to be carefully studied and adjusted. Slap, 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 slap. Qin Fangyang exploded again. More than 20 slaps landed on Gao Wenqing's face. In the blink of an eye, many of Gao Wenqing's teeth fell out. "I said it had nothing to do with you, but you still insisted on getting beaten up. You were just asking for it. What does it have to do with me?" Qin Fangyang was furious. He slapped Gao Wenqing's face and scolded him, "Do you know who I am? I have been fighting at the Sun Moon Pass for thousands of years. I have killed countless Wu people. Now you are calling me a spy." Thousands of years. That everyone who knew Qin Fangyang felt their mouths twitch. Zhuoxiao Duo felt as if he had drunk cold water. It is indeed not high level enough. Gao Wenqing's method seems clever, but in reality he did not see the situation clearly. Furthermore, his own strength is far inferior to the opponent. He is asking for humiliation. This is also because Teacher Qin still has some reservations. Otherwise, this mistake would be enough for him to be beaten to death. Therefore, if I want to use this method, I have to at least satisfy one condition. My own strength must be higher than the opponent's or roughly equal. At the very least, I can't fall too far behind. Otherwise, I will be killed and beaten up. And, just like Gao Wenqing now. Beside him, Wan Pingyuan finally regained his senses. He tried to persuade Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin, Teacher Qin. Please stop, please stop. Never had he imagined that Wang Xiu would cause Qin Fangyang's rage to erupt and cause Qin Fangyang to attack him just because he said something inappropriate. Although Governor Wan also heard what Wang Xiu said. Although those words were not pleasant to hear, especially for He Yuanyue, who was physically weak, it was a kind of provocation. But Governor Wan felt that it was not to the point of making a life-and-death enemy. At this moment, a figure cut in between Gao Wenqing, Wang Xiu and Qin Fangyang like lightning. The person who came was thin and tall. His skin was dark and his whole body was like a cold iron rod. His face was so cold that it was expressionless. He was as rigid as a coffin. "Teacher Qin, you have gone too far." The person who appeared was the captain of Gu Luoyan's guards, Wei Chong, who had reached the peak of nascent soul. Chapter 262. It was said that ever since Wei Chong became the captain of Gu Luoyan's guards, no one had ever seen him smile. He always had a cold expression on his face. At this moment, someone in his team was being beaten up. As the captain of the guards, he naturally stood up immediately. It wasn't that Qin Fangyang didn't want to kill. But it wasn't the right time to do so. Even though Qin Fangyang wanted to kill Wei Chong, he knew that he couldn't kill him in front of so many people. He had to find another opportunity. If he killed him now, it would cause a lot of trouble for He Yuanyue. Yes, he had to find another opportunity. Wang Xiu dared to say those words, so he was asking for death. When Wei Chong rushed out, Qin Fangyang narrowed his eyes and said, "Too much. Captain Wei, are you saying that our principal should be scolded by him? That he should be mocked by your people?" Gu Luoyin's gaze fell on Wei Chong and she looked at him quietly. Wei Chong said lightly, "I only know that their original intention was for the astral souls, for mankind." Qin Fangyang, who had blind trust in Zhuo Duo, said sarcastically, "I thought you thought too much." Wei Chong said lightly, "I also fought at the Sun Moon Pass for many years. Teacher Qin, the experience of fighting at the front line isn't something you can rely on to beat people in the back. Brother Wei is right. Killing the Wu people at the Sun Moon Pass is for the astral souls. It's not something you can rely on." Qin Fangyang absolutely agreed with this point. "What I'm targeting is Wang Xiu's rudeness. He should be punished for his dirty mouth. He deserved to be slapped in the face. I'll say the same thing even in front of the general. Even if I'm in the military tent right now, I still dare to hit him. I still want to hit him." Gao Wenqing put himself on the moral high ground and then he accused me of being a spy for the UMNO alliance. I won't take this kind of blame. I don't dare to say that I've made contributions to the country, but at least I've put in a lot of effort. He slandered me like this and tried to frame me. It's a blasphemy to the frontline soldiers. If he was talking about you, would you not have done anything? Do you think I'm willing to talk about my own experiences and boast? Do you think I'm bullying you by mentioning my qualifications? I had no choice but to take it out to protect myself. If I couldn't establish my own position, what would the people here think of me? If he succeeds in framing me, what will happen to me? Captain Wei, don't tell me you don't know this? It's still the same question. If it were you, would you not make a move? Wei Chong was speechless. He was an extremely upright person. He agreed with every word that Qin Fangyang said. Qin Fangyan was right. Those who had retired from the front lines valued their honor more than their lives. Qin Fangyan was right. Those who had retired from the battlefield valued their honor more than their lives. If Gao Wenqing's target was him, he would also make a move. He might even be more ruthless than Qin Fangyang. The reason why you're standing up now is because they're on your side. They're in your team. That's why you're standing up. Qin Fangyang snorted and said, "To put it nicely, you're doing your duty. To put it crudely, Captain Wei, do you still need me to say it?" Wei Chong was silent for a while and said, "Even if there's a mistake in the words, it's an unintentional mistake. Just punish them a little." But Teacher Qin's methods are too much. Qin Fangyang sneered. "If there weren't so many people here tonight, do you think these two people's heads would still be here? Don't you know that I've already been merciful? You've also participated in the war. How can your words be so ridiculous?" Wei Chong's expression was awkward. "Yes." On the side, Gu Luoyin's gaze quietly moved away from Wei Chong. She looked at Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu again. She thought of something and said, "Aunt Mu, what do you think about this?" Mu Yinyan's expression was cold. "This matter cannot be mediated." Gu Luoyin said quietly, "I want to ask, have you activated the clear mirror scripture?" Mu Yinyan stilled and said, "No." There was some disappointment in Mu Yinyan's eyes. Then she said to herself, "You too? Did you see if there were any fluctuations in that sentence?" The people beside her were transmitting their voices. Gu Luoyin slowly nodded, her expression calm. At this time a ball of cloud and mist rushed up. A figure appeared in the air and said lightly, "Teacher Qin, you don't think that this matter can be resolved with just a few words of reason?" An illusory figure in the air, a cloud and mist incarnation. It was cloud transformation cultivation. Gu Luoyin called out, "Master Cheng, don't be rash." She wanted to stop them. When she stopped them, Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu's expressions changed. This Master Cheng indifferently said, "Miss, this Qin Fangyang is the one who bullied us first. He relied on his cloud transformation cultivation to injure us. He didn't even put us in his eyes. Captain Wei may be able to swallow this, but I, Cheng Yin Dao, cannot. We must settle this matter." That Master Cheng raised his head and said coldly, "Qin Fangyang, I am not good with words. I disdain talking about right and wrong. We are all martial artists. Let's fight. If I win, you apologize and slap your own mouth. If I lose, we leave." Qin Fangyang's eyes flashed with sharpness. He said lightly, "Good idea." Then he was about to charge out. At this time Zhuo Duo called out, "Teacher Qin, your sword. The opponent's strength is tyrannical. If you don't take out your sword, it is disrespectful to the opponent. If you don't win, you will laugh." Qin Fangyang turned his head and took the sword from Zhuo Duo's hands. His face was still expressionless as he said indifferently, "Chengyin Dao, if a martial artist wants justice, you have to use your strength to get it." Before he finished, his body turned into sword light and suddenly charged out. That Chengyin Dao was not to be outdone. His body released a dazzling sword light. He followed closely. This fierce battle unfolded in midair. Gao Wenqing covered his swollen cheek and stared at the sky viciously. Then he turned his head and glanced at He Yuanyue's worried eyes. He said gloomily, "Master He, it seems that this teacher under you is really loyal to you. It's a pity that such a person is destined to not live long if he sticks his head out when he meets with trouble." He Yuanyue said coldly, "Oh? According to Master Gao, only people like you can live for a long time?" Gao Wenqing said fiercely, "I can live longer than Master He." When these words came out, even Gu Luoyan's face calmed down. She frowned. Wang Xiu's words before were already suspected of targeting people's shortcomings. It was already a big mistake. He only had himself to blame for being beaten. Now, to an old principal who had taught and educated for many years, dedicated his life to his students, and had students all over the world, saying these words could no longer be described as excessive. It was simply a provocation, a vicious curse. To provoke He Yuanyue again and again, this Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu. A figure flashed. Pa 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 pa. Gao Wenqing fell out with blood. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 slaps landed on his face. Sister Lan stood out with a cold face. The sword in her hand flashed. She said lightly, "I don't like to talk. Did anyone stand up for him? Get up here and fight." Mu Yanyan also stepped forward. Her face was as cold as ice. She said lightly, Sister Lan was one step ahead. "Well, I will also take it." Undisguised disgust appeared in her phoenix-like eyes as she swept her gaze over Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu. She said indifferently, "For the sake of Governor Wan and Yen'er, I've already shown mercy by not taking their lives on the spot. But if anyone dares to jump out without knowing what is right or wrong, then you are determined to be our enemy. Don't blame us for being merciless." Gu Luoyan's aura fluctuated slightly. She immediately stopped it. This matter, it was indeed the two teachers who spoke inappropriately first. No wonder they are angry. If I were in this situation, I would have hit them even harder. Gu Luoyan said. But in her heart she was thinking. Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu did not give her the impression that they were people like this. They were always careful with their words and actions. Why were they so different tonight? It was almost as if they were targeting the old principal. This was not their usual behavior. Gu Luoyan muttered in her heart. She looked at Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu's eyes. She could not help but be more confused. Why was he acting so out of character? They did not know each other. Why would they purposely say such things? It would cause a deep enmity between them that could not be resolved. Everything had a reason. Then what was the reason for today's change? There was a loud sound in the air. The blade and sword clashed. It was hard to determine the victor. But that Qingyin Dao used a fierce attack. The blade energy was like a mountain of blades. There were tens of thousands of blinding blade energies in the air. The mountain of blades rolled in the air and then fell towards Qin Fangyang. The momentum was shocking. The faces of the several great Xiuzhou watching the battle changed. It was clear that this Qingyin Dao was using all his power. It was no longer a battle of emotions. It was a life and death battle. Qin Fangyang on the other side still had not taken his sword out of its sheath. But at this moment, facing the mountain of blades, Qin Fangyang's eyes flashed. With a clang, the long sword came out of its sheath. As his body moved, his right hand swung out. Swish, 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 swish. Another 4 Qin Fangyang silhouettes appeared in the air. Each of them held a treasured sword in their hands and they were ready for battle. The 5 Qin Fangyang's figures moved slightly. They were already in 5 different positions. One stood on one leg. One bent down to attack. One lowered his body to sweep. One flipped his body to attack. The one in the middle whistled and turned into a rainbow. Suddenly, there were 5 rivers of sword energy in the air. Mighty and endless. The waves rose to the sky. They went against the current and faced the falling mountain of blades. Below. Wei Chong was shocked. He could not help but shout, "This is 5-direction sword." So Teacher Qin is one of the 10 great fugitives in the East Army, the 5-direction sword. As a martial artist who had fought at the Sun Moon Pass, Wei Chong was frightened by his own words. Wei Chong's face was covered with cold sweat. He shouted to stop, "Stop. Teacher Cheng, please stop." Chapter 263. Wei Chong finally understood that Qin Fangyang was the five-direction sword. The five-direction sword had been at the Sun and Moon Pass. He had been through hundreds of battles and was a ferocious character. Even Master Dongfang was impressed by him. If Qin Fangyang really died here today, even Gu Luoyan's grandfather's grandfather, the big shot in Shangjing who could summon the wind and rain, would not be able to withstand the anger of General Dongfang. On the other hand, Qin Fangyang had already used his signature move. Even if he were to kill Cheng Yindao, it would be in vain. The East Army had always been as united as a block of iron. Nothing could get in their way. Back then, because of an incident, the entire Astral Souls was shaken. The name of the Eastern Army shocked the world. It was an old soldier who had been seriously injured at the Sun and Moon Pass. He was bullied in his hometown and his entire family was beaten to death. When General Dongfang knew about this, he immediately transferred the old soldier's entire regiment back to his hometown. He even ordered, even if it's the crown prince, kill him for me. I will bear all the responsibility. Whoever dares to stop me, as long as they are not as powerful as me, will have their entire family wiped out. This was the famous Dongfang command. Because of the incident with the old soldier, it caused a huge uproar in the local area. Everyone who took action had their families wiped out without exception. All the officials who tried to cover up the truth and bribe the local officials had their families wiped out without exception. The tragic death of a family of 5 caused General Dongfang to start a bloody massacre of as many as 7,000 people. That incident shocked the Jianghu Empire and the entire Astral Souls. From then on, all the retired soldiers were given a high status in the Jianghu Empire. If my soldiers go back and do evil, I will personally send people to kill them and take their lives. However, if anyone dares to bully my crippled soldiers who shed blood for the sake of the country, I will make them bleed and shed tears. I will personally take action and annihilate their entire family. I will make them shed no tears or blood. General Dongfang's words were powerful and resonant. The 4 generals of the north, south, east and west all said, "Well done." The heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtan, praised him, "You have guts." Now, seeing Qin Fangyang use his swordsmanship to show his identity, Gu Luoyan, who also understood the reason, felt cold sweat on her jade-like hands. She was someone who had been to the front lines for many concerts, so how could she not know the name of the 5 swords? This soldier who did not care about his life was the subordinate of the most protective heavenly king. Gu Luoyan had the same thought as Wei Chong. Something really happened to Qin Fangyang here. Gu Luoyan didn't even dare to think about the consequences. At this moment, He Yuanyue's expression was extremely complicated. She stared at the fierce battle in midair. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists. She felt waves of emotions surging in her heart. Teacher Qin is one of the top 10 fugitives in the East Army, the 5-direction sword. These words had a huge impact on He Yuanyue as well. How many troops does Marshal Dongfang have? How many experts were there? What was the cultivation level of Qin Fangyang in the army at that time? There were countless experts under Great General Dongfang's command. Qin Fangyang, a Shao, actually stood out among so many experts and people and earned the title of 10 Desperados. How much did he not care about his life? Why did he not care about his life? No one was clearer than He Yuanyue about this reason. It was because she was clear that she felt heartache. Fangyang, Fangyang, you have suffered. In midair, there was a loud sound. There was a muffled groan. The moment the Sword River and the Blade Mountain collided, the Blade Mountain stopped and disappeared. But the Sword River rushed forward for 3,000 meters. A figure, bathed in blood, fell from the sky. The person who fell was Cheng Yindao. At this moment, Cheng Yindao was bathed in blood. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. There were 70 to 80 sword wounds all over his body. But these sword wounds were not fatal. Obviously, Qin Fangyang had shown mercy. But in his hand, the silver blade that made him famous, the silver blade that was made of star-secret silver, was only left with the hilt. Clang. The sword light in the sky disappeared. The long sword returned to its sheath. Qin Fangyang's body floated down and landed in front of Cheng Yindao. He said lightly, "The winner and loser has been decided. Justice is clear. Is there any dispute?" Cheng Yindao gritted his teeth. "There is no dispute. I just want to ask, what is the sword in your hand?" Qin Fangyang raised the sword in his hand. He said lightly, "This sword is called Spirit Cat. It was given to me by the great general. If it wasn't for the fact that your silver knife is a rare divine weapon and ordinary weapons can't compete with it, I wouldn't have used this sword. To use this sword against the Star Soul human race, I've let down the marshal. I see. Cheng Yindao's heart was filled with resentment, but at this moment, it turned into heartfelt envy. This sword was given to him by the great General Dong Feng. No wonder it was so sharp. This Qin Fangyang was so lucky. Gu Luoyan lowered her head and looked away from Cheng Yindao. She transmitted her voice, "Pay attention to Gao He Wang. When we go back, investigate Cheng Yindao." The two god shadows beside her did not respond. But Gu Luoyan knew that they must have heard it. Qin Fangyang put the sword back into the scabbard and handed it to Zuoxiao Duo. He frowned and shouted, "Take my sword. If you embarrass me, I will punish you according to the sect's rules." Zuoxiao Duo understood and said, "Teacher, don't worry. I will not embarrass you." Zuoxiaonian stood on the side. Her eyes flashed and she showed a sincere smile. Teacher Qin is giving little Duo another layer of halo. At the very least, ordinary people would not dare to have any ideas about this sword. I know nothing about energy viewing. I have no right to speak. But I can understand human language. If anyone dares to provoke me again, I will still teach them a lesson. I believe no one will doubt me anymore, right? Qin Fangyang looked at Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu coldly. Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to make a sound. They looked at each other and saw the disappointment in each other's eyes. If there is nothing else, we should go back and rest. He Yuanyue said lightly. Both sides said goodbye. Governor Wan watched He Yuanyue and the others leave with a complicated look. Qin Fangyang? Was he that powerful? Gao Wenqing's face was dark. He kept applying medicine and swallowing pills. He asked angrily, "What is this five-direction sword? How can it be so arrogant and overbearing?" Wei Chong looked at him pitifully and said in a deep voice, "Master Gao, I advise you to swallow your anger." He began to talk about Qin Fangyang's past deeds. He also talked about General Dongfang's protectiveness. Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu's faces turned ashen. They did not dare to make a sound. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with bitterness. Legend said, Qin Fangyang was a nascent soul. What? The one who provokes first is the lowly one. We said something we shouldn't have, so it's fine if we are punished. However, this matter of feng shui is related to the fate of Phoenix City and the entire Star Spirit continent. Please reconsider. Gao Wenqing sighed and said, "It doesn't matter what happens to us, but we can't delay the important matter." Wan Pingyuan nodded and said, "I will consider it carefully." On the way back, He Yuanyue called Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, and Mu Yanyan to her side. She said in a deep voice, "These two Qi prospectors, Gao Wenqing and Wang Xiu, you think of a way to get rid of them as soon as possible." He Yuanyue said softly, "These two people are too dangerous." Dangerous? Yes, dangerous. I can almost conclude that they are from the Umno Alliance. Yuanyue said seriously. The three nodded solemnly at the same time. Although the adjustment of the feng shui situation they talked about is irrelevant, it is ingenious and quite accomplished. However, the heavenly fire altar they talked about later has a great hidden danger. As long as there are members of the Inferno Shaman's lineage that come to Phoenix City, they will definitely be killed. There will be no more luck. At this moment, in Phoenix City or in the surrounding cities, there will definitely be members of the Inferno Shaman's lineage lying in wait. If this altar is completed, Phoenix City will be finished. He Yuanyue said softly, "My body won't be able to hold on until then. After I go, there won't be enough Qi prospectors in Phoenix City to balance the situation. Once the heavenly fire altar is built, it can't be dismantled at will. It also needs the right time, place and people. It will take at least half a year. On the surface, if there is no great fire witch's intervention, this altar is indeed beneficial to the Phoenix vein. It can even be kept forever. But in that way there will always be a Umno Alliance's stronghold in Phoenix City. The so-called hidden danger is nothing more than that. These two people are so vicious that it makes one's hair stand on end. They are really guilty." He Yuanyue took a deep breath and said, "We can't let them live." Qin Fangyang nodded, "Don't worry, leave this to me. If you have the chance." He Yuanyue turned to look at Zuoxiao Duo and said, "When you go to Shangjing, you must pay attention to the feng shui layout of Gu Luoyan's house, especially the hidden places. You must make sure everything is safe." She took a deep breath and said, "These two people follow Gu Luoyan. It's impossible that they don't do anything and don't make any arrangements. Zhuxiaoduo said with a bitter face, I know. If I have the chance I will do my best. But I don't think the chances are very high. The heavenly Tao is constant, and the human strength is limited. It's all up to you. He Yuanyue smiled and said, let's go. Qin Fangyang held back for a long time and finally asked, Old principal, what's wrong with your body recently? Why is it so much weaker than before? Almost. He Yuanyue smiled faintly and said in a rare gentle tone, Mr. Qin, what are your plans for the future? Will you continue to teach in second high school? Qin Fangyang only felt a pain in his heart. What are your plans for the future? She was obviously asking, what are your plans after I die? After a long time he said bitterly, I will continue to look for my wife. Even if she is no longer in this world and will be reincarnated as a human, I will wait until she grows up and ask her, are you willing to marry me again? Today's third update. In today's update there are some schemes and things. I wanted to write more clearly. But after thinking about it I still don't understand. I want to leave some space for everyone so that I won't write too much. If not many people can see it, then it won't be too late for me to write another chapter when I mention it again. Chapter 264. He Yuanyue's eyes suddenly flickered. Then he said dejectedly, Teacher Qin is really infatuated with love. However, the concept of reincarnation is too illusory. In fact, in life we have to learn to let go, especially when it's time to let go. Only in this way can there be hope and a future. She said leisurely, when it's time to pick up, most people will choose to pick it up. But when it's time to let go, those who can make a prompt decision are heroes. Qin Fangyang said lightly, maybe on the day I die, I will let go of everything. This was tantamount to telling He Yuanyue clearly. Not stop until death, not stop until death. He Yuanyue sighed softly. Then they parted in the air and went back separately. Sister Lan, Qin Fangyang, and He Yuanyue went back to the second middle school. Mu Yanyan escorted Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxianyan home. When they got home it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. It was the darkest time after midnight. What do you think of this matter? Zhuxianyan sat in Zhuxiaoduo's room with bright eyes. The old headmaster is right. The two Qi Watchers are indeed from the Umno Alliance. At least they are colluding with the Umno Alliance. Zhuxiaoduo said softly but firmly, I'm sure about this. It can't be wrong. I know about them. What about the others? Zhuxianyan asked. The others are all right. Zhuxiaoduo thought about everyone's faces again and said, the others don't make me feel strange. Gu Luoyin is from one of the big families in Shangjing. It seems that these families are quite good at selecting guards. What about Gu Luoyin himself? Gu Luoyin's aura is very decent. He is a rare righteous man. Zhuxiaoduo didn't understand why Zhuxianyan was entangled in this issue. Decent? Righteous man? Such a high evaluation. Zhuxianyan was still not satisfied and continued to ask. However, her canine teeth were already showing. Yes, this woman is loyal to her country, friendly to her own people, and abhorred the Umno Alliance. Her chi is concentrated and her spirit is clear. She has ice skin and jade bones. She can be said to be a very rare loyal person. Zhuxiaoduo said, really it's very good. Zhuxianyan was alarmed. She smiled and said, she has a clear mind and she has ice skin and jade bones. Damn, you have a good evaluation of her. To be honest, I'm quite surprised as well. As the saying goes, knowing someone by their reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. Before meeting her, I've read a lot of news reports about her. More than once, I suspected that she was just using the military to hype herself up. But after meeting her this time, I dispelled that suspicion. Zhuxiaoduo said, such a woman is definitely not a person who fishes for fame. Everything she does is selfless and comes from the bottom of her heart. It's rare. Zhuxianyan snorted. She twisted her waist and was ready to fight. She said calmly, Gu Luoyin is really beautiful. No wonder she is so popular. Zhuxiaoduo nodded and agreed, yes. Her appearance is really good. She is extremely beautiful. After saying this, Zhuxiaoduo suddenly felt that the temperature in his room dropped from the hot summer to below zero. Zhuxianyan said with interest, I saw her look at you many times tonight. She probably has some feelings for you. Damn, your luck is here. If you put in more effort, you might even be able to marry a big star as your wife. How beautiful would that be? A winner in life. Zhuo Duo felt the chill all over his body getting heavier and heavier, but he pretended not to feel it. He pretended to be calm and natural as he smiled and said, Sister Nian Nian, I don't know if you have misjudged your own appearance, or if you are already used to your own appearance and don't care. You might think that Gu Luoyan is not bad looking, but when she stands next to you, it only makes people feel that she is superior. Well, compared to you, it makes people feel that this big star has become a country bumpkin. Zhuo Xiaoyan was about to fly into a rage, but when she heard this, her eyes lit up. Zhuo Duo still didn't turn to look at her. He seemed to be talking about himself. He pretended to be reminiscing and said, At that time I looked at Mr. Mu's eyes. It was obvious that he was proud. Well, how should I put it? It was like his disciple was much prettier than a big star and much more elegant. That kind of thing? Zhuo Duo said uncertainly, It should be like that. As long as you have eyes, you can see that when Gu Luoyan stands next to you, no matter if it is height, figure, skin, appearance, facial features, hair, or elegance, she is inferior to you. Well, to say that she is inferior to you by a large margin might be a bit of an exaggeration, but there is nothing wrong with saying that she is inferior to you by a large margin. The temperature in the room returned to normal, and it became very pleasant. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled and said with satisfaction, Actually, Gu Luoyan is still very beautiful. She is not inferior to me by that much. Sigh, Zhuo Duo waved his hand and concluded, You're undervaluing yourself, you're undervaluing yourself. If you only say that a girl has temperament, then you're actually mocking that girl for having nothing else. But Sister Nian Nian, just your temperament alone is enough to defeat 99% of the women in this world. Don't you have this much confidence? Sister Nian Nian? Gu Luoyan is not even on the same level as you. You are not on the same level. There is no comparison, no comparison. Zhuo Xiaoyan's smile became even sweeter. She looked at the back of Zhuo Xiaoduo's head and said, Damn, why do I feel that I am not very beautiful? Sister Nian Nian, your modesty is a bit hypocritical. This modesty. You are too modest. It makes people feel proud just hearing it. Zhuo Xiaoduo said righteously, Why do I feel that other women are just so they are all mediocre? It is because I have you by my side that I have already been influenced by the best beauty. How can I lower my standards? Looking at Gu Luoyan and Meng Qinyu is like looking at a stick of firewood. It tastes like chewing wax. He shook his head sadly. Nian Nian cat. If I can't find a wife in the future, it will be because of you. When that time comes, you will have to take responsibility. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked up happily and snorted from her nose. She said proudly, You wish. Why would I take responsibility? We will talk about it when the time comes. She stood up and walked out of the door with her head held high. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Sister Nian Nian, good night. Zhuo Xiaoduo said mushily. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoyan jump out of the room like a deer, he finally let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Just now I was so close to falling into the ditch. That was really close. Life is full of ups and downs. If I am not careful, I will fall into a pit. I have learned to grow up. In the middle of the night, Fang Yinhua, an old fat man with makeup, sneaked out of a room in a residential area and disappeared. This was the place where the residents had just moved. Most of the employees of the Meng conglomerate had moved here. I didn't expect this girl to be the financial manager of Meng's group now. But the current situation doesn't seem to be good. The third girl doesn't know much. She doesn't know much about the overall strength of the UMNO alliance. She doesn't know how many experts they have. Don't you think this is ridiculous? If I expose myself now, there is a 99% chance that I will be used as cannon fodder by the emissary. Bah. What should I do? How can we protect ourselves and retreat unscathed? Early in the morning, Mo Xuanyi woke up very early. His face was full of worries. Xuanyi, didn't you want to read someone's fortune? Fang Yinhua had a benevolent expression on his face as he spoke. I heard that there's a grandmaster in this city who's extremely famous. Shall I go with you to take a look? It is said that this Master Zhuo is very powerful. He can see the past and the future. What is more amazing is that he has seen thousands of fortunes and has never been wrong. Fang Yinhua said, Since we are already here, why don't we go together? Martial uncle, what? Are you going to see? Mo Xuanyi said in surprise, I want to read someone's fortune because I have something on my mind. I want to be at ease. But Martial Uncle you. Ever since I came to Phoenix City, I have been very unlucky. Fang Yinhua sighed. Martial Uncle is feeling uncertain. That is why I want to read someone's fortune to be at ease. Until now, Fang Yinhua still didn't dare to report to the emissary. It was just that. She felt very uneasy and unsafe. It is not a problem to go together. Mo Xuanyi really didn't want to go with his martial uncle. He said hesitantly, but such a big thing just happened. If we go together, wouldn't it be too obvious? Fang Yinhua immediately understood and agreed. You learn from experience. It seems that Xuanyi has started to think about problems. Not bad, not bad. It is indeed inappropriate for the two of us to go together. We are too big of a target. He thought for a while and said, how about this, you go first in the morning. I will go after you. Anyway, that Master Zhuo will read 3 times a day. There will always be a chance. Mo Xuanyi nodded. Xuanyi understands. Then I will prepare. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out of the house and parted ways with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan still went to Mu Yanyan's place. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally had to go to school. In the past few days after breaking through, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his head was in a mess. He even had the illusion of tinnitus from time to time.